Good evening to most. Actually, good morning to most, because more people actually download the audio version of the podcast than actually watch the streaming version of the show, which I don't know how I feel about that, because I feel like I go through so much work to find $2 Bobby Hill t-shirts. And you know, there's this backdrop that we have. So you're missing all that when you're listening to the show. You can't see my various facial hair fuck-ups. All that's gone when you're just listening. But this is a slight departure from what we've been doing. And oh, don't worry, we will continue countdown of the biggest shows of 2024, but I wanted to go down a list of some of our best clips of 2024. Call it the greatest clips. Get it? Because it sounds like greatest hits. I am shocked at what was the top clip. There's 20 of these. 20 clips. I spent all morning. Been up since about 6. Slept in a bit. The first clip is maybe one of the more talked about interviews of the year. Was Cat Williams on Club Shay Shay, the most viewed interview of all time. That clip of us talking about the Shannon Sharpe interview is a little further down the list, close to 1. We're going to start at 20 and we're going to work our way down to number 1. Joe Rogan interviewed Cat Williams, and it was one of the worst interviews I've ever tried to watch. We tried to watch a little bit of it here on the show. It was horrible, mainly because I don't think Joe Rogan ever talks to black people outside of Dave Chappelle. And who's that fucking David Lucas guy? And we definitely rip into that guy. He's 19. Daniel Bessner, The End of Mass Politics, the Kendrick Drake beef, an interesting take that we have with Justin Hunt. Maybe my favorite clip on this, the Old Guys and Post-Coital Press Conference. That is actually from, because these clips come from a lot of different shows, and that clip actually comes from the Red Zone, where Mac and I went on a bit of a tirade about how awesome it would be to be play-by-play guys on the point set. And we're old, and we're not good at sex anymore.
Because I nut quick.
It happens. It happens. And then I also included some of the better champagne rooms in clips, because I felt like there were such great conversations we were having that we had to clip it. And there was one, and Tir was telling me about this woman had showed up in his YouTube algorithm as well, and we just ripped into her for like an hour and change, and I clipped most of it. Also, after this greatest clips, let's do one last champagne room. The year's coming to an end. I'm not getting laid tonight, so let's just do one more champagne room. It'll be fun. We can ring in the new year all lonely and shit together. But enjoy this. Greatest clips. Enjoy it.
You got to buy your own.
Oh, no. Please, TIR fans of the Champagne Room, sit back and relax to the soothing sounds of Cat Williams and Joe Rogan sounding like two stone douchebags talking about.
I like how he says it's his theory of the pyramids.
His theory. Yeah, he worked this shit out. Fucking.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
The real speculation is they think
think that the people who built the pyramids built them way earlier than the conventional dating is. They think there's real evidence that shows they're 9,000, 11,000 years old. Easy.
No people built the pyramids.
No people?
No.
Who built them?
No people built the pyramids. And if you look around the world, you see certain telltale things that let you know that advanced machinery was in usage. Look, this whole thing where slaves are stronger people is a fallacy. We like to believe that slaves are stronger. Slaves are weaker because
I love that he uses it in the present tense.
Who says
Like, like he's got slaves currently.
What school gave this fool his PhD to study like?
Brother Robert. Brother Robert, you forgot. Cat Williams on the Shannon Sharp show said that he read 3,000 books a year.
He hasn't read 3,000. He doesn't own 3,000 books.
Well, Cat Williams says the reason why he is the way he is because he read 3,000 books a year. I thought that number was a little ridiculous.
You will never forget that number.
You know, when you throw a number out like that and you say it with your chest,
He's got more likelihood to have smoked 3,000 different types of weed.
He's going for the Wilt Chamberlain record here. Is that
it's like Wilt Chamberlain. I slept with 10,000 women. It's like, well, that's a lot. Cat Williams was reading 12 books at a time. He was having book orgies.
Right.
Or borgies. That's what we call them in the nerd world. They're called borgies. He was having a bunch of borgies.
Did you just come up with that?
Yes, I did.
It's kind of awesome.
Todd, I just need you to quit fucking with me, okay?
I keep fucking with it.
Okay.
I'm not going to forget that, Borgie.
So here, Pascal, here you go. Buckle up. He just started taking you down to Crazy Negro Road.
they don't eat the right food and they live a terrible life. Your slave population is not smarter and better.
Why are you still talking about slaves in the present tense? And who said slaves were intelligent?
He's tiptoeing around the idea that the Jews built pyramids. He's just not saying it.
I just want to know why that somebody said slaves were intelligent when it was like illegal for Negroes to read. Where did the slaves come from? Wakanda in his theory? Where the slaves come from?
I don't know.
Condition,
well, they
unless
don't,
you're
don't
enslaving the
built
Jews.
The pyramid. They stopped thinking that quite a while ago. They think it was actually skilled labor because of the way they were eating. They found what their camps were, where their food was. They ate like very good food, so they think they were actually skilled labor, but also probably forced skilled labor.
Probably.
I mean, maybe. I mean, you don't have any conclusions about people building the pyramids is forced.
You know, rumor has it that slaves, quote unquote slaves, might have been forced to work. Maybe.
But that's probably not the people who built it. That's probably the people that were working on it. That's probably the people that worked in the village or in the city.
How many companies have done renovations on the White House?
Pyramids, White House, it's all the same.
None of them have done enough renovation that they can claim it's their White House. So, yes, thousands of years worth of people were there.
What company employed the slaves? Was it White Supremacy Inc.? Was that who?
What kind of rambling bullshit?
Oh, wait. Was it who? It was the Jews would have been enslaved. They're talking about the pyramids. So who would have employed them, Toussaint?
Well, I mean,
because we're talking about corporations here. What corporation?
Pharaoh Inc.
Pharaoh. The fact that Joe Rogan didn't stop him and say, "Did you just compare the White House to the pyramids?" Like, what? You think they're the same? I feel like Cat Williams never been to Egypt, and he thinks the pyramids are as big as the pyramid in Vegas.
Mm.
And he doesn't know how small they are. But that's okay, because let's just, Pharaoh Inc., right? Employing these slaves.
So the advanced technology made the pyramids without people? Is that? I mean, you stand.
I like Toussaint's theory that he's just being an anti-Semite.
Right.
It comes out of the whole kind of like, the original Jews were the black man because the Bible says, isn't he one of these?
He's an Israelite.
He kept something in about the Jews. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, he was like, what he said, unless they were Jews, because he says they weren't intelligent unless they were Jews. I'm like, what?
Man, I'm still going with this closet and this non-closeted anti-Semitism nonsense.
I don't think it's anti-Semitism. I think he was trying not to be anti-Semitic.
Oh, word.
He doesn't want to let it stand. The idea that the Jews made the pyramids, because that has been proven false.
Toussaint, right now you are the Cat Williams whisperer.
I am.
So you must have been around a lot of crazy nigger shit. Whatever you walk by when you're on your Jill Scott journey throughout New York. Living my life like it's golden. Living my life. As you frolic through the city, the metropolis.
Is that what you listen to while you frolic through New York? I totally see that.
Can't you just picture Pascal just frolicking through New York with Mary J. Blige's outfit from the Real Love video?
Pascal.
Living my life. But that doesn't have anything to do with the building of it.
Who do you think built it?
Well, understand, we know enough now to understand that this was a complex. This was not...
right.
We've been led to believe that this is how much they worshipped their dead bodies.
Right.
But the evidence doesn't show any of that.
No, it doesn't.
Like when you see inside, when you have those intricate carvings and paintings and stuff in gold and stuff, you have to remember this is in a windowless room, folks. There's no candle soot. There's no this. It's clearly a power plant and built specifically for that location on this planet.
What do you think it was powered by?
The hot water springs underneath it.
So it was powered by the hot water
Hot
springs?
water springs under the pyramid.
And to put what what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
You just realized that? This is marijuana
Take
talk?
my glasses off.
That's the dumbest question so far, actually.
All this fool talks is marijuana talk, you moron.
Charles Mueller says, hot water springs. Who told this to Cat Williams? Is Cat Williams, you ever been around someone that hasn't slept in a week because they're on a meth bender?
Cat Williams has been listening to marijuana talk for 40 years. That's all he listens to is marijuana talk. That's all he speaks is marijuana talk.
Right now, he's speaking tweaker talk. And that's what Cat Williams sounds like right now.
So the paintings and the carvings were for the.
It was a power plant, man. It was a power plant. There was electricity coming through the paintings and the carvings. People were getting their party on inside the pyramids. It was a club. It was a giant club.
It was a giant club. It was a water park. There were no slaves. They were building like raging waters.
They built it, but they weren't going to the club. The people who lived, the Egyptians, were going to the club. the slaves didn't go to the club. They just went to sleep after they were working.
They just went to sleep.
This is someone said this is where house music originated. Even Joe Rogan had to stop and be like, this motherfucker is on here fucking my shit up.
I don't think so.
This man was.
Oh,
This
wait,
is,
look at his face. He had the nerve. He had the nerve to get mad. Like, no, Joe Rogan, I don't think so. Don't laugh at me. Look at me.
Where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things
Yes.
that were
Oh, stolen legacy.
forbidden, and
Yep.
their
ISIS papers.
these
What's
were
Rogan's?
not
Yes. Yeah.
these were the highest of human civilization. Here.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor
now
since.
or yeah,
Nor since.
right.
The
And-
Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
right. Like
It's insane.
like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called Thoth, right? And the emerald tablets.
Thoth and the Emerald Tablets. Oh, is he like a leprechaun?
A leprechaun. I have heard of this.
You know what Kushlik just said? He goes, he's actually playing devil's advocate. Todd, so we cut a clip, Todd. There's this guy named David Lucas, and he's this black MAGA guy, and he was being interviewed by another person, and he didn't know what devil's advocate meant, and so he wouldn't even let the interviewer answer the question he asked.
Right.
And he goes, "Let me play devil's advocate for a minute."
Right.
he just kept saying what he had been saying. He's like, "I'm just playing devil's advocate." It's like you don't know what that means, do you?
It's golden.
So Vulcan Blackfire says Pascal has created leprechaun Mormonism.
Thoth, the leprechaun with the emerald tablets.
Thoth and the emerald tablets. Wait a minute. Look at this nigga's face.
Of Thoth are literally mind changing and mind blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is
When was it written?
far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
Look at he's looking for some more bullshit. You ever seen Usual Suspects?
Exactly.
You know, you've seen a Usual Suspects where when he drops a coffee cup, that's what Cat Williams is doing right now. And when Joe Rogan's done with the show and Cat Williams walks away, he's gonna see Thoth on the microphone. Look at Cat Williams looking for shit to lie about. Oh my god.
I mean, if Cat Williams wasn't rich, this would be cruel.
Oh,
Oh my god.
Here it is. Emerald Tablet. Also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula
Are you joking me?
Smaragdina. Why I fucked that up.
This is Mark.
It's
Hermes
compact and
Trismegistus.
yeah, a cryptic hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro? How'd you say it?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries. Numerous interpretations and commentaries followed. So what does it say, though? The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into two groups. The technical Hermetica comprising of...
Neither one of these assholes know anything they're talking about right now.
I've heard of it.
Great, but I've heard of a lot of things.
They
I've heard of
don't
a
know.
female orgasm. I've yet to see it.
Nice.
That's a problem, bro. That's a problem.
There's a woman that reads it so that you can go to sleep. And I listen to her sometimes. It's dry.
It's true. What's your side?
Because I nut quick.
Oh my God.
First of all, Toussaint, how the fuck do you find a woman reading that? Number one.
It's on an app. It's on like the Calm app.
That really?
Yeah, it's on an app.
So you're basically telling me that Little Man Tate, aka Cat Williams, has the Calm app, and this is where he created his theory of who built the pyramids.
If you go down enough rabbit holes, you'll eventually find something like that.
Why are you chasing rabbits down these holes, man?
Don't go falling down rabbit holes.
Because you watched the History Channel. That's why.
Toussaint. So you're on board with Cat Williams and the Thoth ruby tablets.
I am a cat fan. I am a cat fan.
So you're saying this is who built the pyramids, Thoth.
I'm
Thoth and the ruby tablets for real?
Emerald
Don't
tablets.
go falling down rabbit holes.
Yo, you know how many years those pyramids were before those fools were around? The oldest pyramids you have weren't even in Egypt; they were in Sudan.
Oh, Pascal about to hotep you to death, Toussaint. You about to get double hotep.
Uh-oh.
Todd, what do you know about
I was
pyramids?
gonna say, I could start pulling out some art history right now, but
Do it. Let's do it. That's what you're here for. Do it, Todd.
There ain't no way to engage with this stuff. There's no angle. There's no nothing. Once the aliens built the power supplies, I'm out.
Don't go falling down rabbit holes.
Thoth with the emerald tablets, yo.
Fucking around with Cat Williams.
Astrological, medical, botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica comprising of mystical philosophical writings.
This sounds like when you play a metal record backwards and you're trying to do an incantation to get Satan to come get you off punishment.
It's like punishment to make Joe Rogan read like this.
Yes, exactly.
To make anyone read like this, I mean, you're just gonna pull up Wikipedia and go, "Is this what you're talking about, Cat Williams?" And then Cat Williams is gonna be like, "Of course, Joe Rogan."
Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, First of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it, is the fact that it's given in first person, and that's not possible. The things that are being said are impossible. Enough time has passed, though, that it's not like that. But
This man has children. I just want you to remember that.
Mhm.
This man has children. Can you imagine your dad proofreading your homework?
Oh.
Coach Lick says, sometimes I love 2024. Omar says, that sounds like some internet rapper in 2000. Religion go, miracle, typical. Oh my God. This, you know what this sounds like? There's a guy on our show, Todd, Kuba, and at his wedding, which felt like a roast kind of sort of, he had some friends of his from high school that came, and they said that he was like the smartest kid in school, and he would make up wars and turn them in as reports for the teacher, and they would believe he would make up conflicts. He would make up 15th century conflicts.
I was gonna say you have to kind of go back a bit, you know.
WWFM. We was Kings Radio.
We was Kangs. We was Kangs. How many? Okay, this is a question for everybody tomorrow because Joe Rogan has a pretty broad reach. If you go get your hair cut this weekend, I don't care what color you are. I don't care about your ethnicity. If you get your hair cut this weekend and one person says thoth, just leave the barbershop. Leave mid-cut. Just leave. Don't stay. Don't engage that person. Just leave.
It's the only good thing about Princeton is that probably won't happen.
Todd, I hope I get a message from you. I really hope I get a message.
I kind of do too, actually.
Can you imagine Todd at the bar? Just no, stop. No.
Sorry.
No, I'll figure it out. I'll get the Floby out of the garage. Just no. Letting this bullshit happen in here.
I'm gonna read that.
He literally says, hey, there's a spaceship on Earth, and this is where it is. Because if all you care about is information, right? Like, that's what you start to see is when you get to everybody's civilization, Asian, Indian, African, when you get to the crux of their information, nobody's disagreeing with anybody.
Right. If you figured out how the fuck they did it, if there was any logical explanation that people could have done it, I would be on board. I'd be like, no, okay.
But there aren't any people saying that.
Human beings it's possible if you had enough power, you had enough engineering and mathematics, that you could figure out how to design and construct the pyramid.
Yes.
But then the logistical problem of getting the stones from hundreds of miles away, massive, several ton, up to 80-ton stones.
Joe.
That's crazy.
If you
500 miles away, some of them.
Even if you could do it, let me ask you this. Would you build it on sand?
I don't think it was originally sand. See, that's the thing.
Right. This was a fertile valley.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Right.
The Nile Valley.
That
was the reason
they had
why
electric and Wi-Fi and
Wi-Fi.
Whoa.
This fool just said they had Wi-Fi. So they were on Google Apps, YouPorn.
YouPorn.
Whoa.
It's also the class character, right? That they can't conceive that there's such a thing as like tens of thousands of slaves. It's got to be Wi-Fi, right? And they've got to have.
It's got to be like 5 dudes.
Yeah, with
You know,
machine.
like, dude, when I'm moving my house, I got 5 guys here, man. I can't imagine 5 guys moving tons of rock.
Right.
I'm gonna play this video. You guys got it right now. How long do you think Pascal's gonna be able to watch for? Tucson.
35 seconds.
Okay. All right, we're gonna do it. And go.
Willie D Live.
Because I knew you were gonna say that because, you know, I've been checking out how you move. So I'm listening to how you move, and I'm listening to what some of your thoughts. When you start saying things like, you know, you support Trump and Kyle Rittenhouse.
You say it's called trolling.
Okay, but you said it. Like, when do I know you telling the truth, man? Like, when do I? I'm not supposed to take you seriously.
When I hit my vape, that's when I'm telling the truth. But look though, why are black people mad at Kyle Rittenhouse? He killed white people. Should he be a hero? If we're pushing the narrative,
I don't think black people ain't the only ones mad at Kyle Rittenhouse. There's a lot of people mad
black
at Kyle
people,
Rittenhouse.
man. I be around a lot of white people, and you know that. And they try to say that my group of friends are racist, which is false, and I'll put that out here right now.
Because they loves me.
And you know the group of friends I'm talking about because you've been on his podcast.
What group?
JRE.
Shouts out to Joe Rogan.
Shouts out to Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
He's so racist that he's helped me take care of my daughters and help elevate my career. That's how racist he is, y'all.
Nah, Joe ain't like that. But you know, that's a.
I know he's not like that, but
you ain't gonna be able to convince anybody that don't like Joe any different.
No, exactly, but they try to call him racist. Yeah. He's so racist. He helped me elevate in my career. That's how racist he is, right? I didn't know that a white man, or actually he's Italian. I don't know if there's any discretion when it comes to the black community. If you don't look black, I think black people think that you're white. But he's an Italian man that has helped me progress in my career, put a lot of money in my pocket, which helps.
Okay,
go ahead. What?
Oh no, go ahead.
Which helps take care of my daughters, feed my daughters, and helps me take care of my mom. My mom is on my payroll because I feel like that's how it should be. You raised me, you took care of me, so now it's time for me to take care of you.
Now, I personally don't believe this, but now you're gonna have people saying, "Well, that's why you rocking with Joe because you know he takes care of you."
But I just told you where racism comes from.
Where does this come from?
For a fight for resources. He's making.
I told you, 50-some-year-old black man, where racism comes from.
It to where we don't have to fight for resources. Joe is the most equal opportune, level-headed person I've ever met in my life. Solid human being. And even when they were trying to cancel him, there's a lot of stuff he could have said that he never once came out and spoke about. That could have been like the big Joker when you play spades.
You're not gonna get any argument out of me with Joe.
No, I don't want to.
I know Joe.
Of course you do.
I know him as a person.
I know him as a person too. But I'm saying this for the audience that is gonna intake this audio and intake this visual. That's who I'm speaking for. Sir, you're a level-headed individual. We spoke on Sunday. I know you're a level-headed individual because you had your YouTube rant, but then when I spoke to you on the phone, you were a totally different human being. And I'm sure.
What'd you say, Pascal?
What's up with the Joe Rogan ball washing?
He is part of Joe Rogan's crew.
Yeah.
And Joe Rogan left LA to go to Austin, and a bunch of people kind of went with him. And a lot of these guys have pretty big comedy podcasts. This dude, he does some roast thing. I don't get him.
I just need a little bit of clarity on one part because I don't follow Joe Rogan like that. But did he do some racist shit? Or are we just talking about some people somewhere think Joe Rogan's a racist?
Some people somewhere think Joe Rogan is racist because he'll have Ben Shapiro on his show. He'll have the Weinstein brothers on his show. He'll have Jordan Peterson on his show. And he doesn't really change.
Gotcha. I didn't know if he had like suddenly told like some Liam Neeson story about going out there creating vengeance against black people in the streets.
No, that's the thing. Joe Rogan is a to me a bit of a complex individual because I think he goes with the flow of the conversation, right? Like Ben Burgess was on Joe Rogan's show, and we would agree they don't share the same politics.
I've definitely seen Ben Burgess kill an elk and eat nothing but meat for a month. Maybe you guys weren't there. Maybe you're not as close as you fucking think. You know?
but you can see this dude is just like, you know, for some reason defending Joe Rogan. I think he thinks it's going to get him more accolades because he knows it's clippable. And the closer you are to Joe, the closer you are to a Netflix special. Look at Brendan Schaub.
I mean, if he was going to go with the eye tie shit, he should have gone with Sicilian, but maybe he's not old enough to remember that.
He's kind of fucking retarded.
What are we talking about?
This nigga right here, David Lucas. Pascal, how do you feel about David Lucas so far?
Yeah. I'm still intrigued.
Okay. Pascal's got 3 minutes, 27 seconds.
Sure, I'm a totally different human being than the person that you saw on stage.
Why did it have to be a little rant? Why couldn't it be the big rant? I was dismissive, man.
I like this guy a lot, man. Willie D is amazing, boy. I'm about to fucking tell all my MAGA supporters to stream the Ghetto Boys.
Okay. I'm good on MAGA, bro. I'm good on MAGA.
Let me ask you, what's wrong with Trump?
What's wrong with Trump?
In your eyes?
In my eyes, here's the reason why I don't like Trump.
Because he tells the truth?
No. My sister tells the truth. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of people tell the truth, but also he tells a lot of lies too. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't focus on any of the lies that he tells. Y'all just talk about the truth.
Every politician lies.
But here's the thing about Trump. Here's why I really just don't like Trump.
Okay.
Trump, before Obama ran for president, Trump had never questioned the nationality of a president. He never went after
ethnicity. Nationality is different.
Ethnicity.
Yeah,
He never. No, he questioned the nationality of Barack Obama.
Oh yeah, whether he was American or not. You're right. Yeah.
Trump.
No, I mean this other cat, whoever he's
just conveniently.
What'd you say, Bert?
Just the fact that I'll say it again, this dude who looks like the drawing of a black child in 1813 fucking saying some shit about, well, ethnicity and nationality is like, really? Real zinger. All right, I guess Trump's cool. Sorry, play the clip.
Yeah.
Oh, Toussaint got the sounds of the city.
Toussaint's on the run.
He never publicly just went after a president, but just
he was a troll.
But here's the thing, like, just coincidentally, we get the first black guy who looked like he can become president, and here come Trump with all of this vitriol out of nowhere. Where is this coming from? I mean, he's been around
because he's
been around politicians for a long time.
He saw through Obama.
He saw through Obama.
What did Obama?
So he didn't see through all those other damn presidents that he'd been patting pockets.
But I'm saying
he didn't see through none of them, right?
What did Obama do for the black community?
What did any of them do for the black community?
Trump gave us resources.
What resources?
You still there, Pascal? You okay?
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I can't believe, dude. I had to turn it off. So you're still good.
No, this is interesting.
Oh,
I want to hear how bad the dementia gets.
Yeah.
I want to hear about the resources. Maybe I haven't applied for them.
The Trump resources were the stimulus. Well, you'll see.
I mean, I missed out on that.
The economy was amazing.
What act?
At the end of the day, I'm American.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, so you know that domestic imports and exports is a big part of making our dollar strong.
Yeah, enunciate that.
Did you have more money in your pocket during his presidency?
I have more money in my pocket every year.
All right.
It don't matter who the president is. And that's what a lot of people got to understand. Like, look, fam, whether it's Trump, Biden, whoever, ain't none of them going to affect my bottom line.
But the strength of the dollar would definitely affect your bottom line.
The strength of the dollar going to do what it do no matter who in office.
No, that's not true.
Because these presidents are selected. And let me tell you,
so?
And let me tell you,
so you're a conspiracy theorist.
Let me tell you something about Donald Trump.
Okay.
Let me tell you something I know about Trump.
Please.
And the rest of them.
I'm waiting to meet him. So if he watches podcast,
Trump is no different than any other rest of them. All of these presidents, they get to have a personality, and they get to have one, maybe two hobbies while they in office. Couple of hobbies that they can act like are major platform initiatives. That's what they get. Everything else is part of the grand plan. And you either gonna get in line with that grand plan, or they're gonna give you a street like they're gonna put you on Elm Street like they did JFK. Now that's what's gonna happen. I don't care who the president is.
Okay.
So if you that big and bad, you know, and you want to buck the plan, if you're gonna just buck the system like that, you wouldn't be in court. You wouldn't be have all these charges against you if you was that big and bad. Trump ain't that dude y'all think he is. Y'all think he all.
Who is y'all?
You and your MAGA people. That's y'all.
I've never announced a political affiliation. I'm a Republican. And you are too. What?
I believe that's announcing a political affiliation.
What the fuck?
I just paused. Look how I paused his face. Willie D.
Yo, how old is this cat?
Willie D's a little more worrying than this motherfucker is, man. Willie D's got some problematic ideas himself.
I mean,
how old is David Lucas?
I don't know. He's old enough to know that that's not the face you need to make when I pause the screen. The upper room.
Remember when I told you I grew up around dumb motherfuckers? Like, here we go.
The nigga looks like, hello, Dolly.
In the upper room.
In the upper room. I can't wait to meet Donald Trump myself. I'm going to take his testicles right to my mouth. Delicious. Like two little hush puppies. I love nigger food.
Real talk, he looked like Aunt Jemima's ugly brother. Like,
doesn't dude Cedric Johnson said that nigga looked like Stanley Crouch illegitimate son, but dumber.
Yeah. The fucked up thing is Stanley Crouch had a daughter who was actually kind of bad. No,
damn, they taught her the secret of chapstick, apparently.
No, it didn't make no sense. Maybe it wasn't his kid.
Probably had it with white. Might have had it with a white woman.
Damn.
No chance. Nah, not at all. She was no chance. No chance. Yeah. Yo, I used to work in civil rights, and I used to see Stanley all the time at I used to go to like liberal and conservative events, and so I would see Stanley at the Manhattan Institute. He was always there. I used to go to the talks there to see what they were talking about. And I was only 20 at the time. I had no idea that such a thing existed, that it was just like coon-ass niggas on a podium just telling white women. The craziest shit is that educational policy in New York was run by white housewives of wealthy white men. You know, it was like right-leaning bored housewives who had nothing to do. So the rich white dudes were like, yo, go to the Manhattan Institute and get a coon to talk and support your points about privatization of schools and charter schools. And so like Stanley Crouch was always there. And I'd be looking because he looked like a nigga from a cartoon, but he was real.
He does look
so I'm like sitting there, I'm like, yo, who the fuck is this nigga? And then he would talk to me a little bit. And then one time his daughter came up and she looked like a young Anita Baker or something. She had that haircut. The short heart. I was like, yo, I want to.
Yeah.
And I'm 20. I was like, yo, I want to hit this. How? What the fuck? That's his daughter. I was confused.
Didn't know my dad was a coon.
I'm like going through this dude's Instagram trying to figure out like how old he is, and every other picture is him holding a fucking fish, breathing through his mouth. Like
Bro, Stanley Crouch is crazy. Stanley Crouch spit in this one dude's face in the village. Damn. I think his name was Gregory Peck or something. He was like a critic.
The actor?
Book. They gave Stanley Crouch a MacArthur grant.
Stanley Crouch spit on Gregory Peck from The Omen?
Not the actor. It was this it was this author who was a critic who used to shit on everyone. He shit on Stanley Crouch, and Crouch caught him out there in the village and spit in his face.
Damn.
His Stanley Crouch turned into Malcolm X. Again and again.
Stanley was wild, actually. Stanley was wild, man. He was a wild
guy.
Him and Gerald Horne definitely
He was a coon, but he was a wild dude.
David Lucas does not have a Wikipedia page.
No.
David Lucas told a joke. So the reason why he's got in the crosshairs is he told a joke where he basically said he supported the police for killing George Floyd. And he states George Floyd's drugs that were in his system and his prison record. And he's going to mention it in this clip. Now, I want to give some context to that. He mentions it as if George Floyd was never convicted of the crime. George Floyd did go to prison and serve time for a strong arm robbery where he did put a gun to, I believe, a pregnant woman's belly and was like, give me all your money, whatever. And he basically said it's karma. And he caught heat for that because he does this thing where he roasts people, but his stand-up is a bunch of black MAGA bullshit. So I'm gonna go keep playing it until you tell me no mas.
I thought I had a big ass forehead. Look at this nigga.
It's a little place for Trump to put his testicles. So I can get all in the gooch.
Whether you want to tell your audience you are a Republican. You can't say.
Let me speak on that.
Okay, let's speak.
No. I want to hear what you got to say first.
Because you're a Republican.
Tell me why.
Because everybody like you, a successful career person who has had a successful career with rap, now you have a podcast. I saw your G-Wagon outside.
Come on, man.
Come on, bro. Okay. I came up here at a photo pickup truck. Like, bro, what is you saying? You're a Republican because you care about finances. And I'm sure you're a loving father. You're not a loving husband because I don't see a ring on your hand, but that's no disrespect to you. But you care because finances matter. And that's the same thing that Ice Cube was trying to preach when the black community turned against him.
So you're equating having a concern for your finances with being a Republican.
That's all I care about.
Okay. So,
and some of the views.
That's why I got my mama out here on the payroll. These hoes gotta work. I'm all about my paper.
Yo, don't press play. It looks like there's a light bulb on Willie.
This nigga's got Willie D so angry. Like, look how mad Willie D is. This dude
I've
has
done
no
a podcast
idea.
with Willie D before, no joke, for like a full hour. He was hilarious, B.
Were you in studio with him?
Nah, I was on the line with my man Will Strickland used to have a podcast, and he put me on with Willie D, and he said he wanted to fuck Amber Rose. I said, I thought you had a song that said you ain't fuck with them bald-headed hoes.
Black people are Republican.
Okay, so
black people are Republican because I'm assuming you grew up Baptist.
Me? Nah.
Oh, come on, man. We play semantics now.
This was my favorite part where he thinks all black people are Baptist.
That's bullshit, man. Niggas, you know how many different denominations Negroes belong to?
Yeah, as a black person, I think. Hey, as a matter of fact, I grew up in the Kojic church. Jason, did you have any church with your family at all?
I'm Jewish.
Oh no shit!
No,
there you go. So,
no, I'm playing with you.
you made Bert mad. Bert's like, oh, this nigga gonna make me the only one now.
No. I grew up Catholic, man.
And Pascal, you grew up Catholic too, right?
Not really. My mom was Episcopal, but I was Catholic adjacent.
Okay.
I went to
Pascal's family is
Episcopal, some wild shit.
Yeah.
Pascal's family is snake handlers.
Yo was doing Santeria? Pentecostal? What was you doing?
Snake handlers.
Bert, did you go to church?
Interlude.
My mom was lapsed when it came to Judaism and shit like that. Her mom converted to some boring ass Lutheran shit. I fucking hated the church. It depressed me. And then my dad and his mom, they went to like the crazy Pentecostal variants. So, you got people shaking and falling backwards and speaking in fucking tongues.
Oh, we call that shouting, Bert. Thank you very much. That's why you don't like Fishbone. There's too much gospel in it for you.
So he's saying everybody
gospel music.
Saying all black people are Baptists?
Listen to your boy Pascal. Pascal, also your patience tonight is it's otherworldly. It's otherworldly.
This is kind of interesting. I'm interested in the Negroes who like Trump for real. I find that kind of interesting.
Here you go. I think I smell a new piece for Black Agenda Report.
No, I mean, I'm trying to figure out why these Negroes are so like enthralled with this.
I can't believe we made it this far with this shit, man.
For real.
It helps when you crack real fucked up jokes. Like if you're not cracking real fucked up jokes or yelling at me to pause it so you can crack a fucked up joke.
You didn't go to church growing up? I've heard your music. It's very church influenced. Okay, a couple of times. Yeah. What does the Bible say?
Yea, though I walk through the shadow.
Okay, yeah. You want to pick that one up. But what does it say about gay people?
What?
Yep.
Yo, look at his face, bro.
What?
This nigga looks stunned.
What's the Bible say about what?
Gay people. So, fuck that whole part about easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man to get to heaven. Nah, it's the gay people. All about finances.
Don't you love the setup for that? What's the Bible say? I don't know. It's like 1,600 pages.
So you assume that Donald Trump is going to come down and drop the wrath of God on gay people? Is that why?
I mean, there are times where I swear, like, people are voting for Donald Trump just because they want to be able to call shit gay again. I feel like this is that.
Yeah, he's the dude.
This shit is very unintentional, but it looks like Willie D is contemplating every possible sponsorship he could gain or lose.
Got that fucking Morpheus face on.
Like, what the fuck did this nigga say?
I love the part. I just love the way he goes, what's the Bible say? Willie D's like, I don't know. There's a lot of shit in the fucking Bible.
Willie D said, let me think about that.
The way he goes, I don't yay the one. He goes, oh, you choose that one. It's like, I don't know, nigga. There's 1,600 pages.
I mean,
which
on some
one
Jew
was I gonna choose?
On some Jew shit, it also says if you're ever in a sticky situation, just let them sleep with your wife. Shit gets hard. Baby, you gotta take one for the team, or we're not getting the fuck out of Egypt. Like, I don't know why the fuck you fishing.
On some other shit, we also talking about a nigga who was in a rap group with a midget.
And then nigga had the nerve to say, there's some real, Christianly things in your music. I was like, what Ghetto Boys song were you listening to?
I'm sure there's one with a piano.
And that was enough for him. He heard, I ain't mad at you about Tupac. Willie D is.
I love the fact that this dude is like apparently an expert on imports, exports, inflation, deflation, and the good word. Like, what a fucking scholar.
Import.
The intellectual curiosity is stunning.
Pascal, wait till you see the passive aggressiveness of Cooney Lee Farnsworth.
He's already black.
This say? Come on, man. He trying to save his sponsors right now. I thought we were coming here to have a candid conversation. I'll hook you up with some.
No, yeah. Please do.
I will.
Please
I really like your podcast. But what does the Bible talk about? Right is right and wrong is wrong. Why does the black community not get?
I have no idea what he is talking about. I mean, the Bible talks about a lot. Like,
I don't buy it.
Right isn't right, wrong is indeed wrong.
Right. The Bible talks about it all the time. Right is right and wrong is wrong. I was like, you're gonna have to give me more than just what's the Bible say about gays, and then right is wrong is wrong. Like, what
this is Joe Rogan's homie.
This is Joe Rogan's homie. Yeah.
Joe Rogan likes to hang out with dudes who can't read. Like everybody knows.
Joe Rogan is one of those guys that tries to find people that are way dumber than him to hang around.
He hit the fucking jackpot. Don't ever lose this nigga. Keep hitting.
Bro, this nigga's forehead is wild strong.
How does his two lips just look like his tongue? Like just looks like three fucking tongues right now. Like this.
Can't do this shit, man. This is crazy.
Tucson said, does he have a birthmark on his face or did his eyeliner smear? He came in ready for war.
Thomas Sowell talking about biblical justification to support Trump. Does he really?
I mean, I don't understand the right is right and black people don't get it. It's like if niggas is reading the Bible, are they just reading it wrong and you're going to show us the right way, Mr. I don't know any Bible verses?
That. Right is right and wrong is wrong.
So let me ask you something.
Can I play devil's advocate? I don't know how your audience would take this. Okay.
Haven't you been with the whole time? Like, isn't your whole life that?
That's from the heart.
No, but he didn't even let Willie D get a line off to play devil's advocate.
Yeah, he's just like, can I play devil's advocate? What do you know what that means? No. Isn't it like the guy in Saw? I want to play a game. Let's say that wrong is right and right is wrong. You have 3 seconds to answer the question, Willie D.
What's this word that black people like to use all the time when it only benefits them? Karma.
Oh, God damn it. What? I was going to ask you guys.
I didn't make it this far. I'm going to be honest.
Hey.
I'm shocked.
Pascal, you've been black for 56 years. Pascal, you've been black for 56 years. This nigga said, what's the word black people use all the time? I thought he was going to say nigga.
I thought it was gonna be like that YouTube video with the teacher who says he put the H on it, nigga.
Dude, Pascal, he said karma.
Wait, what black people does he know?
Exactly. Unless he lives near Bert and only black people he knows play hacky sack. And do Eastern medicine.
Talking about the black people that work in the computer lab department at the undergrad down by where I work, where I live around here. What?
I don't know what black people.
It says he's from Georgia.
He's from the same town as Derek Varn. Derek Varn got pissed. We watched this with Varn, and Varn was like, "God damn it, this dude is from my hometown."
Varn undercover knows him.
Varn. JC says Jason's hippie rapper girlfriend says karma more times a day than all the black people in America do in a month.
I do not need another clip of her. Don't need it.
Take a little bit of acid. Take a little bit of shrooms.
Continue.
All right, here we go.
So black people got a lock on the word karma?
I've never heard a white person say karma.
You've never heard a white person say karma?
What?
As somebody raised by a full-blown, true-believing fucking hippie, and my mom, like, all throughout elementary school, getting fucking letters, like having to take letters to school about why we couldn't take Western medicine. He's never met a white chick who does yoga. Like, what the?
No, these niggas keeping me awake. Shit.
Play. I'm sorry. Play the shit.
Wait, Jason England, did you hear that?
No, man, I had to go get a motherfucking Peroni. I had to get
Jason
another
England.
break after listening to this shit. Jesus.
Jason, this nigga said he's never. Go ahead, Bert. Bert,
He
go
said
ahead.
he's never heard a white person say the word karma.
Well, you know.
wait. Can we run that back? Run it back.
It's more of a Calcutta dialect.
Wait, hold up. Listen.
Pick that one up. What does it say about gay people?
Be fruitful and multiply.
Oh yeah,
This is say.
Come on, man. He trying to save his sponsors right now. I thought we were coming here to have a candid conversation. I'll hook you up with something.
No, yeah, please do.
I will.
Please
I
do.
really like your podcast. But what does the Bible talk about? Right is right and wrong is wrong. Why does the black community not get that? Right is right and wrong is wrong.
So let me ask you something.
Can I play devil's advocate? I don't know how your audience would take this.
Okay.
What's this word that black people like to use all the time when it only benefits them? Karma.
So black people got a lock on the word karma?
I've never heard a white person say karma.
You never heard a white person say karma?
No, have y'all?
Nigga, what?
Oh, you heard a white person.
Wait a minute.
No,
Nigga,
man,
what?
No.
No, my brother.
Can't be doing this shit, man. Where is this dude from?
Macon, Georgia.
Oh, Jesus, man. Don't be reinforcing stereotypes. That's not cool, man. That's not cool.
Oh my
Probably
god.
was fucking a black guy. I've never heard a white person use the word karma. We're talking about the George Floyd joke, right? Okay. This is what the whole podcast is about. Can I play devil's advocate?
Go ahead.
And people, please don't try to cancel me for having an open discussion with Mr. Willie D.
He's all over the place, and I don't think he knows. I think there was things that he knew he wanted to hit on, and he should probably have notes because he's just so all over the place. He doesn't know what he's saying. Because Willie D hasn't even gotten to the point to be like, "Hey, you told a really fucked up joke about a guy that's literally from here, from Houston." So, you know, he looks a little nervous. He's also very arrogant because, you know, Willie D isn't Joe Rogan.
I mean, that's what we were talking. I mean, there's no way. That's what we were talking about earlier. Normally, they don't have to go and perform against another black person who's going to critique them.
Like, he doesn't know what to see. He's watching this again. You can see how confused he is because he's got his like points that he wants to make. And the whole karma thing, I was like, who are you telling this joke to? You and Joe Rogan? Because I'm sure he could find you at least 14 white women.
What is this nigga's name again?
David Lucas.
Real talk. If we all just be quiet for a second, we can hear white women somewhere humming. You can hear it from the West Coast. I know you hear that shit in TJ. You think it's the ocean. It's just
white women coming. Crystals. I hear crystals clanking.
That shit didn't catch on in Pittsburgh. I tell you that.
Yeah, no. Bert, you know as well as I know, in the hood of Watts, you see all these black women rocking around with crystals and shit.
oh yeah, constantly mentioning karma.
I will say this, and I need someone to explain this to me. I was watching the Bunga Bunga podcast, and Nina Power was on there, that white woman that runs Compact Magazine, and she was wearing an ankh necklace.
Whoa.
And I need someone to explain that to me.
Is that like how white people have been thrifting the 8-ball jackets?
Is that right?
Oh, that threw me the fuck off. I was walking on. I teach at this university, and I seen regular ass white people in 8-ball jackets, and that fucked me up. So I had to ask one of them, and they said they got it from the thrift store. I said, "Oh shit!"
And you were like,
I almost instinctively had to stab the motherfucker and steal it.
I'm sorry, Tyler. The rule book says. I guess it's just karma.
That's what she said.
Talking about the word karma, right? Mr. Floyd dressed up as a utility worker to break into a Hispanic lady's house, pointed a gun at her pregnant stomach, and said, "You decide whether your child lives or dies."
Now, who told you she said that?
It was in the police report.
The police report.
What the lady said.
The police report,
Okay,
the same people who are affiliated with the people who killed George Floyd. But go ahead.
I'm playing devil's advocate, sir.
Okay,
I'm playing devil's advocate. That's it.
I still don't think he understands devil's advocate.
No.
I think he thinks it means saying something that isn't popular. Oof, this is rough, man.
But whether he said that or not, he pretended to be a utility worker and he broke into a lady's house. Can we say that's a fact? Yes or no?
I'm not sure what it is.
That's what he went to prison for.
Is that in the police report?
That's on his report.
It's on the report.
Mr. Willie D. I've had a few drinks. I'm about to give you one. I'm about to give you one.
Is it on the report?
Because he over here bullshitting with me.
I just want to know, is it on the report?
History is real. Criminal history is real. And guess what? That's why these motherfucking BLM marchers that steal money from black people can't find nothing on me.
Right there, my count.
My God.
I mean, we're not marching for BLM. We've been clowning your ass for at least the last 45 minutes, nigga. So
I'm sure you'll find 250 pounds on your fat ass. Sir.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
You ain't the lightest bitch in the world.
Like, we've been shitting on you for almost an hour, but
I don't know if he thinks he's pulling off some like Victorian era irony, but there's plenty he's already said out loud that you can just cancel him for. I mean,
Kushlook says, note, if he's the devil's advocate, he thinks the opposite of all of this.
He may not be up on his Catholicism to the same degree he
He
understands.
might be just like literally advocating for Yakub.
What? His whole joke was like George Floyd, karma came to him because he did this crime. And it's like, well, if that's how karma works, last I checked, he went to prison and like was housing insecure and had to do like sex work to survive after he got out. Like, dude had a pretty shitty life. And yeah, I think that karma had caught up to him. The woman's alive. Her child has no memory.
How this is a funny joke on any level, though, regardless. Like, why? I don't think it plays well in any audience. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
Like, yeah, who do you tell that joke to? Like, hey, that guy George Floyd, karma, and then
nobody wants to hear that shit.
It's not a funny joke.
No,
it's just not a funny joke.
It's just edgelord nonsense.
He is edgelord nonsense. But all jokes aside, hip hop is in the news, and there's a lot that I think we have to say about this quote unquote feud. The lyrical feud between Kendrick Lamar and Drake holds significant material importance in contemporary hip hop culture, marking a departure from the dynamics of older rap feuds from the 80s and 90s. Unlike the earlier era's beefs, which were often localized and characterized by intense, sometimes violent rivalries, the Kendrick-Drake feud reflects the globalized and commercially expansive nature of today's music industry. This modern conflict has captured national attention without the threats of violence hurled at the combatants. The battle underscores the evolution of rap into a dominant cultural force where digital media and social platforms amplify and monetize artist confrontations on an unprecedented scale. Analyzing this beef offers insights into how hip-hop has transformed in terms of production, distribution, and audience engagement, making it emblematic of the genre's contemporary material conditions compared to the foundational beefs that shaped its earlier decades. please welcome to join us the hip hop journalist, Justin Hunt.
Hey, what up?
Hey, I'm journalism him over here.
Turn down the racism, though. Turn down the
racism. Just as like I have a wide array of fans, and I can't lose them for you Negroes.
Right. Word up. Good.
So you've been dropping videos left and right because I don't sleep that much, and I will wake up in the middle of the night or early in the morning, and I'll see you like just dropped a video on this, especially when the stuff was just happening. What makes the Kendrick versus Drake beef so different, in your opinion, from hip hop battles in the past?
I think there's a lot of different things that I'll say stand out to me about this one. One, I like seeing two guys who have been around each other for this long and who've been sub-dissing each other for this long. Like they've basically been subbing each other for a decade. A decade, right? Like Nas and Jay-Z weren't even subbing each other for a decade. Tupac and Biggie subbed each other for like 2 seasons. You know, when you look at the big ones, they've been, a decade. And the clash of styles is so different. I think, contrary to what my recent commentary probably alludes to, I actually think Drake is really talented. I think he's a really great rapper. I mean, I just don't think that he uses his powers for good, we'll say, all the time, almost, or anytime, I guess. And on the other side of that, you have, so Drake is known for making huge, global streaming record-breaking songs and, making songs in other people's styles and, genres sometimes. And you have Kendrick, who's basically lived in the Black art space exclusively, and then been able to elevate that to pop levels, pop proportions, which is very difficult to do.
Would you say Kendrick has maxed out that kind of 90s era hip hop in a way the 90s didn't even do?
Interesting. I don't know. Lauryn Hill took it pretty far. Lauryn Hill,
but she sang. Her biggest hits were not lost ones. The biggest hits were, like we were joking, Everything Is Everything. What else is a song from that record? She had like 6 singles from Miseducation.
But even just like sort of that is 51% R&B, I think, 52% R&B. Technically, it's an R&B album. I think that's what it ended up really winning for. It's just barely R&B. But that whole ethos of bringing in just all the different pieces of Black music history coming together in an art form, I think she did a great job with that. Outkast, another one. I think very outcastic in my opinion.
Even spoken word with Outkast.
Oh, 100%.
Those early records,
spoken word, just the whole range of things. So where Kendrick takes his influences from, I don't know if I could say he took it places that they hadn't taken it in the 90s. I think what I will say is that hip hop is rap music is a lot bigger than hip hop was in the 90s.
Yes.
Like rap music, not necessarily hip hop, but rap music is a lot bigger. And it's a lot easier for people to enter the chat, so to speak, at this point in time, just with where we are in technology. And so I think that probably since the 90s, he's encapsulated what I think are the best parts of the 90s are, and taking it places it hasn't been than anybody else. And there's been other artists to do that, right? Lupe Fiasco's in there, like J. Cole, as boring as I think he is, he represents that.
But are they as large as Kendrick is Coachella large?
Yeah, no, Kendrick has made it to institution levels.
Yeah.
Right, you know what I mean? And so that's what I think is so interesting about this battle. You have, essentially, I've been calling essentially like the biggest pop star possible versus the biggest cultural artist of this era as possible. going head to head in a battle. And both of them are very, very witty, very slick with the tongue. I think Drake's a phenomenal rapper. I think he is, you know, he had a reputation for being a ferocious opponent in battle. That started to look more like an outlier. Meek Mill started to look like an outlier now. He had that reputation. And just the magnitude of their brands brought all the eyes in the world on it. So I think that is one of the reasons why it's super important to see. I wasn't sure what angle Kendrick was going to come with in this battle, but the more I study this and research this, because this really is a cultural moment. Like this is just, in my opinion, is the biggest battle ever, just because of the elements at play, the timing, the scale of the artist at this point in time, and the conversations that came out of it. But I at this point now, I think Kendrick had like 9 different directions he could go, depending on whatever Drake did. So in that sense, I don't want to say that they're both at peak powers. I think Drake's been really comfortable for a long time. I think Drake's been very comfortable since Scorpion, at least. And I think part of the reason Scorpion was as big as it was because Kendrick Lamar's Damn was so big right before it. And in that regard, I think both of them push each other in a way to make some of their best work and their best art. And at least on Kendrick Lamar's side, I think that this battle, I can say on both sides, I think this battle really, showed us how talented both artists really are. Because Family Matters is no joke. It's not a joke song.
That's not right.
No, it's not, and it just like, I mean, Isaac, yeah, there's something to be said about like hookup culture and how it has affected like dating. But like, I don't want to be a fetish to anybody. Like, I don't want to.
Does it feel like it's just a phase? Is that why?
I mean, kind of,
like,
yeah.
When are you going to get out of your like, I'm going to fall in love with you, and you're going to be like, oh, I'm tired of fucking my dad now. I kind of worked that out, and now I want to, actually have fun.
And on top of that, I don't want to be the person that like screws a woman up for the rest of her life. Either like, it's mostly sexual. Like, I don't want her to be like, oh, okay, Mac, you are all right, but like she moves on the next dude, and he's just doing things to her that I couldn't do. Because like my hip hurt or like something, my back's sore.
Yeah, like stay up late.
Yeah.
He's not even doing anything cool. He's just fucking staying up a little later.
Have you seen the movie The 5-Year Engagement? It had Jason Sudeikis and Emily Blunt. Well, they're engaged for 5 years, and then something happens, and you should watch it. It's fucking hilarious, dude. But they split up, and he starts dating this younger girl, played by Dakota Johnson. And like they're hooking up, and he like falls asleep, and she like elbows him in the ribs, and she's like, "Did you fall asleep?" And he like obviously wakes up, and he like smacks her on the ass.
No. Oh, dude, yeah. Look, I'm at a certain point in my life where sex sounds fun, but I'm not trying to do a lot of it. Like when I was younger, I was all for a lot of it. Now it's like, ooh, are you old too, where you just want to do enough to feel like you're not that old, and then we can go back and watch some TV? Does that sound like a good thing for you?
Jason like calls up his lady friend. He's like, listen, I got a level with you. Standing sex appointments on Wednesdays.
Ooh, I was saving up all this semen for a twofer on Sunday, which is my I Don't Have to Run Day song reference. But seriously, trying to get this in on a Wednesday is really going to blow out that Sunday, and
Yeah,
I don't
so
know. Yeah, can't do it.
we could just put it this way: you get one load on a Wednesday, but you get 2 on Sunday.
Doesn't that sound better than you trying to come here and have a twofer on a Wednesday? Because I might have enough for a full on, but Sunday it's going to be a little.
Yeah.
It's not going to have the same oomph.
Yeah,
and that's we both have more time on Sunday, right?
Like maybe I tell you what, we can do Sunday and Wednesday, but I have to do some stretching prior to.
Oh, definitely.
Okay? You know,
definitely.
It's like, sweetheart, I've really enjoyed this, but I pulled a hammy. I need you to take me to the doctor right now.
You're trying to do 2 positions on a Wednesday, ma'am. Who do you think I am?
This is a Wendy's.
This is the Wendy's of dick, ma'am. And you are definitely on the 99-cent menu. Like, yeah, like don't turn around. I don't have enough in me to fucking handle all this ass right now.
I mean, that's it's so true too, because like, you know how it is, man. Like you're busy all day, you're just fucking worn the fuck down, and she comes out in like the yoga pants, and you're just like,
yeah, and you're just like, look, everything about this right now looks extremely edible, but I'm just letting you know, I just ate. I'm feeling a little gassy.
Yeah.
The acid reflux is messing with me. As much as I want to go to Jam City,
take that bullet.
It's not looking real good. There's traffic right now in Boner City to get me to Jam, to get me to Pound Town. That's gonna get me the connecting freeway to Jam City, and I just can't get there right now because of this dick traffic.
Yeah, and I'm getting ready to run out of gas too. So like,
There's
I'm trying to
and then there's that, and then there's that.
Yeah.
So we can reschedule this. You can have 4 different positions, a twofer. Doesn't that sound better?
Yeah. And it, like, this is what would kill me being down there. If one of the, like, I bring that up, right? Like, I'm with you, baby. I just ate, and you are wearing those yoga pants like a fucking champ, and you got like the cropped hoodie on, and I can kind of see like under boob, and I'm like, I want to get there, but like, I'm not feeling it today.
Oh.
But then she goes, but Poppy, at that point, I would be like, oh, I got to do this now. It's like, let me go get some charcoal. I'll be right back.
So you're a better man than me, because you'll get like the chews and all that other shit. I'm trying to do this with willpower and the force.
Bro, I'll tell you right now, I went without sex for so long between deployments and just like being single, because I don't have an approachable face. Women are, for some reason, think I'm unapproachable. And I'm like, I'm the nicest fucking guy. What the hell's wrong with you? But like now it's like, if it's there, goddamn right. Give me the chew. Let's go. Stretch the hammies beforehand.
You look like an NFL player before a game.
That's right.
When they're on the field doing all the warm-ups.
Mm-hmm. And then when we're done, I go get my ice packs for my knees and shoulder. Take some ibuprofen.
That's why you can't have a young person in your house like, oh, what is that? That's ice for my. We had sex for a long time. That was 7.5 minutes.
Yeah.
Not a young man anymore. That was 7.5 minutes. I got one knee on the bed, one foot on the floor. I'm trying to get leverage here. My goodness, ma'am.
I'm giving you the best game I got. Stop being greedy.
Jesus. I'm trying to not look winded at the same time. Fuck, I got the fan on because I don't want to just drench you in sweat.
Can we turn the fan off? I'm kind of cold.
I had this great idea. I was gonna fuck you in front of this mirror. Now I see myself and I'm sucking in the gut the whole time.
Oh yeah.
Look here, lady.
Virtuoso, we could do that. Like, I just get like Jason comes over. He's like, Max, so how do you think it went today? Well, she had me in the first half. She did, but we made the in-game adjustment when she got on top, and I think it went pretty well from there. Okay, we're gonna go talk to the lady now. Now, how was Mac's performance? Well, you know what? He missed a lot of throws today. Missed a lot of throws. Really overshot the receivers. Could have done with a little more nipple play. But I understand, you know.
The nipple play shit is what killed me.
Virtuoso, on the second thought, I don't know if I wanted to oppose sex
because that is hilarious. Because in my mind, I picture someone just kind of like after the game, like kind of looking down at the microphone, like, yeah, could have done with a little more nipple play. Mac is good with his fingers, but the head that I received, you know, I was almost coming, and then he had to get it in. But once I got on top, you know, it was a win for all sides.
Yeah, you know,
both teams played hard.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to thank God for this performance.
You're thanking God for the orgasm. Like, thank God for this orgasm that she was able to achieve. God and the coaches. Thank you very much. Coach Blue Chew over there. Thank you. The other coach, Vibrator. Thank you very much for helping at the end when I wasn't there.
Now, Mac, you looked like you were struggling there for a little bit. Yeah, I was, but you know, I had to go into the toolbox and use everything I had. So you know, we got the vibrator. You know, I got the cock ring out. You know, it was touch and go there for a little bit, but you know, I think we played a full 9 minutes. Full 9 minutes. You can't ask for more than that.
There'd be two in the toolbox. Mac, we thought she had you when she filleted you from the start.
Oh yeah.
How did you not orgasm?
Well, you know, there's a great tool or trick my coach taught me. It was think about baseball. And being a Cleveland fan, I get really disappointed every fucking year. So, you know, it helped me going. But then she switched it up and got both hands involved. So I got a little like twist action, and she's playing with my balls, you know. So it was almost over. So I just had to think about the 80s Cleveland teams. And that
This is by far the word. This is so. I think it's funny. Oh, I'm scared to read the comments on this one.
Oh, dude, they're top notch right now.
Virtuoso said I failed to reach a cervix, but I was close. I'll reach on the next sex drive. Like having. As I'm uploading videos, I have two accounts. I have the account that I take footage from, which is the account I pay for YouTube. And then there's the TIR account, which is not paid for, surprisingly. And it has the worst video selections ever. And I never watch it. And so I'm waiting for this thing that is taking forever, right? And so I go, fuck it. Let me watch this video because it just kept popping up. And it was something about Black American culture. Boy, oh boy, was it bad. And it was a reaction video. So instead of reacting to the reaction video, I figured we could react to the actual video. Or would you like to react to the reaction video?
Is the reaction video like distracting from the original content?
No, she's pretty not good.
Let's do the original then.
But I look, the reaction video has almost 200,000 more views than the actual video.
Damn.
Well, here, let's
smoked.
Okay, I'm. You know what? Just because you said it and you're Tucson, Kushlik says actual video. No, too late. This girl that does a reaction video kind of looks to me like John McWhorter's daughter. Like, look at her and you'll be like, oh, you do look like you could be John McWhorter's daughter. I'm not saying she looks ugly. She just kind of looks like she'd be John McWhorter's daughter. But these are definitely kids that I wouldn't let play with my kid if I found out.
Yeah.
Like, if I found out my kid was like dating this young woman or hanging out with her, I'd be like, you hanging out with her again? Do you have to? I hate her father. Her father sucks. So, ready?
Yeah.
So here we go. This woman is. So to set you up, this woman is angry because she believes that Black culture is dying. It's dying because rap. Now, if you are my age or older, I'm 46. I'll be 47 this year. Then you've heard this argument. If you are your grandparents' age or older, you've heard this argument. If you've been Black at any point in time post-slavery, you've definitely heard this argument. So let's listen to the 2024 version of this respectability assimilation oh my God, it just got remixed. And this person has a massive YouTube channel. The name is Amala Ikapuki Bibi.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I hate her.
Oh, she sucks. Amala Ikapuki.
Black too, and as such, this being my ethnic culture as well, I have a right to have something to say about what I'm seeing going on.
She's right. Black American culture is dying, and ghetto Black people are somewhat responsible. Let's talk about it.
First of all, what is Black American culture? I need these two negresses to define that for me. They never define it, which is fucking awesome, right? This thing that's dying isn't being defined, and apparently broke niggas is killing it. Again, I thank you guys all for supporting the shit that we do here, but the reach is limited. I recently posted some shorts as a joke to just put stuff up. And it was a kind of half joking conversation I had on air about Van Halen years and the David Lee Roth years. Those shorts and the clip and the question as a YouTube post of what was your favorite Metallica album out of Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets have gotten more engagement than any show we've done in the last month. I don't understand why. Look, I'd much rather talk about music all day, but don't have the biggest reach. This person, Amaya Ikapa Pim Poopy. 1.93 million subscribers.
She's been on Dr. Phil.
Why?
Providing his commentary. She wasn't being examined. She was providing her commentary.
You want to hear? Can I tell you guys something like real and fucked up? So, I've been wanting to go on Tavis Smiley's show.
Really?
He's got a radio show, and Teray hits me up. He goes, "Dude, I'm going on Tavis Smiley's show. I'm gonna put a good word in for you." I was like, "Yeah, put in a good word for me." He goes, "You know what? I'm gonna mention your OJ piece because I think it's very timely. I'm gonna talk about it." Blah, 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 right? Teray gets fucking blindsided by Tavis Smiley asking some questions that he wasn't prepared for. He doesn't get a chance to mention me because he ends the interview or whatever. And then, we joke about it that I'm never going to get on Tavis Smiley, blah, blah, blah. And you know who did go on Tavis Smiley just recently in the podcast universe?
Ooh.
The general striker herself, Sabby Sabs.
Wow.
Right?
Wow.
Yeah. 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 So, dude, my soul was crushed. I was like, dude, I just want to have an intellectual conversation with you, Tavis. And I can't. Jay, got to get your griff game up, Jay. I can't. I don't know. All I know how to do is talk about things that I like and care about, and I think people should care about. And some things I don't care if people care about. Like, which era of Van Halen is better? Give a fuck if you guys like it or not. God damn it, it's my show and I'm going to talk about it. But this shit right here needs to be discussed.
Yeah, you better. Yeah, you better. Ooh, I can already see some of the hate comments coming in on this video, but we're going to talk about it nonetheless because that's what we do on this channel. And if for some reason these spicy...
Hold on. Let's see some of the hate comments coming in. First comment. I'm black and I was raised in the hood, but my parents did not let me go that route. They wanted me to get out of and be a good human. I thank them for that every day. That's a positive comment. As a black man from Zimbabwe, I can tell you that ghetto culture does not just embarrass African Americans, it disgraces us all. I'm tired of being thought of as a criminal when I travel abroad. That's a positive comment. I'm black and I agree 100%. I'm sick of being called whitewash because I come from excellence and I speak proper. I piss excellence and I speak proper English. I never wore a bonnet outside the house. And I worked to get where I am today. Now I am a stay-at-home mom raising kids with those same traditional values that were instilled in me. It looked like you worked to get that D.
Oh.
And then you got set. Ooh, that's mean. I know I'm just being a dick. When I hear people tell black people, you sound white, it just makes me face palm. It's like acting educated at all is a white person thing. It's incredibly weird to me. It says Turkey Man 631. Where are the negative comments, Amala Ikpoopy?
takes get us taken off the internet, you guys can support me on Patreon by becoming a patron. Shout out to everybody who has done so far. You know how this goes. Today we're going to be reacting to a video titled Black American Culture is Dying. Ghetto Blacks Are to Blame. I saw this pop up on my YouTube feed.
And what does dead culture look like? Like, seriously, what does that mean? Like, I can't do black shit anymore?
Zombies. If you do, you'll be a zombie.
Is that what it is?
Mm-hmm.
And what is the black shit that you can't do if the culture dies? It's been 78 years since I've had a chitterling. What the fuck can't you do?
Why does that have to be ghetto?
I just don't know what I can't do because niggas exist. I grew up around niggas. I got nigga ass parents. All day nigga parents. My mom talks real nice. That's a 24. If she's watching right now, she'd be real mad at me. Probably cuss me out, but oh well. I learned how to curse from her. I learned it by listening to you. My mom used to curse me out like it was part of her job. Just nigga parent. But then would get mad at me if I spoke the wrong way. My grandmother too. I got corrected all the time. You say because. Is that how it was at your house? Huh?
You say ask?
Yeah. Yes. I was corrected as a young person all the time to speak like I had some sense. That's what my grandmother would say. Talk like you got some sense. And then she would just go on a tirade. And I'm like, well, can I say the words you say? Because they sound fun.
You're having fun.
I want to call somebody a dusty draws, nigga. I want to say these. Why can't I call somebody trifling? I know I'm 6, but man, it makes me the king of the fucking sandbox.
Trifling.
Right? But I don't know what this, first of all, what is black culture? Like, what can't I do that apparently only black people do? Like, black culture's dying. The barbershops are closed. What is, like, what's going to, like, there's no more Popeyes? Tell me what Toussaint, I know you're not a black American, but you're a black American.
Yeah.
What can't you do if niggas kill your culture?
Will I have to pull my pants up?
I'm mad you sagging like TLC's first album. Walking around fucking Brooklyn in your ain't too proud to beg outfit. Here comes that black
over
girl.
my left eye.
I thought black culture died. Why is she wearing all those condoms on her suspenders? Just the framework and the urgency in which they're speaking, like there's a real like, hey guys, if we don't stop listening to Sukiyana, you know what's going to happen? Nothing, but still.
Nothing.
I love the fact that because there's like trash people, everybody else suffers.
We're suffering in Zimbabwe.
Apparently, I'm a black Zimbabwean. I don't believe you at all. I think you're lying. I think you're a white guy from fucking Yonkers.
Nice.
Andy says cross-colored jeans. I guess that's what you can't do anymore, Andy. I guess, you know, no more Tupac record. Like, what can't I do when we mourn for the death of an imagined culture? Because I don't know what all black people do. Listening to Pascal talk about his life makes no sense to me. I don't know that life. When Toussaint tells me her Crooklyn stories.
Crooklyn stories.
Doing double dutch in the fucking front of the house. And she had them braids, them Stevie Wonder braids with the little things on the top, just clanking everywhere. When she tells me those stories, I'm like, I didn't know chicks like you. Sorry. But let's watch this. It's only been 48 seconds and we've been shitting on him for like 5 minutes.
I said, click, I gotta hear this hot take. And now I've decided to bring it to you guys. So let's react.
Here is my little 2 cents that nobody asked for. I am sick of seeing Black Americans in the media, on social media, in the news, doing crime, walking around next to naked.
It's almost like she's not a real person.
Yeah.
They're doing crime. Yeah, there's black people that do crime.
Who's walking around next to naked?
I don't know. I think what happened is someone gave her footage of like some exploitation film from the 30s.
People walking around showing their ankles.
Black women walking around like harlots, listening to the blues. They're doing crime.
Wearing sleeveless shirts, wearing V-neck shirts.
What is next? Pantaloon wearing women?
Mm-hmm.
Andy said, Jason, you doing crime. I'm doing a fucking hate crime on these women. And you know what? Oh, I hate to sound like such a fucking misogynist. They are very attractive women. I think they're cute. I would be super stoked if both of these women were yelling at me.
Yelling at you.
Because you know what's funny? Neither one of them would ever do anything with me. This one wouldn't, and then this one would not.
Women, the men perpetuating gang violence, substance abuse. The absolute worst of our community is oversaturating the media, even though they make up a small percentage of.
At least when I heard this in the 80s, it was old Black women that looked like my grandma with a purse that smelled like mint gum.
Werther's Originals.
Yeah. Estee Lauder lotion.
Yeah.
When I'm watching people probably under 30 talking like old women over 60, I'm like, what the fuck are you going on about, man? They're doing crimes.
All of Black Americans.
And I didn't know that if Black people are breaking into something on TV, which is shown a lot, and we can't deny that now you feel bad. Like, how does that, like, does that happen to you when if there's like a news story in New York that niggas broke into an Apple store and then you go to work and everybody like hides their purse? Is that how that works?
I guess. And then I call it institutionalized.
It's this institutional racism. Hide your purse, Toussaint just walked in the office. She was our friend yesterday, but I saw Black people steal. She's Black, ergo.
The decay of our morality within Black communities has been slowly declining over the past 20 years, and no one is talking about it. No one is saying anything about it.
Where does that stat come from?
20?
Yeah, but where does it come from? 20 years ago was 2004.
That's insane. She must be like Gen Y or something. Right?
So 20 years ago, a lot of Black people were doing well due to financial deregulation. Cleveland Rocks. Why is she hating on Donna Karen? They're wearing DK. Hill figure. They're not lacing their sneakers. Hats indoors.
Hats indoors.
Like 2004, I would say, is not a stellar year of no crime and no niggardry. Little John still exists in 2004.
To the window, to the walls.
I guess the Chappelle Show for her is like peak Black culture. Is that what it is?
No.
I mean, New York Undercover had been off the air, so I don't know what she's looking for. Is she mad that like 20 years ago she could get away with wearing that J-Lo denim jumpsuit from the Jenny from the Block video?
Maybe.
And the Timbs with the heel?
Timbs with the heel.
I can no longer wear
Timbs with heels.
I tried to have these highlights. They're auburn. They have fallen out of favor with ghetto blacks that want bright, coolish colors like purple. They don't respect my LL Bean. They don't respect my J. Crew.
J. Crew.
How can we portend to have a society if we cannot walk around as preppy Black people in some sort of suburban neighborhood with cul-de-sacs and McMansions?
Literally wearing beige.
If the ghetto blacks come into our neighborhoods, hanging and jiving, deliver me from Malona's house. I shall scald them all like Penny with a hot iron. Plays a liar in front of the flaming ruins of Izod. Yes, Mark Owen, there is a war on Cosby Blacks. We don't ride your subways. Fuck is she talking about? This imagined crisis number one and world of 2004. There was a time where I was the only colored girl to work in the front of the Abercrombie and Fitch. For my hair is good. There's Indian in my family.
My pappy was the colonel.
The Buffalo Soldiers rode and pillaged and blessed me with a gene of good hair. And because of that gene, I was able to work in the front of the Abercrombie and Fitch, not like the other nigglets in the back complaining of racism. I was also a size 0. Thin buttocks. Nothing claps here but my hands when I hear a beautiful serenade. I'm so sorry. Are you still here, Tucson? Are you still here?
I'm still here.
Okay.
Or trying to address it. And if you do, you are often told that you're policing Black bodies. If you say Black women, stop getting on the internet and in the media, twerking, walking around with little clothes on. People tell you that you're policing bodies, policing Black bodies.
Let me add on to her list because I think she's going to go on. They are going to accuse you of being a white supremacist, of being whitewashed, of acting white, of being an Uncle Tom, a coon, trading in your race card, not.
Now, this is where I agree with these horrible comic book villains. Right? That's not coon behavior.
No.
There's nothing they're talking about. What they're doing is literally calling out coon behavior. And I think what the girl is trying to say, and she's saying it really horribly, is that I don't think she's trying to say this because I think she's too far gone. But there is a problem with this idea of coonish behavior being authentic Black culture.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe that's what she's trying to get at.
Maybe.
And what Amaya Alo Akbar is trying to say is that
Oh, wow.
when you bring these things to people's attention, the term coon has been changed to any Black person that does white stuff, quote unquote white stuff. Fuck a white chick, listen to crazy music, play with Magic the Gathering cards, just shit that's not stereotypical.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And this is what she's saying. So I agree with that. But I don't think you get that much pushback when you call out coonish behavior, because it's become so far parody right now that the new chick, I don't know her name, but the one that says she lets dudes nut all in her guts and she doesn't take a plan B because they don't work, so she pops a Percocet.
Mm-hmm.
Because that'll definitely kill a fetus.
Sorry.
As this is the problem with a Black person can't even filibuster without the sounds of the ghetto permeating from the windowsill of a project apartment.
Projects. I live in a respectable building where people don't wear bonnets.
If you saved your money and didn't buy you expensive sneakers, you could live in a brownstone like me. Also, if you had parents that paid for your brownstone, you could live in a brownstone like me.
Also.
But that is there. She's right to say, hey, this isn't what an Uncle Tom or a coon is, because there's nothing about these chicks that's pro-white. They are not pro-white. Do they have white boyfriends? Maybe. I don't know. At least an Asian one.
But this one, Amala,
Mm-hmm.
her mom is white.
Her mom is white and her dad is African, and she talks about this. And
she's a crusader.
Like she
a crusader of love for her mom.
She has a white look. I have beige children, and I'm glad my kids love their mom. I'm so glad. My colorblind children. My oldest son, when he was like 3, he told me he wasn't black, he was olive.
Oh boy.
And that nigga still thinks that now.
Oh no.
Yeah, Bruno Mars fucked him up. He still thinks he's Bruno Mars.
Oh wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Bruno Mars want to be black though.
Yeah. My son doesn't know no better.
Man.
Actually being black, there is a list for the actual accusations that you will get in the wake of giving a very valid criticism of what is happening within.
I don't think your criticism is valid. I think it's pretty
very
stupid.
valid, she
I don't
said.
think it's valid. Yeah, no. And I think your record player is stupid. I think your art on the wall is stupid. And
Birds going in different directions.
yeah, fucking stupid. Retarded birds. I do want to know what kind of guitar you have, because that cutaway is so cool to hit those high notes. So I'm assuming you don't play with a capo.
Black culture, and she makes an astounding point.
It's not astounding. We have to stop with the hyperbole.
When she says the black culture that we see on the internet, in media and entertainment is not indicative of all black people.
So the Cosby Show, American Fiction, Wakanda, what are you talking about here? I just saw Blade yesterday. You're going to tell me all niggas aren't vampires?
Since when?
Fuck you. We're all daywalkers, bitch. Fuck is wrong with this woman? What is she talk? What is the black culture that she sees on the internet all the time? Mark Lamont Hill? What the fuck is she talking about?
Michael Lamont Hill is black excellence.
Exactly. What niggas does she see on the internet all the time? Don Lemon? Is Don Lemon letting you the fuck down? Don Lemon with his homo sensuality gallivanting all over the television screen. Fuck is wrong with you? Yes, Stephen A. Smith. Nuriak says Stephen A. Smith. Is Shannon Sharp and his fitted sweatsuit the end of blackness as we know it? What television are you watching? Nigga Excellence won multiple Oscars. Have you seen American Fiction? When cities burned over a dead man, all I saw was black excellence via movies. What's the first thing Netflix showed me? You can watch Ali with Will Smith. That's pretty black, ain't it? We got let me see here. A bunch of Tyler Perry movies.
You like him, don't you?
You guys like it, right? Haha, the joke man. But really, what the fuck is she talking about? Both of these women are ridiculous. because they're acting as if their personal internet feed is what the world sees. Last I checked, the last time I had the Disney Channel, you know what I saw? A nigga Captain America. And he wasn't hanging and a jiving.
Nope.
Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck are you talking about? I just want to know, did she not see all those niggas lose their mind over all those black films about African broads? No? They just forgot about that and all they saw was Sukiyana's video? That's it for them.
Yeah.
Hidden Figures never happened.
Nope.
Jesus. The amount of black excellence that's crammed up my ass via the culture industry, it's a lot of stuff up there right now. And for them to act as if two marginal figures in pop culture are the end all be all of the existence of black people is insulting. At the very least, cite a statistic for your 20-year decline starting in 2004. What, was that the end of Diddy for you? Once Bad Boy no longer released music and started manufacturing those buffoonish clothes, baggy suits. Only clothes for a cad. I knew that the end was near.
Cannot stress that enough. It is a very small section of our population that for some reason is getting more airtime, and you could attribute
more airtime.
Black poor people. So by percentages, if you do a quick internet search, if you look by ethnic groups, 17% of the African American population is impoverished. I don't know how large of that number is an ALICE, right? Asset limited, income constrained, employed. We don't know. Probably also a large segment. If you look up on a national level how many people are impoverished, it's about 11%. Now we're going off of U.S. poverty statistics.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to use those for the case in point. Don't tell me about how they're wrong. Don't tell me about how they forget this, that, and the third. We're going to go off of U.S. poverty statistics. Okay. And those are the numbers. So more so than any other ethnic group, there is more poor African Americans. It's a fact. Now, 17% out of the whole lot, to their point, that is not the majority. She's right. And I don't think they represent the majority. Do you?
Nope.
Okay. So why do they give a fuck?
Couldn't tell you.
When we think about who's getting funding dollars, who the culture industry is throwing money in, it sure as fuck ain't shitty nigga movies. Shitty nigga movies are done.
That's true.
Can't do them anymore. They still make them because, as a consumer of shitty nigga movies, if I don't give a fuck where in America it's supposed to be. Detroit's Most Wanted, starring Randy Watkins and Latavion Gray. He was just trying to get out with one last deal. If that's your tagline, I'm watching that film. I'm putting everything on Do Not Disturb. I'm popping some popcorn. I'm just like, No, not Letarius. You've been double crossed.
Run.
But fuck are you talking about, dude? What are you on about? Because Sukiana and Sexy Red, I've said it before on this show, when all you have is outrage, when all you have is this insane spectacle, everything's when you eating all this ass, where can you go from eating all that ass? The last song that everybody shared in the hospital. She's got severe pink eye.
She needs her stomach pumped. She ate so much ass.
I've never seen this much Finkel matter in a person before. Ma'am, have you literally been eating shit? There's a saying about that. It might happen to you today. The Jamont cinematic universe. Did somebody write the Jamont cinematic universe? Taking off my hat for that one. Oh, the Jamont cinematic universe. That is the universe I'm tied to. And it's always the same movie. He was just trying to make it out of the hood. And then it goes to the dude. He's like, how am I going to make it out of the hood? But his boys had one more plan. Jamont, we going to rob the store. But will a love stop Jamont from making the worst decision of his life? Lavantaria, I gotta rob the store. It's the only way we's gonna get out of the hood. Stay tuned for Separate Ways, and it's ways with a Z because they're black. Coach looks at the TIR movie and Sound of Stizzle says, stop drilling, you struck oil. Are you an Alice? Are you or anyone in your friend or family group an Alice? If you're a Gen Xer like the majority of our panel tonight, the name Alice probably reminds you of the author of The Color Purple or early 80s television sitcom starring Linda Lavin. Ironically enough, the term Alice has a lot more to do with the central character of the fictional Mel's Diner waitress and her co-workers than you think. Alice is an acronym for asset limited, income constrained, and employed. People and families that live in poverty, yet because they maintain some level of full-time employment, they don't qualify for government assistance. To give you some statistics on this sadly rising trend, of the 920 million households in the U.S. in the year 2021, 13% earned below the federal poverty level. 29% were Alice in households that earned above the federal poverty level, but not enough to afford the basics in the communities where they live. I wanted to start off with you, Bert. A lot of your work has to do with the working poor as you come from a situation like the one we're discussing today. As we approach the 2024 presidential election, if there's one issue that has arisen in any sort of political discourse, it is the urban blight of drug-addicted homeless and attempting to tie that to rising property crime rates. Why do you feel this very large section of Americans don't get discussed?
So, and hopefully we're going to get a chance to get into the Alice term because, you know, for this is Revolution audience, I'm sure several folks are even familiar with the terms, but just when we're attempting to talk about, you know, economic hardship in the U.S., we have the official federal definition of poverty. We have the supplemental definition of poverty, which is also coming from the federal government. And then, you know, we can use this Alice definition. There's a lot of definitions in the works and they don't all overlap. But in terms of, you know, why are we not focused on how are we defining this large segment of the poor? For me, I think that's the way it's been orchestrated, you know, by Democrats and Republicans. So going to Republicans, which is just easy, they have decided to frame economic hardship primarily as a personal failure, that if you just put your nose to the grindstone, eventually you can work your way out of it. And they've really just kind of been straightforward about that. Poverty is mostly a problem of laziness or a problem of bad morals or a problem of parents, blah, 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 blah. Everybody listening to this already knows this. For Democrats, it's a little bit more complicated. And the argument I would make here is that there's a bit of sleight of hand where over the past decade, you know, there was a brief moment where we felt like we were talking about deaths of despair, the opioid crisis. There was this way of talking about white poverty. And that's relevant because of the 40 or so million Americans living under the federal definition of poverty, you know, some 27 million, some close to 30 million are going to be white. Brief moment where we were willing to talk about them among Democrats or just cookie cutter fucking liberals. That turned very quickly, especially with Trump. All of those folks became deplorables. They were pushed off to the side. Okay, well, that still leaves us with the black and brown poor folk. Very specific things happened with the whole racial discourse, and this is the sleight of hand part. We had so much writing saying that Black poverty, for example, was different from other types of poverty, and that it particularly had to do with race and not class. And we were able to push this idea that as long as you focused on race issues, you were killing two birds with one stone. So you were helping Black people, but you were also solving the only poverty you even cared about. And so all of us have been subject to whatever Democrat or liberal making the same speech where they say, you know, I care about people, you know, who are marginalized because of race, gender, sexual orientation. Then normally poverty comes at the end, and poverty's been stripped away of like any feature other than just pores out there. And so for a lot of Democrats and a lot of liberals, as long as you're focusing on a candidate or a policy that is, say, anti-racist, you're supposed to be just solving poverty. And of course, you don't have to care about that huge swath of white poverty because those folks are horrible. That would be my take why it just is easy to brush off, and we could go from there. But I love
Pascal.
Yeah, I think one of the problems that we have here is that I think Bertrand is absolutely correct in one sense, in both senses actually, in that how he frames the way conservatives deal with the issue of poverty, and that it's an issue of personal responsibility. But one of the things that I find problematic with the liberals is that they frame it in a way that is used to increase their multicultural bona fides, but obscure the actual problem of poverty. And I think that part of the problems that liberals are stuck in is that they are literally trying to appeal to a more upscale audience. In terms of, you look at the demographics of the Democratic Party, they're largely appealing more and more to college-educated sectors. They're losing the white working class. They're losing the working class overall. They're losing the working poor overall. And more, they're trying to appeal to college-educated voters. And I think one of the ways they're doing that is that they're actually trying to intentionally purge, not only in terms of rhetoric, but also in terms of policy, any concerns with issues dealing with poor folk, while using that doublespeak of, oh, you know, we care about the working class or the middle class, when in reality, their policies are still rooted in neoliberalism.
mean, there's a lot to talk about here. There's a lot that's driving this. Income inequality tends to actually slightly increase under Democrats, although the Democrats these days are advertising that the economy does better than them under their tutelage in recent studies, mostly because they're more willing to give out patronage, a direct patronage as opposed to indirect patronage through to tax cuts. We definitely see this with Obama. I would say that Democrats are also engaged in the same kind of neoliberal shenanigans, with the idea that we need to be very clear what neoliberalism is, which is public-private partnerships that do not benefit the majority of the population. So as opposed to Fordist public-private partnerships where the working class was at least at the table in negotiations through union arbitrage, after the 1970s, it's not true. But after 2007, there's a new element of it that we do have to look at, which is the way QE and other kinds of debt leveraging allowed for massive accumulations of wealth through both venture capital and direct government subsidy that really we hadn't seen that much before in the earlier half of the neoliberal period. We saw massive accumulations of wealth, but we weren't seeing them, the government help establish basically tech monopolies and other things that are almost quasi-governmental forms. The other thing we've seen is that household income has largely been stagnant since 1978 in terms of what the purchasing power of that is. I can give you some stats to get you what I'm talking about. The average income for a household in 1980 was $21,000. Today, that is worth about $84,000. If you look at the average household income, I should be very clear here. The median household income of families, it's when adjusted for inflation, it's pretty much the same or slightly lower than the purchasing power at 1980s level. But you know what's not the same? Education cost, healthcare, those things we've all been talking about for 20 years about how they've outpaced general inflation, and they're not actually even factored into the inflation rate. Homeownership since 2015 has been in a similar dynamic. Today, the current interest rates actually favor people who can buy homes direct in cash for investment. So any hope that people thought that raising the interest rate would lower home prices by decreasing demand has been missing out on the fact that there's large investment companies with large chunks of cash who can just buy these properties outright and do. So that also distorts this. Since the 80s, the government's been very good at bracketing out whatever it doesn't want to look at in terms of how it factors inflation. So whatever the inflation numbers are, you should probably add 2% to them. So generally from the period of the mid 90s all the way to about 3 years ago, inflation was about 3% nominal and probably about 5 to 6% real. Today we're at about 4% nominal and about 8 to 9% real, but we've gone almost as high as 10% in the last 3 years. And that's interesting to me. When you look also at federal poverty line adjustments, the poverty line in 1982, when we started talking about this, was $4,680 per person. All right. Now, today, it is $15,000 roughly. I want you to do some math on that and realize that that's not actually all that close to the inflation levels. Also, there's no place in the country now where you could even rent a room with that kind of money.
What? Did you want to add something, Bert?
Yeah, no. I mean, everything Vaughn was saying was cool. Can keep going, but I did think that was a good point to talk about these definitions that are in contention here, because going back to 1963, when government statistician named Molly Orshansky comes up with the official poverty measure, which is the one that we're still adjusting based on the consumer price index for poor folks, or that's how we're defining, like, that's your big poverty number that gets reported to the government. She faced this push, this general pushback that most Americans are familiar with, which is nobody really wants to agree on how much money is enough money. No one, for example, ever wants to say when they've made it and they are officially rich. Everyone resists saying they have enough to be rich. There's not a lot of agreement there. And so there's actually a quote from her where she says, if we can't agree more or less on how much is enough, we should at least be able to agree on how much is too little. And with that as the guiding star, she makes food and basically a minimally nutritious diet. And I can't emphasize minimally enough here, like down to the fact that you can look up the year that she was doing this. U.S. Department of Agriculture is like counting how many eggs a pregnant woman needs to sustain herself along with other foods. So there's a whole matrix here. They're calculating literally how much you need just to stay the fuck alive, at a barely nutritioned level. And that grocery bill gets multiplied by 3. And if you earn less than that, you're in poverty. Our poverty definition is extremely, extremely severe, but from the statistician's point of view, it does create kind of this useful variable in that starvation is going to be about the same in Illinois, in Indiana. You can compare it to rural India. Starvation does not become more luxurious depending on where you go. But it creates this really severe definition that's far below what most people think would be enough to have a decent life. So then they add to this, they come up with the supplemental poverty measure. And looking at that, they're like, all right, well, let's look at the actual cost of food, clothing, shelter, and we're going to add in utilities, and we're going to base it on certain regions and adjust it that way. And we're also going to include, SNAP and any cash that you're getting from the government. Ends up being only 1% different from like the poverty measure. It's different, but unless the government really, increases how much aid it's giving folks, which it did during the pandemic, and really proved that you could give enough aid to dramatically reduce poverty, or for children, basically eliminate it. Outside of that, one-off, they're neck and neck. When we get to Alice, the reason things increase a lot is because Alice has a different mindset, which is, well, what if we made the bar, like, we're trying to estimate what do you need to have a quality of life that actually allows you to integrate into the workforce. And so they're including everything that the other measures include, but they're also including, transportation, they're including childcare, they're including health insurance. They're also planning for you to have 10% savings on your budget. So you have enough money in your savings to survive 3 months with no income coming in. And they're also adjusting this by county. So it's a much higher standard, but politically speaking, if you were to wonder like, oh, why don't the Alices rise up? These folks have very, very different lives. Almost none of the things that we think of as afflicting poor people, say like crime rates in their neighborhood or rate of incarceration, what the folks living at that starvation level experience in terms of those rates is going to be very different. The one thing you sent all of us, or sent me at least, Jason, was looking at Alice's in New Jersey. Mm-hmm. For them, the cutoff was $74,000 a year. So if you're making $74,000 a year, you can be financially restricted. You can have all these things that Alice talks about, but it's a very different life and a very different culture that comes out of that compared to a family that's living on less than 20,000. And it's not immediately what you would think of as like a political unit that can come together and kind of join forces. It could happen, but there's some difficulties, I think.
Yes, I did.
Can you give us an overview of the events for you that kind of define this racial reckoning? And we can start it at 2012 if you like, for the Trayvon Martin.
I think the first thing that really starts it off is Trayvon Martin and the response to Trayvon Martin by Trayvon Martin and the Black Shattering class, and how that's kind of taken to be this clarion moment of, you know, death by police that is taken on to start, like, you know, Dream Defenders, Black Lives Matter. Then we have Mike Brown. This is another thing that goes in Ferguson. We have all these varieties of incidents of death by cop that cause, and really what's really happening is that a commonality that happens so frequently that it's almost unrecognizable in most lives of Black people is becoming publicized because of social media. Because people have cameras and they're showing this, it's becoming more and more public. But people are not actually talking about data and realizing that, you know, white people get shot by cops as much as Black people per capita in this country in terms of the overall gregarious numbers, and if not more in some cases. And what happens is that this data becomes racially reduced to just like there's an assault on Black people, and it's easy to present it this way, but the emotionality of these homicides breed a whole kind of political air that, like, you know, there's an assault, and this is happening during the Obama administration, and his feckless inability to handle it kind of caused riots in the streets, all kinds of things that you wouldn't have not have thought you would have seen during the first Black president. So what you start to see is that the Black chattering class, the Black liberal chattering class, is responding to this as with a kind of like liberal assumption that we need to have some kind of movement, quote unquote, as if how that is, what that movement should look like is not really addressed. But all of it is under the rubric of racial reductionism without addressing the actual class disparities of political economy that have gotten Black people into this position.
Tir?
All that stuff Pascal said. I mean, when you first put the question to me, Jason, I thought instantly, of course, of George Zimmerman's acquittal, the murder of Trayvon Martin, George Zimmerman's acquittal, hashtag Black Lives Matter, Ta-Nehisi Coates' The Case for Reparations. Of course, the murder of George Floyd. But actually, I mean, for me, a more interesting spin on this question is why the sudden interest in racial justice among Democrats, liberals, and corporations. And if you rephrase the question or reframe it that way, as important as those things that Pascal said are, I think when you get down to it, the reason that the Dems and liberals who had co-signed, you know, the other side of race reductionism, right? Underclass ideology and other sort of racial metaphors for, or I should say racialist accounts for inequality and crime and the like. I would say that the reason that liberals, Dems, and corporations got into racial justice comes down to a few things on top of what Pascal said. Bernie Sanders' challenge to Hillary Clinton, Hillary Clinton's loss to Donald Trump, the Trump presidency, crucially, the pandemic having coincided with the popularity of Medicare for all, and Biden's South Carolina primary win were all, I think, pivotal to explaining why, liberals, Dems, corporations got into racial justice. I mean, just think about Biden's South Carolina primary win. Healthcare was one of the major concerns of voters in South Carolina. I think something like 41%, according to exit polls, of voters in South Carolina said healthcare was their, one of the major issues, their main issue, I think. And Biden oddly won the vote there on that issue. I think 50% of the people who voted for Biden indicated that healthcare was one of their issues. Likewise, and Sanders, I think, only got 22%. Income inequality, 21% of South Carolina voters said income inequality was what it motivated them. Biden got 45% of the vote, Sanders just 23%. Interestingly enough, those respondents who were asked if the U.S. economy needed a major change, a minor change, 36% said that it needed a minor change. 47% of them went for Biden. Only 15% went with Sanders. And then those who said that the economy needed a complete overhaul, which is about 53% of respondents, 49% went for Biden and only 22% went to Sanders. And what's the relevance of this? That the Dems understood that these signature Sanders issues were very popular, and one of the ways to take us out of that frame was to insist among corporations, Dems, liberals, that the real issues, the real defining issues of the moment were the racial reckoning, not the economic issues. I don't see them as mutually exclusive. I don't see how anyone could see them as mutually exclusive who is serious about improving the lives of Black Americans. But certainly the framing that we got insisted that these were mutually exclusive issues, right? So I think, again, in addition to all those important points that Pascal made, if what has extended the life or what has made racial justice or the Great Awakening, whatever you want to call it, the racial reckoning moment, such a big deal, is not that Black and brown people have insisted on the need for redress, because we've long insisted on the need for redress, right? I mean, what made it such a big deal is that the Democrats, the liberals, and corporations have co-signed it, and they co-signed it to take it in a direction intended to take us away from improving the material lives of disproportionately Black and brown people. Oh, and other Americans too.
Good, Cedric. Did you want to add something?
Yeah, so I come at this from a different angle because in 2012, 2013, I was a college student when Trayvon Martin was killed, and I went to grad school in part to try to, in some ways, train to become sort of an anti-racist trainer or diversity trainer, because of just being upset that it seemed like at the time that a lot of folks who I knew from the town that I grew up in weren't motivated like I was to talk about or deal with the issue of racism. And I wanted to figure out how could I sort of be that diversity trainer, that anti-racist trainer, to be on the right side of history. And in grad school, it was pretty jarring because as I was trying to, study and build on the work from scholars like who study structural racism, like Eduardo Bonilla Silva and others, and like some of the critical whiteness studies folks, I was also studying at the same time the conflict between administrators who claim to be anti-racist and student activists who were pissed off and saying that the administrators don't care about racism. And I remember meeting a ton with Zini Magubani, who you all have had on the show before. She's one of my good friends. I remember going to her office time and time again saying that like the structural racism frame, the anti-racist frame is not helping me to understand why is it that administrators and other professionals and managers are voicing support for diversity, equity, inclusion, anti-racism. And on the other hand, when it comes to talking about practical issues that students and employees face at colleges, how come they weren't saying anything about those? And she and I were debating for hours on end, time and time again, because I was saying the issue is not the frame, the frame I was using. The issue was that perhaps I was just misinterpreting what was going on. Perhaps I was crazy. And over time, through debate and through more investigation, over time, she's the one that started to put me on to, all right, you need to read Barbara Field's work on racecraft. You need to look at the work from Toure and from Adolph Reed and Cedric Johnson. And the more and more that I started to read and pick up on and understand the work that they were doing on race reductionism and racecraft, the more it became clear that the issue wasn't the data. The issue was my prior frame into thinking that basically using structural racism or anti-racist frame to make sense of everything, that it became real that was incompatible with the reality on the ground. And it was through those conversations and through that debate that it became clear to me, and that I got a better understanding of the fact that, unfortunately, for decades, the language of diversity, equity, inclusion, and even more recently, anti-racism, is often used during these crisis moments by employers, increasingly by corporate managers and administrators and professionals, in part as a bludgeon to silence and to delegitimize folks who are talking about practical material needs on the ground. And it keeps being used in that way, in part because it works, and in part because it works for the folks who have a megaphone. And so the racial reckoning, if you will, for me was kind of like a huge shock in my own political awakening, to really gain a better sense and to really appreciate the fact that unfortunately, as Cedric Johnson wrote in one piece, that unfortunately blackwashing is a legit phenomenon and is used often mostly because it works.
And the new left becomes largely secular, but carries with it this kind of imprint, because the U.S. is, in very kind of profound, it's fundamental ways, a Protestant culture, in terms of like the individualism, that whole notion of the calling. We don't call it that, but it's like, self-worth, and you see it surfacing again and again. So the new left gets, all wrapped up in that stuff. And I've written about that elsewhere in Non-Site, a piece about Marcuse's third wife, Sherover Marcuse, and the first privilege walk. And so, there's a lot of, by the 70s, there's a lot of explicitly sort of psychological, healing-oriented subcultural activity going on that bills itself as revolutionary work. And and so it goes on and on, further defeats of the class left, more and more of that stuff kicking in. And then along the way, another thing that happens is the weakness of this. I end the essay, which is a review essay of a number of books, but I end that first essay in Catalyst with a discussion of this whole question of like the weaknesses of the Civil Rights bill, right? Civil Rights Act, right? Because like quotas, for some reason, I've never really understood this, but it's like, quotas were like supposed there cannot be quotas around hiring in the U.S. Why, I don't know, but it's just that's always the way it's been, right? So a lot of enforcement was left up to the private sector. Individuals could sue in civil courts if they felt they had been discriminated against and make a case against employers. There's also, bureaucracies within the federal government that are tasked with policing this and can also bring legal cases and can also address this. But a lot of the enforcement was left to individuals in the private sector. And you can imagine that always has to be a backstop as part of such a law. But it also does reflect a certain kind of weakness, that there isn't a more robust role for the state, which is like, actually, we are going to have, I'm not saying there should be quotas, but there should at least be a discussion about that. Maybe there should be, say, no, look, there needs to be an X amount of, employees at this certain level in this firm have to be women, have to be people of color, like whatever. I don't know. We have a national discussion about that's all totally illegal, even though informally quotas do exist, at least in academia. Everybody knows that. So the weakness, the lack of a more robust federal enforcement mechanism supporting the Civil Rights Act of 1965 leads to this mushrooming of tort claims that by the 80s and 90s are really biting corporate America in the ass. And, basically, 95 or more % of Fortune 500 firms at some point pay out massive penalties for having discriminated. 100 million, 200 million, 200 and change, that kind of stuff. So to defend oneself as a firm against these kinds of penalties, it becomes expedient to engage the services of woke hustlers like Robin DiAngelo, who can come in and, supplement your human resources department in terms of teaching people not to be racist and sexist and bigoted and this and that. And hopefully that works. Hopefully your employees aren't a bunch of bigots and don't, do horrible things to each other and then engender real problems that you have to really pay because you're actually guilty and you have to pay these huge fees, right? Fines rather. Hopefully it has that effect. But if it doesn't have that effect, at least you also have a defense. You can say, look, these are the actions of this one jerk, not us. The culture of this firm is inclusive, and we are not sexist. We are not racist. We do not discriminate against people's religion or national origin, right? And we have the receipts to prove it. We have expanded our human resources department by 200%. We've called in the best DEI trainers. We've done all this stuff. 75, 80% of our managers have been trained once or twice in this stuff. We take this seriously. This is not our firm, right? So that's a very important material incentive for this industry of pushing these ideas, these woke ideas that everyone is a racist, racism is everywhere, that there's this endlessly receding horizon of oppressions.
Hey, we're halfway through the greatest clips of the year 2024. And one of my favorite shows we did, which you guys are still quoting, and it's from the Champagne Room, was when I discovered this linguist that was talking about how Black people talk, because we have our own language. But if you'd like to hear a more, I'm going to say nuanced, or more thought out, less angry opinion that I have on it, where I actually quote a linguist, you can read the Crisis Papers wherever you are watching or listening to the show. There's links in the description to it. If you're a patron, you get it for free. I even made a magazine format edition of the issue. I believe it's the second issue, where I talk about what I don't like about AAVE. And before you even comment on the clip, you should definitely read the Crisis Papers, since, again, that's more thought out. I wrote it down. So that's the first one, and then we go from 10 to number 1. What do you think the number 1 clip was for the year? I want to guess. What do you think it is? What was it? Nope. You think? Well, there's some. Barn is in here. Clara Matei is in here. I think more people watch the clip than the show, which makes me sad because I thought that was a great show we had with her. Can't wait to get her back on. We actually go through the Cat Williams Club Shay Shay video and break down a lot of the truths and a lot of the bullshit, because there was tons of bullshit in that interview. A clip that I didn't think was going to be that popular, also from the Champagne Room, was us talking about music. I don't want to say critic. He's a music producer. He does critique some things. He has an interesting, we can talk about it in the Champagne Room tonight, because we'll be going to the Champagne Room. Well, all right. If you are a patron, if you are a paid subscriber on YouTube, there will be a link already set up for you. I'll see you guys a little later in the Champagne Room. Have a very happy new year. Be safe. See you guys on the other side. And I am out. What do you think the number one's clip gonna be? And his video is called "Your Grammar is Basic Compared to Black English."
That's the one.
Oh, this is gonna piss me off.
Can you? Just the close-up shot right there is like, oh man, dude, you already pissed us off. Here, I'll give you the intro and we'll skip around a little bit.
Black English, the language variety indigenous to the United States, developed by Black people who were the descendants of formerly enslaved Africans. That's more complex and more sophisticated than the academic English that we all learned in the classroom. Stick with me on this one. I recently gave a keynote speech at the American Association of Electronic Reporters and Transcribers, where I talked about accents and non-standard dialects and all the challenges that those pose for transcription, and especially for human transcriptionists who want to be better than AI. And I made that claim. And it seemed to surprise people. And I get it. I get it. You're probably still on, wait, is he talking about Ebonics? And sort of. I'll explain that too. But whatever you call it, a lot of people have the stereotype that it's lazy, that it's bad English, and that it flouts or completely disregards the entire concept of grammar. And that's wrong. That could not be further from the truth, which is a whole lot weirder than you probably know. So stick around and I'll explain why exactly I say Black English, African American language, Ebonics, is more grammatically complex than you might think, and more sophisticated than it's given credit for. I'm Dr. Taylor Jones, and I'm finna blow your mind.
Did you see that? He said finna.
That's a joke. What?
What's funny is he said finna, and I'll add this. Teray Reed, I showed this to Teray Reed. I said, Teray, watch this and tell me if I'm wrong for being very angry. And Teray pointed out finna, and he goes, you know, he grew up in the South, but also in the Northeast. And Pascal also grew up in the East Coast. You guys don't really say finna.
No.
At all. This asshole is in New York, apparently. It's ridiculous. But anyway, that very arrogant, I thought that was so arrogant, was, you know, again, kind of one of those shout outs to this amount of hubris.
I'm Dr. Taylor Jones, and this is Language Jones. Probably know as Ebonics, and what linguists call African American English or African American language, or sometimes Black English, the Black ones anyway, is way more grammatically complex and subtle and nuanced and, yes, sophisticated than people think. But that's not the reputation it has. So first, why the reputation? And then I'll tell you all about the more complex grammar, which is really cool. Before I continue, I just want to add that I'm working on a book right now about how Black English has shaped all of American English, but its impact is in many ways invisible or even actively erased. If you're interested in that book, and you should be, please leave me a comment saying so, maybe even ask me what you wish you knew about it. That way, publishers and agents can see how much interest there actually is, and I'm more likely to get it to market. First things first, teeny tiny history lesson. America has a complicated history with race. That's an understatement. Anybody watching this probably knows that what is now the US had hundreds of years of chattel slavery in which Africans and later their descendants were enslaved in the American South. And yes, other groups were enslaved and have been throughout history, but in the US, the Irish ran away and then claimed they weren't Irish and nobody could tell. And the indigenous people ran away and then got really good at staying away because they already knew the terrain better. They were here first. Slavers very quickly settled on bringing Africans who, if they even survived the trip, were in a foreign land, stood out wherever they went, and were thrown in with people who didn't speak the same languages. And that's kind of an important part here. You have lots of people who are native speakers of Bantu languages, but who are forced to communicate using either the plantation Creole or some form of English. Now's not the time to go into all the detail about the linguistic arguments about the genesis of African American English, and in fact, we can never really know because we have insufficient and wildly unreliable records. It's a hugely contentious issue in linguistics. And that unreliability of records is kind of the point. The US has a mainstream culture that stereotypes black people as lazy and unintelligent, and it comes in large part out of our history of slavery and Jim Crow. Unintelligent is a justification for...
Did you see what Nuri Yank wrote?
What?
Hey, fucktard, keep my people's name out of your fucking mouth. Because he's Irish.
Forcing people to do manual labor they don't want to do, and is one way of looking at their resisting literal slavery. You go pick tobacco in Maryland in June and get back to me about how enthusiastic you are about doing that all day, every day. Until after the Civil War, black Americans were denied even basic education, albeit with some exceptions, and it wasn't until the middle of the 20th century that they were guaranteed equal and not separate access to education, at least on paper. But also, we tend to overstate the importance of formal education and academic norms around the right way to speak. Any language you could name, including the fancy educated ones like Latin, were developed by illiterate people. Literally, since language change is driven by kids. So, over the last 400 years, black Americans have developed a distinct language variety. Not all black Americans, obviously, and in fact, more than one variety. Gullah and Black English are not the same. Ebonics actually historically referred to all the different language varieties that came out of the New World contact between West African languages and European colonial languages. So technically, Brazilian Portuguese, Haitian Creole, and Gullah are all Ebonics too. But the point is that it is its own distinct language variety. Maybe a dialect of English, maybe a decreolized Creole. As I've said in other videos, it has rules. This means that it's not just breaking the rules of classroom English. It's a language variety with highly regular, highly systematic rules. The rules are just different from classroom English. And that's where we get to my claim that it's more complicated and sophisticated. I'm not saying the dudes on the corner outside in Harlem where I live hanging out and smoking are necessarily more sophisticated by our cultural standards than the Ivy League professors teaching down the street at Columbia in their tweed or whatever. But I am absolutely saying that their language use is grammatically more sophisticated than the English being taught to those Ivy League legacy students in their first year writing classes. So hear me out. A lot of you like my channel for language learning and linguistics content about other languages. Many know that I'm big on...
This is what I find so interesting, because when you hear people talk, especially educators, talk about what students can't do, one of those things is communicate. And this person is saying, oh no, students can communicate better than anyone else, especially these black ones. They have this very advanced way. They're like bats. These Negroes, they have this niggerized sonar that they use to communicate that's so next level. Us white people can't hear it. You need to have nigger ears. And if you're partially niggerized, your half nigger ears can't hear this real nigger talk that they have, because it's sonar what they're using to communicate. Hence why I say finna. And I live in New York where no one is saying that.
Nigger ears.
Like bats.
He's blaming us for COVID.
Watch this guy be like a patron to the show and fucking send me this, 8-page dissertation on why I'm an asshole.
I'm thinking about how languages treat tense, aspect, and mood. If you haven't watched my videos about these, all you really need to know is that we abuse the word tense in English to refer to all three. To grossly oversimplify, tense actually refers to whether some shape of the verb indicates when something happens. Aspect indicates whether it's thought of as ongoing or completed, and mood refers to something that indicates in some way how the speaker feels about what they're talking about. Some languages have only tense or only aspect. So for instance, Mandarin Chinese has aspect but not tense. Biblical Hebrew had aspect and not tense. Modern Hebrew has tense and aspect is a bit iffy. In English, we have modal verbs like you should do this or you must do that, but other languages can modify basically anything. So you have things like the subjunctive that indicates doubt about the proposition. It also does other stuff that's more structural because languages are messy. So the point here is when I say Black English is more complicated and sophisticated, what I mean is that the grammatical of tense, aspect in Black English makes more and more nuanced distinctions. Where it gets confusing is that it does so with basically the same words, just differently. Dr. Arthur Spears calls these camouflage constructions. So let me give some examples. The most famous in linguistics is what is sometimes called habitual B. I actually don't really like the name and prefer the less used invariant B because it has more functions than marking habituality, but that is a main one. So if I say it be that way, that doesn't mean the same thing as it.
Who the fuck says that?
It be that way.
It be that. It be
No,
like
really,
that.
who says that?
It be like that. It be
When
like
you're
that.
in your Harlem neighborhood, sir, what 1974 white guy wrote the black guy's lines says that? Like, I want to know.
Maybe it bees that way.
It bees like that? I mean, really, who talks like that for real?
The same person. The same people finna understand what's going to be done.
Like this is also one of those things where it's like, dude, you understand that what you're doing is regurgitating white people's understanding of black language from the 70s as some sort of language gospel. And these words change over time because you're literally talking about slang. Slang is not static. Oh.
Is that way. When you add the word sometimes, both end up meaning the same thing, but it be that way on its own has built in that it is that way sometimes and not necessarily right now. These can lead to miscommunications where people who don't speak Black English think that they understand what's being said, but they're missing some of the nuance.
I'm not gonna lie. If some black person just came up to me randomly, like, "Hey, it be that way," I'd be like, "What is what? I don't know what way it be." Like if I'm like putting gas in my car at a truck stop in Bakersfield, and some random black guy's like, "Hey man, gas, it be that way," I'd be like, I would nod my head like I do when Mexicans talk really fast at me. About
Biden's America. Yes, it be that way.
Rock'em sock'em. Like all I could do is respond back like Pootie Tay, Sadate. Like I don't know what. There's black people watching right now. Dr. Claw, DC Joe Black has black in his name. We're gonna assume it's a black person named Joe. It could just be a white guy named Joe. I don't know, but for all intents and purposes, Joe today, you're my chocolatey brother. If someone walked up to you randomly and said, "Pascal Robert, it be like that," what would you say, Pascal?
Be the chocolate.
So Pascal, they said to Pascal, so and Ladybug Mecca just fucking appears. She just rises from the ashes.
We beat to rap. What he beat to rap. It's like that. It's cool like that. Like that.
And instead of recognizing that, they usually think that the Black English speaker is just using bad grammar. So if I say, "I'm going to call him at work," and my friend says, "Nah, he don't be at work," I might understand.
Why isn't he at work?
For real, I'm concerned now.
I'm gonna call Johnny at work. Nah, he don't be at work. Where does Johnny be? I'm trying to. Why ain't the nigga at work? Did he lose his job?
He don't be at work because he's hanging out with Cardi B.
He's hanging. He's doing. Hey, Pascal. He don't be at work. Why? That's why we can't get ahead as people. If he had his ass at work,
for real,
then maybe he can fucking make sure his dumbass kid does his homework.
He don't be at work.
That's
wild.
He don't be at work. Why are you hanging out with Johnny the Snitch?
He got too many kids to not be at work.
Basically. And he's so sure. Like, look at me. Just effortlessly nigger speak. I think I'm getting erect every time I do it. You don't be at work.
And the social communicative function of that speech act and choose not to call him. But I might miss the nuance. He isn't usually at work, so it's probably not a good bet. But
why isn't he usually at work?
This is my question.
Does this nigga just have a part-time job? You know what most people say, and I've been around some niggas that you need subtitles.
Yes.
I've been around cats like usually white people, but I've been around people like that, and usually this is what they say: "Oh no, he don't work on Tuesdays."
There you go.
That's what most people say. Niggas don't speak in riddles. What kind of
just trying to cross the bridge, man. Just trying to cross. I don't need these riddles.
Kushlick says, "This is the weirdest plat member you've ever had on." He says, "I'm willing to bet his thesis advisor is black." Oh, chocolate. As Pascal says, crispy.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, just say he doesn't work on Tuesday. That's what all niggas. Oh, he don't be at work. You can say he don't be at work on Tuesdays. That's a normal thing people say.
Yeah.
But you know what most people say? Oh, he don't work Tuesdays.
That's true.
Thank you. I understood it and everything. Fuck is wrong with you, sir? These are some really horrible ways to understand your colored neighbors. This is why niggas rob you in your Harlem ass neighborhood. Rob, this old racist ass white man trying to it be like that at me one more time and kick him in his white nuts.
my friend is not asserting that they know he isn't at work right now. In fact, it could be the case that he don't usually be at work, but in an unforeseen turn of events, he's there right now. Did you notice?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Now he's just trying to piss me off.
Right? Like, if the nigga's not there, he's not there. Who talks like this?
He's there right now. What the hell, man?
Fuck is wrong with you? Hey, is Tucson around? Nah, she don't be at work. I thought she came into the office Monday through Friday. Nah, she be at work. Sadate. Like, what the fuck is this nigga talking about?
Dude.
This is why we can't get along as a people.
Yeah.
This is why we can't have racial harmony. And I blame the niggas that teach white people this shit. I blame all the white people like, I'm an ally. I don't really need you as an ally. Can you find me an ally? But seriously, this guy sucks.
I want to hear him say more things.
Okay. Because right now his conversation about this work shit is really pissing me the fuck off.
It's wild.
Because who the fuck, you know what? If this is what you think black people talk like, there's a reason why you're trying to be the interpreter, because you're either you're retarded or you are talking to a severe. If you're at the bottom of the school in the basement, like, I don't understand your conversation, or someone is just fucking with you. Do you remember that episode of The Office when they were trying to teach Michael slang and they were just making up words?
He's gonna write your next book about anti-racism.
Oh my God, he's not done.
Notice, by the way, that you can optionally delete the present indicative form of to be, just like in Hebrew, Russian, Arabic, Mandarin, and a ton of other languages. Habitual be isn't just about the habits, but can also be about generic states. Dr. Lisa Green calls the trickier abstract form bicycle sentences, after an example from a famous interview where the speaker said something along the lines of, some of them be big and some of them be small. This doesn't mean that each bicycle is usually big but sometimes small, like the magic school bus. And invariant B is just the tip of the iceberg. There's stressed been, which indicates remote perfect. You know how saying, I have been in English means it started in the past and it's relevant to the present, especially in like British English. Remote been usually indicates completion in the distant past and relevance to the present. So if I say, I've been told you that, it doesn't mean I've been telling you that. It means I told you that a long time ago.
It actually means I've been telling you that. It literally means that.
I've been
If I
telling
say
you
that, that means I've been telling you that. You're a fucking liar, and I want to fight you now, sir. That's literally what that means.
I've been told you that though.
You have hundreds of thousands of views and followers, and you are lying to these people by showing pictures of niggas that I would probably fight to.
Oh my God.
If I say I've been told you that, I probably have been telling you that.
Yeah, that's funny.
Pascal, am I lying?
Cool like that.
That by the way, that's Pascal's version of woo-saw.
He missed the nuance there.
This dude is a fucking monkey fucker.
Ago, dummy. Linguists did an informal study of white school teachers in Harlem in the 1970s and asked teachers, if your student says they did their homework, is it completed or are they still working on it? And the majority of the teachers got it wrong. Using the dialect kids.
That is where that example is problematic, because there should be a follow-up. If you're asking teachers why they get things like that wrong, that understanding, that comes from somewhere. Good teachers ask people that get the wrong answer how you got there.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And I learned this lesson in touring internationally a long time ago about communication. Sometimes people say the phrase wrong, the grammar's wrong, but I understand what they're saying. And I don't correct them because I understand what they're trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in the process of trying to learn a language. I say things wrong sometimes, but people, decent people, understand what I'm trying to say, or they'll help me through it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
If you are a teacher and you're dealing with kids, let's say, that aren't turning in their homework assignments. Where's your homework, Toussaint? I've been done that. Okay, well, where the fuck is it?
It be at work sometimes.
It don't be at work. If teachers are interacting with students and the students are saying they did something, but it's not done, they don't have the finished assignment, I probably don't understand what the fuck you're trying to get me to understand either. Because now you're saying, if the teacher says, where's your homework? I've been done that. Why the fuck would someone say that unless they didn't do it?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense as a response.
This is why all of this shit is academic wankery.
I love every example that he gives because it's wrong. And I can't wait for the next one.
It's all wankery. I hated the fact those motherfuckers said, oh, in Oakland, when they started using Ebonics, because remember, this is also used at a very primary level of schooling. When they started using it, the kids did better and da-da-da-da-da. Well, were they communicating differently finally? Because that's the big problem here. It's not that I need a translator. It's that there's something being lost in the communication. If I can get around in a country where I don't speak the language and I have a very elementary understanding of it, I kind of understand communication. I think these teachers, for the most part, right, probably understand. Maybe some of them don't. Maybe some of them are racist pieces of shit.
Right.
I'm sure that happens. I feel very confident that happens sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But I also understand that if you're dealing with these people on a daily basis, that exchange doesn't make sense to me. Where's your homework? I've been done that. Well, then fucking give it to me. I didn't ask you what you did. I didn't fucking ask you what you ate. I asked for the fucking homework. Either you have it or you don't.
Exactly.
This is a stupid ass back and forth. The teachers got it wrong every time. Could it be because maybe they dealt with shitty kids? That's a reality. But no, Dr. Jerkoff is going to tell you why fucking I've been done that is the proper response to where's your homework.
Speak at home to teach them literacy and then using the ability to read and write to teach them academic English was actually the proposal that kicked off the Oakland Ebonics controversy. Black English also has many more modal verbs than classroom English, although many of you might be familiar with them from social media or from them slowly being adopted into the mainstream. There's the future modal finna, originally from the very southern fixing oneself to do something. In the South, everybody uses it. In the North, it was historically only speakers of Black English, though that's changing. There's trina, which
again, Black people in the North kind of hate Black people from the South, and there's words they don't use.
You'll say finna in the North if you're from the South.
Okay.
You will not say it if you're from the North.
If you're from the North, yeah.
My neighbors were from the South, but their kids who were born in the North wouldn't say it unless they were making fun of their parents.
You and Pascal don't talk like me at all.
Really?
Finna and trina are words that neither one of you I've heard you guys use.
I say trina.
My screen froze.
That's what you get.
does not mean trying to. I'm going to say that again. Trina does not mean trying to.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
It literally does. Sir, are you just making this shit up as you go?
He's telling you, Jason. It does not
Trying
mean
to means flight.
Because we're bad.
What you trying to do means, are you going to catch a flight to Chicago on Delta?
It's a future modal that indicates intent, not attempt. That's how you can get a question like, when are you trying to leave? The same is the case for bouta. And there's further reduction of gun.
So if I say, when are you trying to leave? That's different than when are you trying to leave?
That's a little weird.
This is he's fucking stupid, man. And you know, if he was here, he'd give you this long, 5-minute. Well, no, what I meant is this is the past present indicative. Like, look, dude, you can take your indicatives and shove them so far up your fucking butthole that it comes out of your eye. Because if you ever look at me again and say this goofy shit, we're gonna fucking curb stomp the shit out of you, okay? Is that what you want today, sir? Because we're gonna hand that out. We're gonna hand out so much street justice. We're finna. We about to beat the shit out of you.
Oh my god.
To go and own and up. And all of these have different gradations of meaning when it comes to time. And not only does Black English have more grammatical distinctions in terms of time.
Now this is why niggas is always late, right?
Yeah.
Here it is.
Could you imagine?
This is why niggas is late. There you go.
Is he trying to leave? What time you trying to leave?
But by the way, do you know originally part of diversity studies was the acceptance of tardy Black people?
Interesting.
And aspect, but you can combine them. So you could have been gone there and you Ben could have gone there, have different implications. Leave me a comment, by the way, if you think you can explain the difference. So what you was a very
I don't even know the context of what you're saying that, dude. You could have been gone there. That usually means that, you did something, you'd taken too long.
Right.
Right? You could have been done that. Fuck was you doing all day?
Sticking around.
Was you trying to figure out what this white man is saying?
I was about to figure it out.
I was about to figure it out, and then you showed up. And I was finna do a bunch of stuff, but
we beat to rap like he beat to lock.
But sometimes it bees like that, man.
very robust grammatical system, but one that's built in part by using slightly different versions of the same words to do very different things. This has a few repercussions. First, because the words all sound like words other English speakers use, a lot of people completely fail to recognize they're being used to do something different. You'll almost certainly see this in the comments on this video. People who don't speak Black English will assume they know what is meant and not realize that they're shoehorning a different grammatical construction into one they already feel familiar with. Second, that process combined with stereotypes just kind of erase that Black English exists. If you think I just talk lazy or have bad grammar, then you won't be attuned to the difference in meaning.
And what is the difference between this and some white person from Appalachia?
No different.
Right? No, really. White person from Southern Ohio.
Southern Ohio.
A white person from Northern Florida. Any motherfucker from Texas.
Florida's just different.
Like, seriously. Like, what is the difference? Why is this inherently Black? He'll try to give you some histrionics about why.
Histrionics.
Meaning when I say he don't be over there. You might think a sentence like, he ain't working there today, but he be working there. Is
what the fuck are you talking about? Who is this fucking magical nymph?
Yo, he be astral traveling. Yo.
Who is this astral projecting ass nigga? Latarius, just stay still. We're trying to find you at work.
So wild. Oh my gosh.
Did Pascal log off? Is he still there? He logged off?
He's having problems with his thing. His
Isaac said, yeah, I see why Jason's mad. I just finally came over to see if people were still watching the show. Like, seriously, this is the dumbest shit I've ever seen. It makes me angry.
Wait, rewind it a little bit because that was
awesome. Look at it. Look at this smug fuck.
Is that they're shoehorning a different grammatical construction into one they already feel familiar with. Second, that process combined with stereotypes just kind of erase that Black English exists. If you think I just talk lazy or have bad grammar, then you won't be attuned to the difference in meaning when I say he don't be over there. You might think a sentence like, he ain't working there today, but he be working there is contradictory gibberish.
What does that mean? Who the fuck talks like that? Show me this person, and I guarantee he's got a little pull tab behind him, and a white guy is pulling some just weird fucking made up nigger shit.
That is so.
Or Norman Lear is doing some Cyrano de Bergerac shit with this Black person that you found.
His hat on.
Like, seriously.
Oh my God, that was awesome.
Why?
Where is he?
He said he's in Harlem.
No, the dude who don't be at work.
Oh, the dude who don't be at work. That nigga is magic. He's like an X-Men.
He's Morph.
He's fucking Morph, the guy they made just for the cartoon. Like, seriously. Who the fuck is this Negro? I'm starting to think you're looking for a fucking unicorn, or you're an idiot and someone's fucking with you. Have you guys seen Ladarius? Oh no, he don't be at work.
Ladarius.
So Ladarius isn't at work. Oh no, he be at work, but he just don't be at work. So is he working? Oh, Ladarius always working. That nigga work, nigga. He be working. It be like that.
In his next video, he's gonna decode the handshakes. How do those Black guys do it? I found out.
A high five to the low five means that you're gay. 2 hits on the back means you're down for anything. A knuckle at the means At the end means you're down for whatever.
Damn.
I want you guys to know, sometimes there's jokes that I get ready for this show. There's rants that Toussaint and I prepare.
Mm-hmm.
This is not one of those days.
Nope.
I didn't know I was going to. Green means pay up, daddy. Can we do a video? How mad would you be if I did a video about handshakes and I just made up a bunch of gang shit? Like, hey, this means fucking it's on. Where I'm from, when you do this, it means you're ready for war. War.
Oh my god.
Like seriously. You can just say anything.
This is so funny.
You can say anything. Again, he's saying these are the rules. These are the rules. JC said, ass to ass. Again, people, this right here is a gang sign. Apparently in this guy's gang, this means it's fucking war. People that are listening to this on audio, you have to watch the video to see what I did. Ben Burgess needs to play handshake interpreter. Toussaint, can you imagine if me and you just started making up handshakes and then Ben Burgess and his Ben Burgess voice was just giving the interpretation of what they meant? That would be funny to us. I think people would get offended.
That's hilarious. Roping Ben into our shenanigans.
Nuri Yang says PP war. Hey, this is serious, Nuri. This is that nigga. I'm all about that life, nigga. Ah! Dangle, 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 ah. It'd be like that. Ah.
It'd be like that.
Kushler said that's 100% a PP. If someone did that to me, I guess I hand sign a different time. PP is like this, Kushler. You gotta hit him with this. If you this man. Means this. See, this is a whole different one. This means you're down to fuck right here.
That's crazy. Everybody's gonna stop what they're doing if you do that.
Of all the things I wouldn't mind if people yelled at me on the street, it would be this, like, "Hey Jay, nah." Okay.
You might not recognize that Oscar Gamble's famous quote, "They don't think it be that way, but it do," is both grammatically correct for that dialect and perfectly clear. They don't think it's usually that way, but it is usually that way. And lastly, because the first 2 points, people might get it wrong and not realize it. I mentioned this in my video on the word woke.
You've been getting it wrong the whole fucking time.
And not realizing
it. You're still looking for Ladarius at work. That nigga he never worked there. He gave you a wrong number, Tyler.
Yep.
He told me I could find him here. He don't really be here. Meaning he's not here right now. No, we don't know him. Oh, that means that you do know him. Opposites. I know black talk. See? Ha 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 ha.
Just interrupting the flow in the break room.
This guy, dude.
And I've also mentioned this in interviews, but it's totally possible to get Black English wrong, and plenty of people do.
Like you.
Sometimes it's Russian bots attempting to stoke racial tensions in the US on Twitter.
Now it's Russian bots? I think it's just you. I think it's you on or on fucking YouTube and Facebook and Instagram and fucking Twitch.
He's the Russian bot.
You're the Russian bot, dude. You kind of fucking suck. Sometimes Russian bots just say things wrong. Eyes don't. Who the fuck, man? Why do Russians give a shit to stoke racial hatred in the feed? Like, seriously.
Because they need to get votes for Trump from black men.
Like, it's been hard working in the fields today. Eyes know sometimes it bees that way. The only man for me and my families is Donald the Trump.
Let me take off my do-rag to catch the dew.
When I'm trying to feed my family by robbing liquor stores and knocking up white women just for fun, ha 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 ha.
LMAO.
I say all you Negroes like me, a black person, a nigger, should go to the poll booth with the white folks and vote for Donald the Trump. I am not a Russian bot. Das vidanya. Immigration is also one of these issues that can get seen through the prism of partisan politics. From the recent Sublation article, while Trump was delivering his racist hot takes on immigrants from Central and South America and pumping up the cruelty of U.S. border policy, Obama was already known to many immigration advocates as the deporter-in-chief. He was masterful at political theater, rhetorically saying he was a friend to asylum-seeking migrants and signaling to the right that his administration would still be tough on the immigration issue. These bipartisan games are best illustrated by his Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals, or DACA program. DACA allowed people who were brought to the United States as minors a temporary stay that could be renewed every 2 years, barring certain age and criminal restrictions. It did not, however, include a pathway to citizenship. DACA recipients can't receive federal benefits, Social Security, or college financial aid. Some states would allow DACA recipients to have a driver's license, but there would be a designation on the ID to prevent them from voting. At the same time as he instituted this extraordinarily limited program, Obama was earning that deporter-in-chief moniker with a vengeance. He deported 2.5 million people. Like the idea that police were defunded around the country in 2020, the notion that Democrats gave us open borders was a fantastical form of historical revisionism. That didn't stop it from playing well for national television audiences on the right. So I have my good friend Derek Varn, MT, to discuss the discussion, this illusion of political discourse. And I know for a fact that you actually work. Do you still work with immigrant families, Derek?
Yeah,
in Utah. So you know about this all too well, especially in the state of Utah.
Yeah. I mean, the state of Utah has been wild lately. Since this election year, having a lot of symbolic on school censorship. Satanic Panic 2.0 or 3.0, depending on how you want to go about it.
Yeah.
I mean, the big thing here is this showdown. In some ways, it's exactly what you would predict if you were playing a Red Queen game and one side is playing by self-imposed rules and the other side doesn't give a shit. But in some ways, I think that lets people off the hook a little bit too much. But let's talk about this right now. I mean, there's a whole showdown with like 20 states declaring that they support Texas, defying the conservative Supreme Court. You know, enemy of conservatives, the Trump Supreme Court, on cutting down some razor wire around a particular section of the border that is actually that the border control wants to be able to quickly access to also suppress immigrants. Let's be quite honest. You know, we live in this should actually probably trip the law Texas versus White, or the Supreme Court ruling Texas versus White, which makes that kind of sedition an act of war. Not that I would want that sort of thing, but it is actually what it could trip. It's the leftover of the Civil War, for those of you who don't know, and also involve Texas. Hence in the name. But these stunts are just stunts, and they're not new stunts. If you go back into the 90s and the 70s, you'll see similar kinds of stunts. It's just they're getting bigger and bigger in their spectacular nature. And also, a lot of them are before social media cycles, so people don't recognize that they're not particularly new moves. You know, the mass shootings have been increasing since the late 1990s, right?
Yes.
But did you know when the high point of mass shootings was, except for the very recent last 5 years?
When before this last? Oh, I don't know when.
The 1980s.
Oh no! Oh, the work-related shootings.
Oh,
work-related shootings and school shootings. There was a ton of school shootings in the 1980s. You didn't hear about it.
Mondays. That was in the 80s.
Yep, and we didn't hear that much. And a lot of the reforms that people think were post-Columbine, like clear book bags, metal detectors at the door, that sort of thing, they start in the early 90s. The framing is different. Instead of being framed as random mass shooting, they're framed as gang violence in the schools. And some of it was gang violence. I mean, you know, so the framing wasn't totally pulled out anyone's ass, but some of it we don't actually completely know why it happened.
Yeah.
Given that most of that was only reported on in local media, it didn't actually induce the kind of panics we see now. So I bring that up always to say that, like, we've had this debate around gun control for a while. I remember reading something about John Fogerty. I know this is going to sound strange, but he was talking about the number of guns per person in America and why he gave up his guns, even though he was a moderate-ish, conservative-ish person, in 1969.
Damn.
All right. So these discourse patterns, while they have all gotten worse and more extreme, with the exception of crime, I think we do have to be honest and say, like, while crime is up from its aught teens levels and aughts levels, it's still down from like most of the 20th century after the 1950s. And we don't know it like before that. No one has any idea what the crime rate would have been in the 19th century. We weren't recording that.
Frontier justice, right?
Right. Which is not to say things are getting worse. I think they are. It's just that what we're seeing is like a spiral where everything repeats and moves. You know,
I do feel that way, especially with the way the shooting was portrayed, because again, as I said in the opening, you know, you hear over and over these monologues, and you can tell what side someone sits on the monologue, right? If they're talking about it's these mentally ill people, we need to have checks for the mentally ill, then it's like there's guns kill people, we need gun reform, blah 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 blah. And you know where they sit on the thing. But when it came out that it was like kids beefing, everybody, no one knew how to act almost, and it just got quiet. And now we're not talking about gun control. We're not talking about mentally ill people with firearms, because it wasn't the mass shooting that they wanted it to be. It was something a lot more common.
right?
And then it almost felt like, well, this, you know what? The commoners came to the parade too. We have to expect.
Well, I mean, this is an interesting thing. Like, I was just at a debate the other week, Jason.
Oh,
like a high school debate. I judge high school debate on the weekends.
What was it about?
This weekend it was about what was it about? Gun violence.
No way.
Yeah, and what else was it about? Whether or not the United States should have some form of wealth distribution, but was unclear about what that meant.
Okay.
So people were arguing. It was actually quite funny, as a side note. People were arguing both Marxist and conservative points against UBI, and not realizing that the points they were making were contradicting each other, but they were both against UBI. It's actually quite funny. That tells you something about the way, like, the top 10% of kids are going right now. Is like they instrumentalize everything because they've been taught to. But they don't even understand what they're instrumentalizing. To be fair, they're in high school. You wouldn't expect them to, but to get back to the gun debate, a kid brought up, well, there's like 500 mass shootings a year, and I was like, what are we defining mass shootings as? Because you're referring to random shooting events that are unmotivated, but then you're going back to the 3 or more people shot at one time definition. Yep. Those are two very different things. Like, there's not 500 random school shootings in the United States. And the thing about the shooting after the Super Bowl that's interesting is, you're right, it's much more common. There's a lawsuit right now where I believe a Latin family or maybe a Polynesian family is suing the school, a school in Utah that someone I know works at, for ignoring inter-brown racial violence between Latin and Polynesian students, and that leading to a shooting and where 2 kids were killed and 1 kid was injured, not on campus, but right off.
This isn't your school.
It is not my school. No.
Damn.
Promise.
So they're suing because the school, let me get this right. I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly. They're suing the district or the school?
Well, they're suing the school, but that's effectively suing the district, which is effectively suing the municipality.
And because there were fights between brown kids and Polynesian kids, and the school,
between brown and brown,
and the school didn't know how to do anything about it, or they just didn't do anything about it.
Well, the parents are claiming they didn't do anything about it. I actually I'm not sure that I believe that. But also, I would say a lot of these schools often do not have narratives for how to deal with racial tensions between non-white groups.
So so it's one of those things where, because this is happening in Los Angeles too. Bill Cody off air talks about this. There's a lot of beef between black kids and brown kids in the school district in LA, which, you know, it's LA. If it's black and white, or Mexican and white, Polynesian and white, then you know how to handle it, right? You get your DEI experts in there, and everybody watches this.
Well, not anymore, but until about a month ago, you got your DEI experts in there.
So when it's between 2 groups of minorities, they shrug their shoulders and go, boys will be boys. Like, what do they do?
I kind of doubt it, but I will say they're probably hesitant to address it as a racial issue. They probably are going to try to address it as an interpersonal issue. right? And this isn't new. Like this was a thing in the 80s too. Like, and I think the family's claim is that it was right racism leading them not to take either brown group seriously, which might even be fair. I mean, to be
Are they
honest,
the family of the kid that was slain?
they're the family of the kid that survived.
Okay.
Actually, that's
Can he
suing. I can't
walk?
remember.
It's one of those things where it's like poor kid got hit in the spine. I mean,
he's in rough shape.
I mean, getting shot at school is I don't care where you go to school. I don't care if you go to East Side High from no one expects to get shot at school.
So the narrative is that that the kid felt unsafe because of racial tensions between the two groups, and then he brought a gun in, and then it escalated, and someone else had a gun. From what I understand, all right. This happened 2 years ago. The lawsuit's happening now. There were a lot more of these kinds of events in the 90s, to be honest with you. Like, I remember some of them when I was growing up. And I didn't, like, my school, for example, didn't have gunshots, but we had gang-on-gang violence that involved kids sneaking into the school with glass bottles and stabbing kids.
Yikes.
Like,
I mean, violence is going to happen. Violence is going to happen, right?
Right. I mean, it's also still, that still probably only happened like once when I was in high school. I don't know what, on one hand, in this scenario, I don't want to downplay it because any violence is too much. On the other hand, you're dealing with boys in a situation where these lethal things are readily available. Guns, sure, but also other lethal things, frankly. We have less fights than we used to have. I will say that. Like, I've broken up. Well, I can't legally break up fights anymore because we've moved in the opposite direction on that. In Utah, there's weird rules around that. You have to be certified to break up fights, but all you have to have is a concealed carry permit to bring a gun on campus. So I can carry a gun on campus, but I can't break up a fight. That's true, by the way.
Do you just break up the fight like Ice Cube in Boys in the Hood and you just show you we got a problem here?
Yeah, just pull out a gun. No, I don't carry on campus because it's stupid, but I could theoretically. I totally could. Like,
oh God, MT, you grew up in New York. I know you went to school with the cast from Juice. Now,
wow.
But serious, straight out of Brooklyn, what was it like for you when you were going to school back in the day?
Well, my high school was a specialized high school. We didn't have metal detectors, although the school across the street did. But I am from an area full of high schools. And around 3 o'clock, 3 o'clock, for a couple of hours, it's just all teenagers in the street. So we all kind of knew people from different schools, and a lot of the schools in Queens had metal detectors and lots of violence to be had.
Did you guys ever try to talk them into having a dance off instead?
No, we didn't. We didn't teach them to have a dance off. There were people in my school who had guns and knives and stuff.
Were they props for theater class?
No, they were not. But it's the good school where you don't expect the kids to have the guns, so no one ever checked.
I feel like show me any high school and there's going to be kids with like hard drugs and guns.
Yeah.
Guns. Yeah. I mean, the thing, when I was first started teaching in Georgia almost 20 years ago now, God, I'm old. We still had those zero tolerance rules. So we would send kids like who forgot to take their gun rack out of their car. They would get sent to prison.
Really?
Yeah. Even white kids. Yes.
I thought that was, well, I don't know how common hunting season is in Utah. I know how common it is in the South.
I was talking about,
you're talking about the South. Yeah. In the
Also,
South, it's super common.
yeah.
Like it's hunting season. Kids just go to school with their.
Yeah. But I taught 5 years after I started teaching, like 5-6 years after Columbine.
It's a different time.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Columbine was a game changer for a lot of stuff.
Yeah, because it was white kids doing it, quite frankly.
It wasn't like you said. It wasn't looked at as gang violence. I think that's part of like what I wanted to get at with this show, like the way we talk about all this stuff. Like to hear all these people go on and on and on. I'm like, well, no one's talking about the fact that there's just a shit ton of guns. You've built an industry around the need for a firearm, and a minority of Americans own firearms. We own a lot. I mean, those people own a fuck ton of them.
Yeah, I was about to say it's you either own none or you own like 5.
Yeah, I believe the average
Like,
is 7. That's the average.
Yeah, I mean, back when I still carried weaponry, I had 3. So
right.
You only have 2 hands, Derek. Why would you have 3 guns?
I had a bolt action rifle and 2
He had
sidearms.
one in his boot in case he needed to get the drop on somebody.
No, I mean
A little pearl handle.
maybe
in
A
the
little
boot.
pearl handle in the boot. It's okay.
You laugh. My grandfather, when he died, left me a pearl handled Dillinger, which is basically only good for assassinating people. It's not even a good defense for
We know how those debates end on your campus. Well, Timmy, your argument just didn't cut the mustard.
I de-armed myself when I was 28 years old because I sat with the stats and decided that the most likely person I was going to hurt with a gun was myself or someone I cared about, so I got rid of them. But I have a kind of paradoxical view on weaponry. I think most people should know how to use them and probably shouldn't own them. Like
a bike.
You know,
I know how to ride a bike. I don't own one.
Right. I mean, I don't. I think people should probably learn how to use a weapon and go to gun ranges and stuff, but they probably shouldn't own the weapon. It's a liability most of the time.
I mean, as we saw in Kansas City, and how many deaths are from accident from guns?
I mean, the most likely person to kill yourself with a gun is you. First from suicide, then from accident, then the next likely person you are to get killed is your partner by you with a gun, and then after that it's by a cop mistaking you with a gun, and then it's other gun violence. Like, so it's in that order. I mean, cop is 4, but at least last time I checked, it may go up and down. I don't know.
There's kids in there too, somewhere in there.
Kids shoot kids. Again, I think that kids are still factored in. The biggest thing that kids end up doing is they accidentally shoot themselves or they commit or they harm themselves deliberately.
Also, not understanding that this shit is permanent. You know, like you're still developing your brain, and to have a weapon that is a game ender for everybody, that's hard for a lot of people to wrap their head around, especially when you're impulsive. We're all impulsive young people at one point in our life. And we think,
Lil Wayne shot himself.
yeah. He was what, 13?
I think he was older.
I'm going to tell the story.
So I am going to intervene on this one because I can't go into details because of FERPA, but I lost my first student under my care in the last month for something similar.
Wow.
I'm sorry to hear about that, Derek.
And I can say this because it's vague, and I'm being very careful how I word this to protect families' privacy, right? And most of you don't know where I work anyway, but we've had more attempts in the last 3 years that have led to hospitalizations. Not successful, all right? The successful one, unfortunately, I've had to deal with one indirect and one direct. Indirect is I had to deal with I taught a witness of a successful. But we've had more hospitalization for attempts than I remember for my first 10 years of education. Now, I'm going to say that with a couple caveats. Utah has a higher suicidal ideation rate than most other states for whatever reason. Could be altitude, could be Mormons. Combination thereof. All the Mountain West has a really high suicide rate amongst both adults and teens, actually. But it's still nationwide. I've looked at the statistics. It's gotten really bad. And what's interesting about that for me is that I'm not seeing a whole lot being done about it. Not really. And in fact, everything we try to do about it now is being sucked into a culture war.
Give me an example.
What do you think social and emotional learning was about? That wasn't about like trying to turn the frogs gay, as Rick DeSantis might be implying. It was about trying to lower the teen suicide rate. That's its aim. Now, it also has other values plugged into that, and I'm going to also say I'm not sure it works. I'm going to be quite honest about that. They always say the research shows that this stuff works, and I'm like, why? Then it's the suicide rate continuing to go up. But as soon as we tried to do, like, as soon as that became a big push, it was tied into quote LGBTQI issues, because there's a strong overlap there, and then immediately was made into a culture war issue by like Moms for Liberty and Utah Parents United and stuff like that. So a bunch of rules now have been passed that we can't use that language in anything we do. Just like you mentioned DEI experts, well, we ban that.
Your school district?
There's no state DEI. No, the state of Utah. The state of Utah banned all DEI initiatives. I mean, all that means that they're just going to rename it, frankly. But still, those offices and whatnot, if they're paid for by the government, they're going away.
What do you think it is, Toussaint? Do you think we're lonelier, more atomized?
I think that's definitely part of it. I think that the loneliness is not being adequately addressed. People are kind of making it seem like other things. Just because you're lonely doesn't mean that you're necessarily longing for a romantic sexual partner.
True.
Which is where a lot of the discussion gets funneled into. You could be looking just for friends, somebody to go bowling with, and that's not addressed. Fit and fresh and fit. They're not addressing that. That sort of thing is just really not in abundance, and it's not really being talked about.
Well, if you talk about it enough, an app will be created so someone can have a bowling partner.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say, what happens is there was this big to-do for about a month, because that's how the media cycle goes these days, right? About the National Happiness Survey or something that I saw about 2 years ago, where everyone's like, everybody's got like a third of the friends they used to report at having 10, 15 years ago. Like amongst all generational cohorts, amongst most classes, not all, the rich still have more friends. Imagine that. But what I have said is it seems like if you're poor, you get a cheap electronic substitute. Like, I don't know, a Chat GPT friend or a Chat GPT girlfriend to spy on you, learn all your kinks, and blackmail you later.
Yeah.
Or you get this stuff becomes class goods that you need access for, and it shows up even the way we talk about stuff. Like, this is a dating thing, and I apologize, I don't want to derail. You constantly hear this stuff about how partners, particularly male partners, but in general, need to better themselves and like get therapy. And I'm like, therapy's a class good. You either have to have really good insurance or $150 to $200 to $800.
That's fact.
But in your book, you give a history of austerity as being kind of a bulwark against socialist movements in post-World War I Britain and Italy. Can you tell us a little bit about the history of how economists use austerity to crush successful socialist movements?
Yeah, so I consider myself a historical political economist, meaning that really I think that the categories and concepts we can refine to understand the present circumstances can be found in certain historical moments in which certain conditions were less normalized than today. So this is a typical example of how, you know, we kind of take for capitalism for granted as the starting point of anything we do. We don't even really mention it, and it's kind of, you know, the rules of the game that are just so naturalized. And what I actually show historically is that just 100 years ago, more or less, the system was under a very serious existential crisis. The Great War, so the First World War, ended in 1918, bringing with it a complete subversion of the pillars of capitalism itself. The two pillars of capitalism are wage relations and private property of the means of production and private command over investment. These two pillars were radically challenged after the First World War, but the majority of citizens, and this was happening not just, you know, in revolutionary Eastern Europe, but in the hub of Western capitalism. And I look at specifically Britain and Italy, but similar situation was happening also in the United States. And what you see is that really the war had shown how political economic decisions were and how exploitation was perpetuated through political decisions by the state. And in this way, as I show in my book, The Capital Order, that, you know, came out now 2 years ago, but it's getting translated a lot. Here it is. Basically, in The Capital Order, the first part of the book is all about reconstructing all these plurality of alternatives that had emerged after the First World War, concrete ones, right? So workers' councils, huge mobilization to put social resources above the priority of profits, guild socialism, cooperative movements, a variety of projects that were really really taking over society in a serious way, right? Antonio Gramsci was at the time leading the movement in Italy of the workers' councils. They had occupied all of the factories in Italy for over a month, and workers were just self-managing production and distribution of resources. And the state authorities had very little capacity to actually, you know, stop this from happening. In this revolutionary moment, of course, the elite is very strong in organizing to push back. And what I show is that austerity, as we know it today, and we'll define it in a second, austerity is very, very powerful now, as it was then, to really tie the hands of the majority of people who demanded serious alternatives. So what you saw is that experts met with government officials at these first international financial conferences in Brussels in 1920 and Genoa in 1922. They came up with a very, very hardcore austerity code that was summarized in the motto, consume less, produce more, of course, for the workers, not for the capitalists. And it delivered very well in fundamentally killing the bargaining power of the workers, in increasing unemployment, in creating a sense of loss of economic support for alternatives, and thus basically the quashing of all these experiments. So the point being that if we understand the historical role of austerity in preserving capital as a social relation, right? And this is very important. What does Marx tell us? What is the most important intuition of the critique of political economy of Marx? Is to say capital, as we see it expressed in money and GDP growth and wealth, is just the expression of something much more fundamental, which is the social relation by which the majority of us have no alternative but to go work for a wage, right? And especially often a low wage. So this fact that the majority is under this subordinated condition during the majority of the hours we are alive is the source of this value that then enriches the very few, right? So this social relation that is often questioned And there's nothing natural or fixed about it. Actually, it's very oppressive and very harmful for the majority. This relation needs to be protected. And the best way to do it is through austerity, because austerity increases market dependence by making it such that we need more money in our pockets if we want to survive, if we want to pay rent, if we want to buy food, if we want to get cured, if we want to send our kids to school. And thus it helps the purpose of maintaining the class relations that are functional to the type of economy we know as the only one possible, which is not the only one possible, but it is actively maintained by the state through austerity.
Interesting. How does the Heritage Foundation's Project 2025 factor into Trump's vision for a second term? Hasn't he publicly denounced it? What would a successful dismantling of the state look like under Trump, and how would this harm the working class? You write, quote, Trump's, or one of you write, quote, Trump's agenda will likely overlap with efforts to radically reduce the scope of government services targeting social safety nets like Medicare and Social Security.
So one thing that's useful to start with is just to distinguish the deep state versus the state versus another term that you see quite often from people like J.D. Vance and Steve Bannon, the administrative state.
Okay.
So the deep state as a concept actually comes from Turkey. We miss Eugene. And it describes the security services and the career officials that staff the places where intelligence is gathered, decisions on the use of force are made, and programs of law enforcement, military violence, judicial repression are executed. And this is one of the few areas where you actually don't have a lot of privatization and contracting. You do have some, but it's generally the same people year in and year out. They aren't really suited for a lot of private sector jobs, and they know where all the bodies are buried. And that deep knowledge of the sinews of the secret flow of power within the state are extremely valuable. So those guys stick around, and those guys can do a lot without any authorization. Often their activities are officially shielded by classified status or other types of government secrecy regulations. They can usually tap into financial resources with little or no questions asked. They're very difficult to audit, and a lot of people are frightened of them or owe them favors. So that's the deep state. More broad than that is the category of the administrative state. The deep state is what Trump originally accused of undermining his power. And when you see things like the letter of dozens of former intelligence agency, analysts and leaders signed declaring Trump as unfit to govern, well, these people kind of are out for him. He's not wrong. And it's funny seeing them treated as bureaucrats like the administrator of NASA on TV, because these are mostly men, but they're figures that ordered assassinations, that have secret files on everyone, that know all of the government secret programs and things that they shouldn't be doing back to front. So there's a lot of power concentrated in these hands, a lot of unaccountable power. And they have relationships with the agencies that are supposed to oversee them, which can sometimes be a little incestuous and sometimes be a little collusive, right? When was the last time that you had a serious investigation of the intelligence agencies? After the Church Commission. And it's basically to the extent that you have any type of oversight, it generally is a whitewash and the substantiation of the impunity of these groups. The administrative state, which becomes the actual target of figures like Bannon and the Heritage Foundation, is not just the security guys, but like the FDA, the USDA, the Department of Education. Any of these public agencies that are supposed to govern and structure segments of the economy or parts of American public life. And the reason is simple. While the relationship that conservative groups have with the deep state is actually very ambiguous, a lot of them are friends, a lot of them are MAGA people at this point. There's if you think about someone like Dick Cheney, a consummate creature of the deep state, right? He's a Republican leader who has very, very deep connections and sympathies with the apparatus. That's true of the deep state, but the administrative state, well, every Republican hates the Department of Energy. Every Republican hates the Department of Education. Every Republican hates the regulatory powers of the Department of Transportation or an organization like the EPA. And by trying to link these two, because these agencies also have career bureaucrats, they also have civil servants with pensions and decent benefits that are hard to fire and that sometimes don't do what they're told, or sometimes inform their leaders that what they're asking for is unconstitutional or goes against existing policy or rules. These agencies, even though they're pretty harmless, and even in terms of the Trump administration, generally speaking, those public officials are the weakest and have the least ability to do pushback. But that's where everyone on the right agrees that you can cut them down to nothing and it would benefit the Republican coalition. So the what Heritage has done in Project 2025 is taken this the lessons learned from the first Trump administration and a very keen awareness of the limitations of Donald Trump as a political leader. They know that he's not going to do the reading himself. They know that he's not going to come up with a plan himself. They know that he's not going to do organization building himself. And they took that on to produce a roadmap that would allow Trump to do all of the crazy stuff that he's promising to do this time, unlike the previous time. People have focused most narrowly on the programmatic component, where Heritage lays out its policy proposals. But that's actually just one element of the overall project and probably the least important. Some of those policies are crazy, typical Republican conservative overreach. They're flirting with the idea of banning not just same-sex marriage, but divorce. They argue for and against, but largely for a nationwide abortion ban, things like that. But there's also, let's abolish public sector unions. Let's do more private education through voucherization. We got to drill for more fossil fuels, et cetera, standard Republican stuff. That gets a lot of attention, but it's the least significant element, in my opinion. There's an additional component, which is a comprehensive description of the laws and rules governing the operation of state agencies. Who is responsible for actually doing things at, say, the Department of Transportation? Who is responsible for hiring and firing people, determining promotions at the Department of State? How does the military hierarchy work, and how do new generals get appointed? The Project 2025 breaks down these questions and gives you very specific answers in terms of the regulations you can invoke to assert presidential authority over elements of the federal civil service, the powers that you could use to dismiss officials, even those that have union or statutory protection, and the key positions that need to be staffed with loyalists if you're going to be able to get a controversial program pushed down to the enforcement implementation level. And then it has a Rolodex of willing loyalists who are pre-screened for ideological conviction, who have already been trained up on some of what they'll need to know to take over these positions and do what Trump has promised. An entire, from the perspective of, to draw a leftist analogy, imagine if Lenin shows up at Finland Station and right away he's handed a list with 200,000 qualified cadres for the Communist Party and a detailed plan on all of the choke points and weaknesses of the Imperial Army, right? These are the officers you have to wipe out, and these are the ones you want to replace them. It would massively enable the seizure of power and the implementation of a radical agenda in the Russian Empire. And similarly, this program would, the scariest part about it is on the administrative side, on the organizational side. Forget the policy, but all of the practical workplace stuff, it'll work. It's a perfectly, they're right. They've done the homework. And as a result, they know how to purge the officials in whether it's DHS or state or the Department of Justice that they don't want to keep, they don't trust. And they have a deep bench. They're not going to have to go to Scaramucci or something, or rely on people that, you know, Reince Priebus has shortlisted, but they have MAGA loyalists, a very, very deep bench that are happy to show up, and that rather than looking for excuses not to do the Trump agenda, will do everything in their power to make President Trump happy and to do things like deport 10 million immigrants, do things like find novel ways to crack down on protesters. And that's the scary part.
But I did want to play this for you guys. This is Rick Beato, who I want to preface this by saying I think he's got the best show out on music. He usually has, to me, the best guests, great in-depth conversations if you're a musician or not. I think the breakdowns he does of like the top songs, kind of the problems with some of the top songs, the repetitive nature of a lot of pop music. He's honest enough to say when he does like certain things. He's not an old fuddy-duddy, constantly yelling at clouds. But he is a successful record producer. probably on the lower end of successful record producer, right? Like he's not like a Rick Rubin kind of guy that's got a bunch of platinum plaques. But I would be more than honored if I ever got the chance to work with him from a production standpoint. But he is talking with his buddy about artists, contemporary artists, and what they call a lack of longevity. And Ben, I just want you to also know the amp wall behind him is like a wet dream for me. This is my Tulsi Gabbard dream. It's all these amps. And then Tulsi Gabbard comes out and she just says, "I bought this for your birthday," and she leaves. Oh my God. That's a great dream.
Hey everybody, I have Jim Barber back for the third time on the channel. Welcome, Jim.
Thank you, Rick.
So Jim and I were talking.
I also love the fact that Rick Beato wears the same thing every time.
I respect it.
Right? That's classic old man stuff. You get
And
the denim
Cartoon
shirt,
Character stuff.
right? You get the jeans. This is what I got. This is it. I got 15 of these black shirts. That's it.
The other day, remember sitting out in the backyard, we were having this conversation about why young artists don't have long careers anymore, why it's uncommon to have long careers. And Jim said,
I think it's really strange that we grew up in an era where people had such long careers. The anomaly is the end of the 60s through the end of the 20th century, and not the way things are now. Now we're sort of back to normal, the way things were in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, up into most of the 60s.
and I said, wow, that's such an interesting take. And I was like, we should really talk about that. Okay, so let's pick a group that had an incredibly long.
Now, the premise alone I thought was a little off. Because I think, let's take rap, for example. Historically, until the 2000s, rappers did not have long careers. Outside of Ice Cube and LL Cool J, not even that many rappers successfully got into movies. Like maybe you could say Tretch, but he's never really had that Ice Cube LL level of movie success. Would you agree, Toussaint?
Yeah.
I can't think of any other rappers. Most Def, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Having a certain level of success, but Most Def is more like Drake in the sense that he is a actor first, then rapper. Remember, he's a child actor and does the rap thing later.
You keep pushing that narrative.
Did I make it up?
It's okay. It's just not the popular narrative around him.
Of course not, because no one remembers that fucking show. But if you just look at hip hop, a genre where it was always thought to be a young man's game, right? Once something fell out of favor, you were just too old. But when hip hop starts, it's a bunch of old dudes. And the young hip hop doesn't really come into play until the late 80s, early 90s, right? With the De La's, that kind of the golden era, they call it. Because before that, there's a bunch of old fucking guys. But Kanye West, Drake, Kendrick, who else has been around for over 10? Rick Ross. What's the chick?
Nicki Minaj.
Nicki Minaj has been around for about 10 years. Cardi B has been around for at least close to 10 years, right?
Cardi B's about 10.
This was unheard of. How long is Das Effects around? How long were the UMCs around? How many albums of note did Third Base is more known for the gas face and shitting on Hammer or just being like white dudes than they are for like longevity.
Yeah.
Maybe, they're known now for owning Nas's music.
Search is.
Search is, right? But still, it's like there's rappers that have a long time of being relevant. And for me, that's shocking because these guys aren't drifting into acting. They're not doing TV shows. They're not even doing commercials. They're just releasing music and touring. And a lot of the names that we just named were the tail end of MTV and radio and satellite and all the big things that people had that really got them out there.
Mhm.
I do think there's a reason why a lot of young rappers, like guys that most people watching this show don't know, the reason you don't know them is because you're not plugged in enough. Because where do you get music? You really have to search for it. And this is something Toussaint said several times on the show. You got to search for music in a way that you never had to search for it before. So I disagree with that point just off bat that Taylor Swift's been around for like 10 years.
More.
Katy Perry is still, doing big tours. She's not playing, the Apollo.
Right.
She's still playing large auditoriums. So this idea that people have like short careers, I'm like, well, who the fuck are you talking about as a short career? And I mean, Metallica, their first album is 1983. It's 2024. And they're wrapping up another stadium world tour. And they're still releasing records that are charting. Charting is different now, but still, it's going to change throughout time. So just from that standpoint alone, I don't necessarily agree with the hypothesis that, in the 60s, artists just lasted longer. I mean, music as we know it, purchasing it on vinyl, it starts off with just someone recording standards, right? You guys know the little bit about the history of like music and copyright and how used to sell sheet music and all that stuff, and that was the thing. And then eventually they would, well, what if somebody sang it? what if we could take this person singing it? And so you have this early history of music for the boomer generation where their parents didn't really grow up on music the same way.
Mm-hmm.
It's not being marketed that way. So I'll shut up now. If you
long career and talk about that, who's comes to top of mind?
I think let's talk about the Rolling Stones or Bob Dylan, who
are both out touring still.
Both out touring still. I'm not sure they've made. Actually, Dylan probably made relevant records well into his fourth decade. He made some bad records in between, but in the Stones, we were talking maybe.
Well, I said "Start Me Up." I'm talking when I say relevant records, I think of when they had a big single. That was 1981. So 1960, 63, 65, Satisfaction came out.
And I think it's really wild that they had really important records for almost 20 years.
Yeah. But
you disagree, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's a little bit of shifting back and forth here about records.
Yeah.
Right. That's it's like okay, so there's this, because I don't know, he's just doing a kind of a weird move just now, right? It's like, oh, when I say records, I mean songs. It's like, well, then why did you say records? Because those are two very different things.
Right?
I don't, and like if you actually, when you say records, if you mean records, then it's like not really, no, right? Like this, because I mean the actual, I mean, look, I've never met the maybe there's someone out there, maybe somebody will speak up in the chat, but I've never met the Stones fan whose favorite album is like Bridges to Babylon.
What's interesting to me, and I was talking about this with Toussaint, was the 80s are a period where a lot of the 60s bands get this interesting resurgence, either in young artists covering their music or these artists releasing new stuff.
Yeah.
The Beach Boys have Kokomo, like you said, the Stones have what was the song you said? I miss you. Was that the one from the 80s?
Oh, Start Me Up is the one.
Start Me Up. Oh, Start Me Up.
Yeah.
When was the thing where Mick Jagger did that thing with David Bowie?
Oh God, yeah, the Dancing in the Streets. That's yeah.
And David Bowie has dun, 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 dun. Let's Dance
Yeah.
in the 80s. And granted, yeah, these guys had, you know, long careers and from that standpoint. But one thing they're not adding to this is technology is changing. So these boomer groups come in, and this is to me, this is the most important part. These boomer groups come in with the album being a new way to sell music. And there's a real interesting show I did that sadly nobody watched with this dude that wrote a real cool book about music and kind of the way we consume it and a relationship to it. And one of the things he brought up was the album is a label creation. It used to be singles. We're selling 45s all day long. And the label's like, well, how can we make fucking more money? Well, what if we just took all the singles, put them on one thing? Bam, we can charge them $4. What, $4? Let's do it. We want more of the $4 thing. That's
Yeah, I mean,
Gold
this
Platinum
is
records with Elvis and stuff.
Yeah, so you talk about stuff like the Stones. I mean, this is the you know, you remember the way iTunes divvied up the categories, right? You know, this is the you know, AAOR, AAHR, right? Album oriented hard rock.
That's what they call it, album oriented. Because those albums, when me and Conan do those shows and we break it down by year, by the time we got to the 60s, which is something me and Conan weren't really keen on jumping into, was it's this era where these guys, production's changing as far as multi-track recording is a game changer. Guitar effects pedals are a new thing, game changer. And they don't have to tour because people buy records. You don't see these guys touring. How can you, in the era of before Pro Tools, you got to nail it in the studio. So it took longer to record records. And you have groups like the Doors and the Beatles and Hendrix releasing multiple records in a year because you just don't have to tour. Radio's going to play what radio fucking wants to play. And that's just what it is. And when you make an album, this now is this way you can make art. These are all artists. And when you listen to these records and compare it to a record of the 80s, where there's now a format to radio, the singles got to get. This is also part of the show that the gentleman was getting into. We were getting into how music changes because of profits, because of capitalism. Go back and listen to these records in '66 that people call classics. Then go listen to something, and I'm not shit. It sounds like I'm shitting on it. Then go back and listen to something in the '80s, and if you're like me, it's going to be harder for you to get into the stuff from the '60s because there was no. It's got to be this long for radio. You got to get into the hook by the 16th bar, because if not, then it's just not a song. That was not how they were writing these songs. And you know, that all changes as formats change. And these people that they're talking about are parts of these format changes throughout time. And a big format change is music television.
I mean, you know, there's some albums from the 1966 that are very, very good. But yeah, I do get what you're saying, right? That they have that, like, I think even the sort of like early research establishing that most people decide whether they like a song or not in the first like 10 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I think as that stuff starts to come out, you know, the production companies insist on, you know, like, it's like, oh yeah, no, none of this, like, you know, there's a 3-minute song with a 1-minute opener, right?
Oh, yeah, no, you're not. Toussaint brought this up to me, and I thought this was one of those brilliant, astute points Toussaint makes. And she was like, people just want that part for the TikTok video. Big T-shirt, Billie Eilish.
Right.
Billie Eilish brought that artist on stage and no one knew who they were until they said that line. And then people went crazy. That's how we're digesting music in 15-second intervals.
Yeah.
If you think people aren't trying to make music to capture your attention within 15 seconds, then you're sadly mistaken about the journey of the quote unquote artiste.
Yeah, that seems right. And yeah, I mean, I guess also, I mean, thinking about even more, yeah, because like, you know, there's even a difference between like making something in the 1990s when people, I don't know, I mean, you might experience the song for the first time on the radio, of course, but
Mhm.
like you know, you also might experience it back then on TV.
Yes.
Yeah. And of course you can change the channel, but like, yeah, you might, you know, it is, we've talked about this, like there is something kind of remarkable about thinking back to that, right? Like sitting around with your friends and, you know, this, sorry, this can get very old manish. My apologies in advance. Sorry. Like sitting around with your friends on the couch, you know, watching a music video and just, I don't know. I mean, I feel really nostalgic because it's like, oh yeah, everybody was just purely focused on the music, you know, for that period of time, right? Like so, like the whole track record from 1966 when you were allowed to indulge yourself, and in the intro to the song through, you know, the music video era to the you want the 15 seconds for TikTok. You know, this is,
And here's where it gets even crazier.
yeah.
We watched those videos multiple times, and sometimes there were edits. Remember that? Right? We watched the long version of one at the bar a couple weeks ago, right, Ben? Me, you, and Connie. I'm singing my balls off, having a ball. Were you singing along too?
Yeah, I think I probably was at that point.
Fucking having a ball, and I think I look at people like, this is the extended version because like James is solo. I was like, James is solo, right? Because they cut it out of the shorter version.
Yeah.
Right, because the video was too long, and there would be these long and short versions, and there'd be some videos like, oh, this is the short version of Thriller, because the actual video Thriller, the little movie is like 15 minutes long, so they condense it to just the video of the song, right?
Totally, yeah.
I remember that, but even if it was a good video, you loved watching it all the ZZ Top videos as I was a kid.
With the beards.
With the beards, I was like, I was in every girl's crazy man, right? Twisted Sister videos. I could watch that shit over and over. And oh, it's Twisted. We're not gonna take that. Over and over and again, right? No matter how long the intro was, no matter how goofy it was, I was excited for that video. By the time we get to now, where videos, I don't know how people feel about videos, but you have a guy like Donald Glover, Childish Gambino, who does a song, and I want Tucson. This is where I think you're gonna have your dope, insightful shit, or you're gonna tell me to go fuck myself. One of the two. That's why you're laughing right now. Like, I can't wait for this nigga to step on his tongue.
No, Ben was like, ugh.
Well, Ben's mad that he didn't get to play Miles Morales in the.
Okay.
But you have a guy like Donald Glover, who makes these incredible video songs. This Is America. You know, whatever you think about the song, I thought the song and the video was like, whoa. Or a guy like Joyner Lucas that makes these crazy songs and videos that go together. He did the I'm Not Racist, but before that, he did some really cool stuff. Because he's like a story rapper.
Mhm.
And I think he does it better than anyone has ever attempted to do it.
Whoa.
I can't see anyone being a better story rapper than this man.
Wow.
The way he tells the story, then they have the visuals to go with it that are so good. You're like, whoa, this blew my mind. But with Donald Glover, are these music videos that are to be repeated over and over again? Even the new one he has right now,
Mhm.
which Cedric Johnson sent it to me. I watched it and I was like, I think I sent it to him. Anyway, I was like, this is cool, but this is like Memento. Is this a video or an art installation?
Oh.
And I'm not against it. I don't think it's a bad thing per se, but what happens when the visual part of your presentation becomes stronger than the music itself?
That means one of the artists on the team is doing their job and another artist is not. Shout out to video directors, man.
Yeah. Although I guess I will also say, I mean, it's kind of remarkable how much stuff, like, I don't know. I mean, I think about the classic music video era. It's like there's an awful lot of goddamn stuff from there that like even had, even had great videos, but it's like I'm still, I don't know. I mean, it's like I get, I hear Holy Diver come on. I definitely visualize that video, but
You can't listen to the song and not act it out like you're grabbing the song. Holy Diver.
Too long in the midnight sea.
Gotta get away.
But
Get
you know
away.
what? I'm not watching the video, and I still get excited if that thing comes on.
But I think they're just, and again, this isn't about better. It's just the video is such a new concept for people that no one really knew what to do with it. Like Duran Duran to me comes to mind. When I think of the music video, I think of Duran Duran. I think of Rio. I have never been a white British man in South America. But when I watch the Rio video, like, man, that just looks so cool. They were like that's the coolest video.
Yeah.
Real quick, when you guys were talking about how you were singing One at the bar, I thought you were singing You Too.
Oh my God. All right. This show's over.
Bye,
Sorry, everybody. I'm about to drive Uber. Have a good one.
Yeah, the idea that I would sing along to You Too, frankly offensive.
Well, I'll tell you, you might enjoy this. Chris Cornell, when he was alive, did
Yes.
a live performance of Metallica's One
Uh-huh.
to the tune of U2's One.
That sounds like an ass kicking.
It was insane.
Nura Yank Jesus wept. Someone, you can see the number of people watching the show. Once you said that, someone just turned it off. I was like, fuck this noise. This goofy chick talking about.
Nura Yank is Irish. How can you turn against your brethren?
Oh, real easy. There's a lot of nigga songs I hate.
Yeah. That's God, imagine if you couldn't hate any musicians who shared your ethnicity.
In the name of love. Ben's testicles just contracted into his sphinx. Sorry about that, dude.
Yeah, let's not do that again.
We were belting. Tony says, no, Tony, we were Metallica's. So the bar we go to has a speaker system that we were in front of. So it was incredibly loud in our faces. And they have TVs, and the TVs just play videos, and you just request videos. Sometimes it's videos. Sometimes it's just like, you know how you have a song with Spotify and it's just a picture of the record and the song plays. A lot of times it's that. But there was a dude next to us that was rocking the fuck out.
Yeah. To be clear, yes, it's the Nuri and Tony. They have it was Metallica's One is what was being belted along to, which is awesome and was a lot of fun. But if Jason and our other friend who we were out with had started singing along to you two.
In the name of love,
I might have just gotten a Uber for me and seen them another time.
Good day, sir.
I said good day.
That's when you throw a drink on someone like you're an angry woman in a rap reality show. Yes, Jacob, they do play that sometimes, and they play Molotov. Jacob's asking if they play like Mexican rock and ska music. Yeah, they do. There's Mexican metal music we've never heard before. There's like Mexican versions of bands. Like I didn't know there's a Mexican Iron Maiden. This is pretty cool. What bar was this? It's called El Dragon Rojo in Tijuana, and it is.
Yeah, this is. I always say this feels like the bar that you go to if you work at the From Dusk Till Dawn bar, and you've drank your fill for the night, right? You know, you're not hungry anymore, but you just want to have like a. You just want to have a reasonably priced mixed drink and enjoy some music before you go back to your coffin.
Los Smiths. That's the way Ben's describing the place. You don't understand. Don't trust any woman there because she's a vampire. There's just too many attractive goth women walking around by themselves for them not to be vampires.
Okay.
Ben looked over at me. Do you remember saying this? You go, okay, it is more men here than women all the time, but the ratio of the women here, they're pretty hot.
I might not have quoted that on air, but I did say that.
Because you got to be like, wow, this is. At one point, I was like, I think I looked over at Ben. I was like, dude, had I known this existed. You know what? I told this to the witch last on Friday when we were out there because she's having an anniversary. It'll be 1 year in November.
Oh, nice.
So we have to go down there November 2nd. It's a Saturday.
Okay.
I looked at her and I said, are you going to have a DJ for your party? She goes, why, of course. Doing her accent. And I said, are you going to play goth music? She goes, well, of course. And I'm just rattling off bands. And she's like, yeah, of course I would play that. Yes, my favorite. And then she's one-upping me and rattling off bands. And I just looked at her. I was like, if I would have known women like you existed, I would have moved down here at 18.
At 18.
At 18. I would have just left. I would have told my friends, you don't understand, there's a magical land in the South where ridiculously attractive goth women just walk around bumping all the music you like. They may break your windows out if you look the wrong way. Your car may get keyed.
Sure.
But I think it's worth it. I feel like it's worth it. Do you see what Tony Red said, Ben?
Yes.
I didn't know it was a thing, and they come in little cliques. No dudes. It's like, no fucking way. And then when you do meet the dudes, they're fucking cool as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like the dude we met there the other night. Cool as shit, dude.
Yeah. No, I love that place.
Oh man. It's sadly it's in the middle of the, for me, it's just depressing part of town. Because you're in the middle of the red light. Where it's just like unhappy women propositioning you, and it's like, oh, you just look like marriage to me, ma'am. In the sense of I just don't want an unhappy woman just telling me to shut up. Hurry up. Like that doesn't seem like something I want to pay for. But yeah. But Tucson, I feel like if you went there, you would have so much fun. Especially after you found out.
That was a weird transition, but also yes.
Like, especially once you find out that they'll play your requests.
You know what I'm requesting?
Oh my God. What?
Them's gonna hop in an Uber right away.
I do feel like if you requested U2 there, U2 is one of those bands that are like goth adjacent, especially early U2.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There's something about U2 and Morrissey. Real goth adjacent for some reason. So
Morrissey's
I think
big in
people
that.
there would be very excited if you played U2 and you would start getting a conversation with someone that you could barely speak the language, but you guys would be talking all night. Gesturing.
Hi. Sounds good.
Tony said, you see what Tony said?
Tequila, a few kilos off the side.
Kilos off the side. But, you know, I think what they're saying about music, like I kind of get what they're trying to get at, but
Well, I do think that Tony's point earlier, I saw him make in the chat, is kind of what I was trying to get at. He said that, like, it's like, okay, when we say longevity, because it's, you know, they said at least 3 different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean still touring? Does that mean relevant artist?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Does that mean a chart topping single? Because like those are 3 different things.
Very different.
Mm-hmm.
I think still touring means still relevant. Whether or not you release a song that's relevant, you can play shows and run a weekend circuit. Like I told
a lot
you,
of people who we wouldn't necessarily think of as still big who are still touring.
yeah. Like if like my friends, or I used to be friends with them, I haven't talked to them in years. This band Under Oath celebrated 20 years of their first platinum record. And that seemed weird to me. And they're on a tour. They released a new song, but they don't have a new record out. But they're on a tour, and the tour has been very successful for them. They're selling out, not the biggest rooms, but regardless, I mean, platinum in the 2000s was very different from platinum in the 80s and 90s
Mm-hmm.
as far as the reach. And they're one of those bands that I'm talking about where they were at the tail end of MTV. Like I think they got a Grammy nod for a video. So when you're relevant like that, you're kind of big, but when that stuff was fading, like, you know, they played a MySpace party. You know what I mean? Like it was a different time 20 years ago. Like it doesn't feel 20 years ago to say MySpace to me. I don't know if you feel the same way, Tucson.
Isn't that when MySpace was coming back? No.
No, 2004.
No, that was the first
dominant.
first
They were
round
still
of
the
MySpace.
dominant thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's these bands that play weekend gigs. That's not really the same as, you know, being able to bring, you know, 10,000 people out on a Wednesday night. You know, Radiohead is bringing 10,000 people out on a Wednesday night.
Radiohead rock.
REO Speedwagon is not bringing out 10,000 people on.
Oh.
The Grateful Dead. They bring up the Grateful Dead in the show, actually. There's, you know, weekend cats, or because you can have a hit and play your hit, right? Survivor can come out and get $2,000, maybe even, let's say $5,000 to play Eye of the Tiger. It'll be the singer who you know and a bunch of other people who you never knew in the first place that are like all LA studio musicians, you know, playing the part. That's way different than still being able to like, again, I'm not the biggest U2 fan, but those guys, I think it's still all the original guys, isn't it? Tucson?
Survivor?
No, you too.
You too? Oh, you too. I'm sorry. Yes, it is. I was reading the comments of an Irish band called Therapy.
Yeah, they're a metal band, right?
I don't think I've heard.
So I did just check because I was curious, and MySpace is, the website's still up. Although the little news thing at the top, the last article is posted is in March 2022.
Oof. Are you guys all sad about the election? I'm sad because I owe people McDonald's and dinners. Like everybody is hitting me up. Bill Cody, right away. So Ray Reid won't stop. He's like, I'm going to be on you like the bill collector. Oof. Nigga, you got a real job. Fucking with me. You're killing me with that background so much. Sometimes I just find images for the thumbnails. And for the champagne room, I just usually look up stuff that I want to see on the thumbnail. And I figured, who doesn't like Selma Hayek and Dust Till Dawn? And plus, we make so many jokes about the bar that we go to in TJ being the Dust Till Dawn bar. And if there's a really hot woman there, she's a vampire. So nothing kind of encapsulates that place and some of the women that work there. Then I said some, not all. I don't want you to go there on an off night and be like, I went there and the JV squad was working. I said some. But yeah. Newer Yank says, to be honest, I've been enjoying the liberal cope. All the asshats that were anti-force to vote are getting what they wanted now. Are they? I don't know. I've never understood people that like relish the pain of others. Even in like when I was younger with sports, especially, I could totally like when the Niners would lose or something, or I shouldn't say the Niners because they never lost when I was growing up. When the Raiders would lose. When the Dodgers lose. But as I got older, I don't know. I guess I don't care as much to relish in other people's agony. There's definitely people gloating. And I'm like, what are you gloating? Like, you didn't win shit. It's like y'all acting like niggas after OJ won. Like, ha ha ha. Show you right. Like, all right. Well, what do you get out of it? I don't know. Being right? What the fuck were you right about? I don't know. That a guy that was the favorite did the thing that favorites usually do? Okay. That's cool, I guess. But the other team's quarterback must go down, says Marco. But some of the shit I've seen about Tears, I live in Mexico, where the day after the election, I was teasing. I went to go mail something. And so the day after the election, I was telling the woman at the post office, Trump won the election. And she goes, oh no, it's really, that sucks. And she didn't know. She goes, are you sure? Are all the votes in? Because surprisingly, you would think the country on the other side of the wall that is made out to be the big evil, it was a bigger deal. Anyone watching this show definitely underestimates fears of the border. Because anyone watching this show is talking about Democrats losing and not Trump winning. And that's how I look at it. Trump won. Democrats should have, Trump won. Tell me why he won. Don't tell me why the other team lost, because that's loser talk. If you want to gloat, then tell me the winning strategy. I want to know. I want to know what you think the winning strategy was. But anyway, I tell this woman, it's like, and I love fucking with this. She's a very nice woman, and I'm like, he won the Latino vote, because I always tease her about Latinos being racist, and I don't mean Mexicans here that are native to Mexico. I mean Chicanos. Oh, Jesus, and any Latin American. Oh, God, you guys are racist. Oof. And I tease her about that all the time. And so I said, my point is correct about how racist you guys are. She laughed, and she goes, and she kind of went on this whole thing about Mexican Americans. Because they come here, and not all of them, of course, but a lot come here and are really fucking rude. When Pascal first came on the show, he used to talk about the way Haitian Americans go to Haiti and treat Haitians. Like that was his first kind of lesson on class dynamics. You didn't have to be a wealthy American to go to Haiti and pretend you're a wealthy American and shit on the native Haitian people. And he says it in even a more derogatory way, I think. And I didn't really understand it because, I'm a Black American, a real American. All right, I'll stop. But living here, you see it in real time, and you definitely hear people talk about it, especially all my service industry friends, constantly comment on the way that the Mexican Americans come over the border and just are so smug. Eric W. Mexican Americans. Again, Ken, don't tell me why people didn't show up. You knew people weren't going to show up. Tell me why Trump won. Don't care. Don't care. Don't tell me about why your team lost, because that to me sounds like sour grapes. That sounds like the post-game conference for the sex guy that couldn't get an erection. We had a lot of stress, a lot going on. My rent just went up. My hours got cut. She looked at me and said, "Is that it?" I didn't know. I didn't know how to perform after she hit me with the, "Is that it?" Because as you know, that's the one thing a man never wants to hear in any context. That is true. There is never a good context for "Is that it?" That's the worst thing you can say to a man. "Hey, I got you something for your birthday." Is that it? "Hey, look at my dick." Is that it? But seriously, everybody I know wrote their soliloquy, even foreigners, on the failures of the Democratic Party, what the Democratic Party should have done. I don't want to give a shit. I think a lot of it is heartfelt. I think there's a lot of truth in most of the stuff that I read. But overall, no one has told me why Trump won. Not one person. People told me why the Democrats lost, and I don't agree with a lot of the stuff they say. I'm like, well, why did Trump win Arab voters? If Gaza is a big deal for Americans. Maybe it's not as big a deal as you think it is for a lot of Americans. Maybe people don't care about the things you think people should care about. And maybe Catherine Liu jokingly said this, and Kuba kind of jokingly but seriously said this. I think Catherine jokingly said Matthew McConaughey needs to run for president. I think she said this like either early in the year when she was on or last year when she was on, because he's good looking. And it feels like that's what people want. They just want to stare at somebody good looking. That's funny, but sadly true. Remember Cuba said he wanted a Chris Rock, Bill Burr ticket? That's funny, but it's sadly true. At the bar I go to, someone goes, "Oh, who are you voting for?" And they usually go, "You voting for Kamala?" Because I'm black. And they just assume that I'm some sort of piece of shit liberal. And I usually look at people like, I'm not into pro wrestling. Or I go, I'm not into popularity contests. And then people kind of chuckle like, oh, like, yeah. Like, what is this really about? I watched a video today, a 2-minute video today that this guy puts up. There's a guy who I take a lot of his footage for video essays. He's got a great kind of library that I don't know where he's getting this stuff from, but of like old television broadcasts. And it was Trump on what looked like local New York TV in 1975. That's almost 50 years. And it's him talking about Arab money buying Madison Square Garden. That man has been in the public imagination for 50 years. He's had 50 years to cosplay successful businessman. As Gene Bajlan said on the Left Reckoning election night stream, he's the simulacra of a successful businessman. What did he say? Like, really, everybody says, well, he's because people are mad. And if racism ain't on the ticket, since it was a multi-ethnic coalition, maybe, just maybe, even people in left spaces need to find a better way to confront what makes people like Donald Trump so successful. Because I don't think we're doing a very good job of confronting it, to be honest with you. He talked about the economy. Did he? The ads I saw and all of the conservative media I heard never mentioned the economy. And I'm driving 8 to 10 hours north. I'm hearing an insane amount of conservative radio. They don't talk about the economy. They talk about culture war bullshit. They talk about the they thems. And they conflate it all with the left. The Democratic Party is the left in the public imagination. How do we break that relationship? That's important to me. Maybe that's where a lot of this giggling comes from people that consider themselves to be leftists, because they fucking hate the Democratic Party. They don't feel like they're a part of it. And that's fine. I get that. Totally get that. But there is a conservative shift in the public imagination across the board politically. And it's an interesting shift, because it's not a Christian conservative shift. Because all these states that had abortion bills to outlaw it, they lost. We don't want our daughters, our girlfriends, our wives, our sisters to die. We want to be able to not pull out. We want to be able to buy Plan B. That's across the board. Texas is the one place where they're just like, nope, fuck it. The Democrats thought that was enough. I mean, no, of course it's not enough. It's silly to think that. Kansas showed you that. Kansas said, we can be extremely conservative physically, and we can be tough on crime and still not want women to die because they have an ectopic pregnancy. Okay, I get it. But when I say extremely conservative, the tough on crime rhetoric is going to get ramped up. And I felt like regardless of who was going to be in office, you were going to see some tough on crime bills. But with this Congress, this Senate, and this judiciary, which is really interesting to have all three, maybe we get a passing of 3 strikes you're out the way that 94 wanted to do it, that the Supreme Court of that era couldn't do it. When I asked people why Trump won, I was thinking about it. I was thinking about why Trump won. And I was talking to my very good friend, Tir Reid. And we both have kind of a love affair to look back on certain pop culture moments in the 80s and 90s. And for me, the tough on crime 80s and 90s, there's also programming that backs up a lot of the policies of that time. And when you think about Bill Clinton and Donald Trump, I think if you say both those names at the same time and say there's a lot of similarities between those people, some smart person will talk about the way they've governed or policies. But fuck that guy. I'm talking about the way they handle their public image. Because that's what wins presidencies, right? Bill Clinton is coming into the political picture for presidency, coming off of 2 terms of Ronald Reagan and 1 term of Bush Sr. So we've had conservative rule for 12 years at this time. And the Carter administration really starts deregulation, if you think about it. That's where it really starts. That's where things get toothless. So by the time Reagan gets in office, there's not really a lot of pushback. He sets the ground for that, the groundwork for that, and financial deregulation also with credit cards. So let's think about the conservative moment that we're in as well with the Democratic Party, because it is the wives of Democratic Party congressmen and senators that form the Parents Music Resource Center, or the PMRC, that says, because of this lewd music that's coming out of these artists, we should rate albums and not let kids purchase certain records. And that's the compromise is the warning label, if anyone remembers the warning label on our cassettes and stuff. That made us want to buy it more, right? It had the warning label, so we knew it was dangerous. That's the Democratic Party. The bipartisan effort to want to arrest record store owners for selling things like 2 Live Crews, nasty as they want to be. So politicians are stiff, and they're not cool, and they're really old. So Bill Clinton's a little younger. He's a little hip. For me, there's 2 things that he does that something like Donald Trump does as well. And I'll draw this parallel, and then I'll shut up and read the funny things you guys are saying. Bill Clinton, MTV is a huge part of his campaign with Rock the Vote. And MTV in the early 90s is still playing music videos. They're just starting to roll out some programming that's like fun and cool. So MTV is like your countercultural source of dopeness. So MTV is telling us that this is the guy. This is our guy. The other guys running, this Ross Perot dude who's 1 million years old, and Bush Sr. who's 1 million years old, that's part of the old regime. He was Reagan's VP. We have our guy now with Bill Clinton. And Bill Clinton really drives that moment home by going on Arsenio Hall. And for a lot of people listening, let's get back in the Wayback Machine and think about what Arsenio Hall was in the 90s. In an era when late night television was dominated by this old guard of kind of old comedians, and establishment Hollywood would come on to pitch films, establishment just entertainers would come on these late night shows. I grew up watching Johnny Carson with my grandmother. That was my treat as a little kid. I could lay in her bed. She let me eat in it. And we'd watch Carson, and then, you know, like all good old people, my grandmother was a bit of a night owl. So they're like reruns of I Love Lucy and all that fun stuff. So I grew up on old people television. Love it. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. But when Arsenio comes out, I definitely had one of those black families that was like, there's a nigga on TV. We got to watch the nigga on TV. And he couldn't get certain people because he was working for this rival network. So it took him a while to get like these A-list people. And his show was going to be a party. It was different. It wasn't as reserved. Right? Remember this? It's just like a thing for people. This meant that shit was about to go off. And Arsenio had rappers on in an era when rappers would never go on. You could never get a rapper on Carson. You imagine a rapper on Carson? NWA on Carson? Hell no. But Arsenio? Then he could have these people on like Eddie Murphy. That's a very different Eddie Murphy with Arsenio Hall than the Eddie Murphy you got on any other show. Because that was his boy. Loved it. Bill Clinton doesn't just go on and appear on the Arsenio Hall show. Bill Clinton plays the saxophone with the band. And Arsenio stands there and points. Like, that's our dude. Bill Clinton connected with the youth that he was our countercultural guy, despite the fact that he was going to govern like the old dudes. We just did a show about austerity. Please go back and watch it with Clara Mattei. That's Bill Clinton in a nutshell. But Toni Morrison, this is our first black president. He did the cultural things. He got in the mud, as I say. Donald Trump gets in the mud. Has no problem getting in the mud. Joe Rogan, for a lot of people, Democrats included, is a conservative and is a bad guy, even though he's got one of the most popular shows in the country. He says some off-the-wall goofy shit. People do get their politics from these shows. I really hate when even my friends go, well, he doesn't really talk about politics. He interjects it in almost every episode. He'll find a way to interject his thoughts on the world. I read in the newspaper. I read somewhere. I heard somewhere. No, you didn't. It's making bullshit up. Anyway. Joe Rogan, Theo Von, some ex-Marine, and Tucker Carlson are like the top 4 or 5 shows in the nation across the podcast shows. And that's really where you find it. This is what people are listening to. That's what's hot. Donald Trump went on Rogan. JD Vance went on Theo Von. Kamala Harris went on Club Shay Shay. Now, that could have been a dope move because it doubles down on the whole, I'll show you how black I am by going on the most popular black show by far, right? The most watched interview in YouTube history is the Cat Williams interview that Shannon Sharp does with Cat Williams. But that's a very black interview. That's a very black show. That feels like every black person in America watched it and a lot of white people with black baby daddies. I'm gonna stop. But seriously, Shannon Sharp just lets people muckrake and doesn't push back and squirms. But he's not Theo Vaughn talking about why can't we get good cocaine anymore to a vice presidential elect candidate. And Kamala Harris isn't going to have a rally with, you know, the raunchiest black comedians that she could find. She's not going to have Joe Budden and Charlemagne the God, and you know, I don't know who else you could find. There's a lot of, sadly, who's that fucking guy? Andrew Schultz. Like I think was he at the Trump thing? He's a not funny person, but she's not going to do that because they're dignified. In 2016, that dude was caught saying sometimes bitches just let you grab him in the pussy. And after he won the presidency, there was the Million Pussy Hat March. It's not like he's gone, you know, I regret saying some of these things. Nope. So tell me how Donald Trump won. Don't tell me what Kamala Harris did wrong. Don't give a shit. I want to know what the winner did right. I have the whole interview ready.
Let's do it.
Like that's where I think you can't just watch the clips, because the clips, Toussaint, do you think the clips do the whole thing justice?
Nothing's gonna do the whole thing justice like watching the whole thing.
And we can't watch the whole thing because it's super long.
The clips is like 20 minutes.
There's multiple. Oh God, sorry. There's multiple 20 minutes.
It's the official Shannon Sharp 20-minute clip.
I've got the official doo-wop. I got the official fucking Shannon Sharp Club Shay Shay 2 hour and 46 minute show up, because I want you to see how he walked in the room. He comes in swinging, and when Quintern said, "Dude, this feels like an assault,"
Yeah.
he comes in swinging so hard, and some of the shit he says in the thing when he talks about his life seems unbelievable. I watched the whole show, and this is what I gathered from the whole show. Cat Williams is a more self-aware Kanye West.
Wholeheartedly disagree.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see it at all.
He's the greatest person alive. He's just like Jesus. He wanted to be like Jesus growing up.
Some people want to be like Jesus.
I mean, when he gets asked why he adopted all these kids, he's like, "Oh, so Jesus could be my best friend." It's like, well, that doesn't seem like he's going to be your best friend if that's why you did that. That's not selfless at all.
Alex isn't buying it.
Look, I'm going to start playing it. I need you guys to watch it.
Do it.
Enjoy.
And of Kirk Franklin praise. This is the reckoning.
Welcome to another episode of Club Shay Shay. I'm your host, Shannon Sharp. I'm also the proprietor of Club Shay Shay, the guy that's stopping by for conversation and a drink today. Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to love him. call him the greatest, one of the greatest comedians, dead or alive. One of America's greatest entertainers, one of the funniest men on the planet, world-renowned, multi-talented, a comedy legend. He's the top touring comedian selling out arenas. He's a hilarious storyteller, Emmy award-winning actor, voice actor, rapper, writer, producer, director, icon, genius, a national treasure, philanthropist, humanitarian, social activist, a father, one of the great funny men of our generation and any generation, Mr. Cat Williams.
Thank you, sir.
How was that intro?
Magnificent. You are magnificent at intros, and you did not skimp on mine. I appreciate it.
Appreciate that. You know, anytime you come to Club Shay Shay, we have to toast.
Yes.
Bro, you've been. I mean, you're one of the top one of the top touring comedians of all time. You already got started before we started taping.
I did.
Appreciate that. Tell the people at home.
I thought they was lying, and yeah, this particular alcohol is stronger than you think it would be, probably by about 2, and unbelievably smoother and milder by the same maybe 30% than you could possibly expect. And unlike cognacs the world over, this one doesn't taste like wood at the end, and it doesn't taste like it's got artificial colors, and it doesn't taste like it's got artificial flavors. It's a fine product.
He's a connoisseur. You can tell he's a cognac connoisseur. He understands the method that goes into making cognac.
Right. Well, as a comedian, you get free drinks at the club. So all comedians either turn out to be connoisseurs like myself, or straight up and down alcoholics like 60% of Hollywood.
Well, thanks for stopping by the club. I understand that you're very, very busy, and for you to take time out of your busy schedule and stop in today, we really, really appreciate it here at Club Shay Shay. So thanks for stopping by, Cat.
And I needed you to know why I came by.
Yeah, I need you to tell us why.
People know I don't go everywhere. I'm not interested in talking to people unless it's like a Larry King or somebody of an amazing ilk that I would actually want to go talk to in real life.
Okay.
I don't do it so I can sell product, and I got things to sell, so let me come talk. You have a great product here, and as a fan base, we love the attention that you spend on the guests. We love how much work you've done, how well you know them, how prepared you are. The same things that we liked about you in football. You brought that on over to here, and that's why it resonates. And the reason I had to come.
Tucson, did you say Shannon Sharp looked like a yoga instructor?
Yes, he did. He does.
A cognac drinking yoga instructor / life coach.
/ life coach, yes. He
Just
pull you aside after class and tell you what to do with your life. What you need to do is
because you've made a safe place for the truth to be told.
Oh, shit.
You know what I mean?
Thank you. I appreciate
and
that.
I have watched all of these lowbrow comedians come here and disrespect you in your face and tell you straight up lies. I'm talking about things that have never been heard in all of Black Hollywood. They feel comfortable sitting here lying to you about it.
You gonna set the record straight?
Are you kidding me? You let Ricky Smiley sit here and you said out that mouth, you stole Friday After Next, the one I was in. I wish all of America fumbled a bit when that happened. And then he said some stuff that we haven't heard in 100 years in Hollywood. You ain't say nothing. This man told you he had Cat Williams' role. He was gonna be Money Mike. And Cat Williams was gonna be the Santa Claus. Now let's 3 quick points. You mean in Hollywood they cast a 5'5" black Santa Claus that weighed 145 pounds? That's your story. Your story is the Ricky Smiley that couldn't even do curse words because he had a Christian fan base. He was gonna play the pimp. Why you didn't ask him why has he played a woman in more movies than he's played a man?
Damn.
Well, I didn't know
he shouldn't be able. You wouldn't let a athlete that been on steroids talk about one of the greats. Ricky Smiley can't act because Ricky Smiley can't act.
Damn.
He told you the story about when the movie came out. Where did he say he watched it? At home. He wasn't even at the premiere.
Damn.
You telling this man, you stole that. Oh, so he could get his name in the same sentence with a great one. It is sad. He was just that bitter when we were shooting it. He told everybody, it should have been my role. Everybody on the scene. Why do you think no cast member has ever said anything?
He couldn't have played that role like you. I thought he was.
Sir, no one, why no? He was with KD? He beat up Terry Crews? Why nobody know this story? You talking about in Hollywood, they switched off roles. You take this and he, what? So Ricky Smiley knows this. And I don't know why he would lose a child and come on the air and start lying. That's why people believe in rituals right there. It's because, well, why would he lie? I don't know why liars lie. But I can tell you this. We auditioned in Los Angeles.
Yes.
I was audition number 201. 200 black comedians auditioned for the role of Money Mike with me. You're saying all 201 of us was auditioning and you had already had the role and had already shot the role in 4 days? The truth of the matter is, the Money Mike in the original script got raped in the bathroom, and that's what Ricky Smiley was okay with.
Ooh. Oh.
Cat Williams had to take the risk in front of the studios and the cast and our powers that be in his very first movie and say respectfully, humbly, guys, if we're talking about anything else, I have no credibility and I have no pull. But we're talking about comedy, right, where I have all the credibility and all the pull. The problem with Friday After Next is we're trying to make a classic comedy. And this comedy involves a rape. And rape is never funny, no matter who it happens to or what the circumstances are. If you would allow me to allow us to do this movie without a black man getting raped in it, I promise you that it will be twice as funny as it would be with him getting raped. So considering that's the real story, why would you bring up that story? 35 members of the cast and crew have never brought up that Ricky Smiley was gonna play Money Mike. No one ever saw me put on a Santa Claus suit. We got a wardrobe department. They made a Santa Claus suit for me. Why that wasn't in the bloopers? Why? And here's the other thing. Everything that Money Mike said, Cat Williams wrote. So what did Ricky Smiley say on his? You can't say my lines, I wrote them. That's how I already know that I'm going to be funnier than you.
Shannon Sharp is uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yes.
Shannon Sharp is uncomfortable because he has been around a cat like this at the barbershop.
Shannon Sharp is not uncomfortable because of his outfit. That is a very comfortable outfit that he's wearing.
Physically, he is not uncomfortable, but actually, he didn't know that outfit was going to show them sweat marks. He's like, I cannot raise my arms right now because this nigga is out here. Because people got to remember, if I do a show, for example, and let's say Norm Finkelstein came on air, and Norm Finkelstein said, and that's why Sam Cedar's a queer. He's a queer. He's from a queer family of queers. I would have to stop immediately. There's going to be trouble. People talk. And you never want to be the dude that lets people rip on guests. You can't do it, right? You just can't do it. And Cat Williams ripped on everyone that came on Shannon Sharp's show. And Shannon Sharp played football for all of his life. And then he talked about sports after he was done with football. He walked out of the locker room into the sports studio. So he's never, and his job in the sports studio was to give his fucking opinion. Right? So he's never really had to deal in an arena where it's like, look, man, you can't say that. You can't say that. You stop. And the thing about being on, regular TV. I was talking to Billy Bunton today. Shout out to Billy. He called me.
Your stunt double.
My he's hopefully he can fill in for me soon because I have to go to my cousin's funeral coming up.
Sorry.
I mean, you didn't do it.
I'm sorry to hear it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, Billy, we were talking about this interview, and I was like, Billy, if Billy worked at CNN. I was like, Billy, if this was on CNN, they would have been in your ear going, all right, we're gonna cut the commercial. All right, we need you to pivot. All right, you stop him right now. Stop him right now. Okay, we're just gonna cut it. We're gonna cut it. There's no one in Shannon Sharp's ear. No one's prepared for this. So they just sit back and let it roll. And I'm not complaining about it at all because I mean it's fucking hilarious. But it's uncomfortable because I don't know how close Shannon Sharp is with Ricky Smiley. Shannon Sharp is from the South. I'm sure he grew up listening to Ricky Smiley's dumbass fucking crank calls. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I like Ricky Smiley. I like this show.
I'm sure he fucking is friends with Steve Harvey.
Ugh.
My father is close with Cedric the Entertainer because my cousin managed one of the people that was on the Steve Harvey shows.
Interesting.
But so Steve says Sharp gooch sweating. I mean, it's Alex. This dude is shook right now. Look at him.
Oh, absolutely.
Because also Shannon Sharp isn't a street cat.
It looks like he's aware that he's like that. Cat is like one sentence away from saying something that is gonna like make the show go viral in a bad way.
Yeah.
I don't think he knows where it's gonna go, and he's doing, in my opinion, what you do when shit's out of control.
He's just umming a lot.
Yeah. You're gonna sit there and take it.
Yeah.
When you don't know what to do, you don't have a producer. This is also the problem of not having people in your life that can tell you no and stop it. No and stop it are extremely important words and powers people need to be able to have.
You don't think that like the show at least has some kind of filtration system?
No. I don't
He
think
has
there's
people
anybody.
in the back. They speak up at certain points.
Yeah, but there's no one in the show that's gonna be like, hey.
Because I mean, it had to have been that Cat was acting completely, I want to say normal, but then right when the show started, he just boom. He was like
He turned it on.
Yeah, he was like a racehorse.
Well,
I thought you skipped. I thought you were skipping clips because I told you. Now he's talking about Friday after the next. Like
he jumps in 2 feet because he was ready. And I just think Shannon Sharp didn't. You know how much shit people talk about other people behind their backs on these shows and don't have the balls to say it to their face. Cat Williams is the reason why people get punched in real life. I'm not saying that Cat Williams gets punched. He has been punched or punches people, but there's a reason why I don't like to talk shit online.
But is he really talking shit?
Yes.
He is saying these things happened. And this is how you know these things happen. It doesn't make sense for a 5'5" black dude, 145 pounds to play Santa. It's not logical.
There's a time and place for everything, and he chose this as his time and place.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yes, Connor is right. There's a video of him getting choked out by a 13-year-old. That is real. Cat Williams got choked out by a 13.
He's 5'5", 145 pounds.
That still was funny. But, when you're Shannon Sharp, you got to know how to control that. But Shannon Sharp, again, he's a country dude. He's an athlete. Just because he's got a Southern patois and he's colored doesn't mean he's from, the Bronx like MT.
I'm not from the Bronx. Not from the Bronx. I can see Shannon Sharp not being prepared for this at all.
You're not prepared for this.
As an interviewer.
If I'm hosting the show and Cat Williams comes on, I'm locked in. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna talk a bunch of shit. He's gonna make fun of me. You know, he's gonna call out all these people. He's gonna name drop fucking everybody. I'm either gonna goose out more of him, or, you know, we're gonna fucking sit there and laugh about it. I don't give a shit about Puffy. I'm not friends with Ricky Smiley.
Would you try to stop him?
If I was Shannon Sharp, yes. If I'm Jason Miles, no, because I don't know those people, and I don't like them. I'm not a Steve Harvey fan, so if you want to talk about Steve Harvey and his fucking fake hair, I'd be like, oh, where? Who else got fake hair?
Where? Who else got fake hair?
You that's what I would do. I remember I went out with someone once, and they had spent some time in the Playboy Mansion, and all they did, they told me one person had a weave. They told me Jamie Foxx had a weave. Once they told me Jamie Foxx had a weave, I was like, I need to hear more. Fred Durst always trying to push up on somebody. This person did this. Mark Wahlberg really got a little dick. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I wanted to know all the gossip. This show could have been way worse had Shannon Sharp been. Had it been me, I would have been like, tell me more. How many times has Steve Harvey cheated on his wife? Does he use steroids? Will Smith, is he, all of it would have been out.
Jamie Foxx got a different hairline every movie.
I'd have been like, hey, Cat Williams, we've never seen Fat Joe and Jada Pinkett in the same place at the same time. Are they the same person? I would have all the conspiracy theories would have came out. Shannon Sharp was not prepared to get his friends thrown under the bus.
See, that's what I wonder about, because Cat says that he's responding to the previous interviews.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that was a secret. I don't think it was.
I'm impressed that despite all of his accolades and accomplishments, that Cat Williams has the time to listen to all these interviews.
Right.
I think Cat Williams did what everybody does. He saw the clip of Ricky Smiley, because it's clipped. Shannon Sharp has some of the clips for him, and he was like, "Oh no, he didn't." And then he probably saw the clip of Steve Harvey, heard through the grapevine, you know, oh fuck yeah, I'm about to set the record straight. Steve Harvey, this is Faison, all these cat. I mean, I'm gonna play some more of it.
Yeah.
But oof.
What he told everybody was, Cat Williams, don't nobody know who he is. I'm on the radio. I'm with Steve and Said. Everybody know me. That's what he told everybody that would listen to on the set. That's the truth of the matter. He was so egregious, not now, then. He was so egregious that, and Hollywood has never heard this in 100 years. He was so egregious, I put in my contract that I won't work with Ricky Smiley again unless he's in a dress. Now, what was Ricky Smiley's next movie? Was it First Sunday? Did he wear a dress in it? You bet he did. It's in my contract.
We coming for you, nigga. I think that's very appropriate right there.
But again, is it a fact or is it not?
I don't know. You want to get Ricky Smiley's IMDb up? Do you have you want me to pull it up? Should we pull it up?
If you want to.
If you want to, look at you. Why all of a sudden I got to deal with fucking Tucson from the Bronx? God damn. Can you bring me back the chick that went to the Fame High School, please?
Oh, man.
Fuck. I'm over here trying to hide my wallet all of a sudden. Shit.
Ridiculous.
Hold on. Where's Ricky? God, where's this nigga's IMDb? I mean, if it's true, that's rough. That's rough. What do you think? I found it. You think it's true?
I think it's true.
I don't think. Look, I'm not saying he's lying. So let's say he hasn't been in a bunch of movies. He did do a movie after Friday After Next called Sweet Hideaway, and he plays duct tape.
Jesus.
And he didn't do First Sunday until looks like 6 years later. I'm trying to see if we can see his character, duct tape. Sweet Hideaway looks like a movie. It looks like one of them Tubi movies.
I'm like, who's greenlighting these movies? We had away with Ricky Smiley.
Kush said, "I won't debate Varn unless he's in a dress."
I love that.
Oh man, I'm gonna miss my phone call so I can go a little longer. Damn it. See what I hope you guys appreciate how much I love this show. Especially after what Alex said off air about what men will do.
Oh.
Hey man, no leaking the private chats.
I thought you were going to say, especially what Alex said about you be exploding in a propane incident.
I said that nothing would make the show go more viral than if all of a sudden in your screen it just went bam.
Don't play. That shit is on in the living room right now. I gotta go turn it off because I'm a little scared and I don't want to waste the propane. I'd be so scared to undo the propane line. I'm like, I'm sweating like dude in Hurt Locker trying to undo a bomb. All right, let's watch more of this.
Why would you put that in your contract, Cat?
That's where he's the unbelievable actor. Him and Tyler Perry can't play a man to save their life.
God damn!
That was hilarious.
Alex just
That's, you know what that is?
Huh?
I would give it to him. That is a comedian's insult.
Yeah.
That was fair enough. Whatever. It was witty. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Dude. This fool said a line. We're not going to get to that far in the thing. He said a line. Hold on. I told you what the line he said was. What was the line he said? Hold on. He said, "You have an unnatural allegiance to losers." I heard that. I was like, that's the hardest shit I've ever heard in my life. That's why this interview is so good. Cat Williams says some of the hardest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yep.
Like you have an unnatural allegiance to losers? Oh. He does things to Shannon Sharp where Shannon Sharp is very uncomfortable. That didn't sound right. That sounded like you Tyler Perry'd him.
Be honest with you, in a suit like that, I'll do things to Shannon Sharp.
Dude, okay, I'm just gonna keep playing it. Because he's not done. We're 9 minutes and 15 seconds into the show.
They play good women, and I believe that the best actor should be in the best role.
God damn.
So that's why, because when we released that clip and he said that, you responded because he said he was supposed to play Money Mike and you were supposed to play Santa Claus.
An outright lie.
So
that he knows is a lie.
So why would he say it?
Because he's a liar. Nobody knows why liars lie. And that's why I had to come on the program. Cedric did the same thing. Cedric told you when you asked him, did you steal Cat Williams' joke? He said it don't line up. How it don't line up that I did it on TV in 2018. You came to see me at the Comedy Store do it in 2019 and then did on the Kings of Comedy. Like, what doesn't line up? This is a televised joke that Mark Curry helped me punch up and get to the level that it was. The same Steve that went to go watch Mark Curry do his whole sitcom and then stole everything Mark Curry had. Now Steve got a sitcom where he the principal and he wear a suit and then he gets this high top fade, making all black men think he got the best lineup in the business. And it's a
Shannon did not want to laugh at that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm really surprised that he's not laughing at all. He's like a stone cold.
Dude, he eviscerated Steve Harvey on that line.
Yes.
He
But
said,
is it a lie?
Again, I'm not talking about lies. I'm just talking about evisceration. And is it necessary?
He just told he honestly he said what we know. We know these things are true. We knew he had a fake high top.
You got every nigga in America think you got the greatest one. I never watched the Steve Harvey show, and Toussaint brought that up and said that Steve Harvey show was a remake of Mr. Cooper, Hanging with Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
First and foremost, that's not a Steve Harvey decision.
That's not a Steve Harvey what?
Decision. He didn't come out there. I got an idea for a show. It's about a teacher from Oakland. I mean, the St. Louis, wherever the fuck he's from. Living Single, Queen Latifah's first foray into television, is the template for Friends. I did not know that until there was an interview with, is her name Erica Cox? Is that her name?
No, I don't know.
The black girl that was the lawyer on the show. She was like, yeah, we watch our show and watch Friends. It's the exact same show. I was like, oh, I never put two and two together. Everything's The Office after The Office. When something hits and that hit is over, sometimes those writers, those people, those showrunners go to another show and they pitch the same show in a different setting because it already worked.
Yeah.
Right? So that's not a Steve Harvey decision. Steve Harvey didn't go there and pitch the show.
I think Kat is coming from a place of, as a comedian, if you really had integrity, you wouldn't not only be stealing Mark Curry's jokes, but you wouldn't have stolen his show.
Oh, yeah. Because a lot of people felt that Mr. Cooper ended too soon. Remember that?
Yeah.
People were like, oh, why'd it go off the air? Oh, it's so good. Oh, why'd they switch the time slot? And Mark Curry didn't just fall back into comedy successfully for some reason.
He still talks about Steve Harvey, though.
So I'm not saying this to defend Steve Harvey's honor as the most honorable man in Hollywood. I'm just saying, had Steve not taken it, another Negro would have took it. We're going to do another Hanging with Mr. Cooper. We're just going to change it around. Instead of him being the substitute teacher, he's going to be the principal or the vice principal, whatever the fuck it was.
I think that's fine.
That's the truth of the matter.
It just wouldn't have been a pattern.
No. If he feels that's the pattern. I mean, Mark Curry for a minute was a hot commodity. He's a Star Search guy, right?
Wasn't he?
I think he's a Star Search guy. One of the few Star Search guys that actually got a long-term career outside of Sinbad. Somebody else was on Star Search. Was it Chris Rock? There's quite a few people that lost on Star Search. But, let's not give Steve Harvey all the credit that he, pitched Hanging with Mr. Cooper. Showrunners just redo shit. Again, The Office is everything. Everything is The Office after The Office. Office been off the air longer than was on the air. And there's what's the new show? The public school?
Elementary? No.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
It's not called.
If it's called that, it's
something elementary.
They're even called simple shit. The Office, Community, the Rec Park thing, office, spin-off Office.
Yeah, and even The Office was based on the British one, right?
Yeah, I mean we stole British shit up. Three's Company.
Basically,
is British show.
Basically, what we're getting at here is that the bourgeois television is all the same anyway.
It's all the same.
So
It's all the same people. You want to talk about a cabal? He talks about a cabal of cats and all this shit. It's the same people that are showrunners and producers. They all went to the same elite institutions. This is what we talked about with academia earlier in the first hour of the show. It's the same people. And if you're Steve Harvey or, insert any comedian, Joe Rogan, there was a moment where all these dudes got TV shows in the 90s. Everybody got a TV show. Nobody's was successful. Sam Cedar talks about that shit.
Yeah. Think about that 70s show and what that did for the careers of
all of them cats.
All of them. And also oh shoot, I forgot the name of the. I'll come back to it.
Well, let's let Cat Williams yell about people some more.
Fan unit. Then you ask it, why you not a movie star? I didn't want to be a movie star. This the same Negro that hated on Bernie with this same thing. I didn't want to be a movie star. No, you couldn't be a movie star. There are 30,000 new scripts in Hollywood every year. Not one of them asks for a country bumpkin black dude that can't talk good, old baby, and look like Mr. Potato Head. There ain't.
Wait.
Got him.
Can we sit on that for a second? Oh, but KB. He said that nigga looked like Mr. Potato Head.
He does.
Oh my God. Damn. I mean, but KB said, hey.
They're from the same place. They're from the same state.
Steve Harvey's from Ohio?
Steve Harvey's from Ohio.
That nigga said, but KB. God. 10 minutes and 52 seconds in.
None. You would have to have range. I played a lot of characters, 60 movie roles. I'm not playing Cat Williams in there.
I don't know, Cat. We might not let you drink anymore the way you. I mean, we ain't even got.
I'm not fueled by alcohol. I've had a sip, less than you. The truth don't need motivation. I'm just saying I can't let these dudes lie. Cedric's sitting here telling you why he ain't a movie star. He over here look like a walrus. You didn't say nothing. He can't even get his arms.
Damn.
You didn't say nothing.
Oh. Seriously. How is Shannon Sharp? You know why Shannon Sharp is so cool right now? Because he knows he's going to get some messages in his inbox from some PR people and managers.
Yeah, I mean, bad publicity is still good publicity too.
It's great publicity.
Yeah.
It's 2024. Brother, look, everybody listening, it's 2024. Donald Trump told you all shitty publicity is good publicity.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers ain't shut up yet. The louder and more obnoxious you are, the more people give a shit about you. Remember, everybody gave a shit about MAGA communism for 5 minutes? People still give a shit about, what's that guy's name? Vaush? Motherfucker looks like the comic book store owner on The Simpsons. Fuck are you listening to that guy for? Stuff him in a locker where he belongs.
Nice. I don't think he'd fit, but okay.
Yeah, I was a bully in high school. I could fit anyone in there. One time I gave a kid with long hair a real swirly. Like I put his head in the toilet and then I flushed it and his hair went right into the toilet. And I just kind of let him go and I was like, you figure it out. But
Jesus.
I could get anyone in a
Figure it
locker.
out. You about fit anybody in a locker.
I could get vouched in a locker.
Hey, what's the other guy's name? Destiny? Shove him in a fucking locker. When he said that shit about he was gonna fuck Ben Dixon's wife, I still think Ben Dixon should have invited him over to the house. Be like, oh, hey, Destiny. Here's my fat ass wife. Why don't you show us what you got there, tough guy?
I've been accused by multiple people as being a bully, so I don't, just direct these people who need bullying to me, and I'll do what I can. To bully them. No questions asked.
I just the secret dinner, be obnoxious, be fucking loud. That's all you have to do. And I think Cat Williams he's legitimately pissed off.
Yeah.
This is legitimate anger. You know how I know? Because I talk like this when I'm angry. Toussaint, you've been around me. When I'm saying things that I'm really glad I don't say on air.
Yep.
He said that man looked like a walrus and he got in a walrus position.
Pantomiming a walrus.
We're 11 minutes in.
Off his stomach, sitting on here. Why I'm not a movie star. What?
It's a situation.
He never wrote anything. Remember, when Cedric the Entertainer starts, he's supposed to be singing, dancing, and telling jokes. That's why he's called the Entertainer.
Right.
We found out he can't sing, can't dance, and doesn't write jokes. He did 4 comedy specials. They're so bad, Shannon, they're not available on Netflix or Tubi. Can I say that again for the audience? They're so bad that they're not available on Netflix or Tubi.
We coming for you, nigga.
That's what the show should have been called.
I mean, he's right.
He's right.
Kushlick says Sharp's penis at this point has retracted inside his body in fear.
He's right too. Not even Tubi. Yeah, I was thinking that too. Not even
Tubi. He said not even Tubi.
That's the free service. We're all the like second-rate movies go to die.
Where all the movies that people make and you like, why did you even bother making that? Put your iPhone down. Stop trying to make movies on your iPhone. Or
where they all go to die.
Because I need content for the show. My favorite Tubi movie was the one where the wife came in and dude was cheating and he was with the kid and she shot the kid. He goes, I'm just a kid. Bang. Tubi said, nah, we don't really need Cedric shows on here. Like, really? Okay. That's cool. I decided for movie night we should watch Crack House. By the way.
Okay.
You don't think Sam's a good comedian?
The world doesn't think that, sir. I have 12 comedy specials. He has 4 specials that are not available on Netflix or Tubi.
It seems to me, Cat, that you had a lot to get off your chest.
No.
You wanted to set the record straight.
Winners are not allowed to allow losers to rewrite history. I don't say any of these things if my name is not breached by these people on your platform. If you give a liar a platform to lie, then I'm not being messy by saying, hold on, that never happened, it's untrue, and there are hundreds of witnesses for each thing I'm saying.
So let me ask you this. What is your relationship with Steve Harvey, Ricky Smiley, and Cedric the Entertainer as you sit here currently?
for 30 years, they're a group. These aren't three random guys. The way that Ricky Smiley kept appearing at all of my auditions is because of Steven said he would tell anybody that, listen, they got a gang on that side. They know what it is. They know who the gang is. Why Earthquake not in movies? Because he's illiterate.
Damn.
He can't read. And they found that out when they gave him a show and put the cards in front of him. Like, all of these dudes are co-entwined and they share secrets. And this is the age of truth. And the truth doesn't need to be scared of the fact that people tell lies. Cats on drugs. Where are the stories? Why is there no story of anybody who ever sold a drug to me, did a drug with me, was around me when I was inebriated?
I actually have people that have told me some cat drug stories. So.
I got 5 daughters. I got 5 sons. Why would we tell these ridiculous stories? Because it's competition. You feel like, well, why comedy guys can't just get along?
Yes.
Why didn't you get along with the other teams you were competing against? If you're a Denver Bronco, why you don't get along with the Cowboys? Something wrong with you?
But I don't disagree. I don't dislike all the Cowboys. Cat, you like dislike?
No, that's
okay,
not.
What comedians do you like?
Did you play against the team?
Yes.
I've taken 46 comedians with me on the road. 46.
Okay.
I'm not the comedian you can give that to. I only put on comedians that are funnier than me. Anybody that ever told you differently was a fat Faison liar.
Damn.
There's no.
Damn. Faison catches strizzies.
You said you thought I forgot about Faison.
Strizzies. Dr. Claus says 12 comedy specials is also capped. Does that mean it's not true?
I thought before he said it was 19.
I don't know. But
maybe it's 12 with Netflix.
Faison, fucking Big Worm caught a fucking strizzy. I will say this about good people in the industry. Good people put on, if a good person, if somebody puts you on, you're not related to them, you didn't fuck them, you don't got dirt on them. If somebody puts you on, that's a good cat. And there's a very small amount of good cats in the business. In the music business, I met a few good cats that did amazing shit. And little shit goes a long way in the business.
Yeah.
You know, taking you on tour.
Huge.
It just changed my life. It changed my whole life. The way people look at me, the respect I was able to get when I went to places like LA and New York, the media, how they classify me. Now I'm an artist. I'm not just that nigga that makes music like the rest of these niggas. Now I'm like an artist. That's a real artiste. Because one cat took me on the road and then did a remix. All them people that was in the studio, if you guys watched the fucking book launch party, millions of records sold was sitting across from me and Ben Burgess. All those people have done amazing things for me. Just cause there's a handful of good people. I don't agree with a lot of the shit the dude's been saying lately, but Doug Lane changed me and Pascal's life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not talking to any of y'all right now if Doug Lane doesn't say, I'm going to put your show on once a week.
Including
we didn't even have 1,000 YouTube subscribers, and we didn't have, I think we had 20 patrons, if that. That shit changed the next month.
I wouldn't be here either.
You wouldn't, exactly. Changed my life. When Sam Cedar said, I like this thing you wrote in Medium. I'm gonna put you on the show. I didn't have nowhere to stay. If you watched that show, my first time on Majority Report, I was staying on a friend's extra couch in the Central Coast of California. It was before I came to Mexico. I told him, I was like, I gotta do this show in the morning. Can I, oh, Jay, no problem. I got you. There's a handful of good people in this world. Cherish them, hug them, tell them you love them, appreciate them. Because everybody ain't like that. So if Cat Williams is really taking cats out that ain't nobody's, that's a good dude. Because he gets nothing from that. He's not selling the extra tickets from that. He gets nothing from that. It's a good dude. The industry would be a better place if there was more good dudes.
Much better.
Like me in the business.
Faison just called it straight.
Faison said that getting a Netflix special is easy. I have 12 specials. Guess how many Faison got? 0.
So
why is he allowed to have conversations about real stand-up people? We do not let people who are on the juice discuss real athletes. That's all. As a journalist. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Okay. I don't harbor any resentment to any of these entities because I can't be jealous. I've never seen them have anything that I ever wanted. If you sign up for their program, you get a light-skinned, weird-faced wife that never do an interview. Listen, in 20 years.
Shannon Sharp.
Yeah, he reacted that time.
Shannon Sharp said, leave T.I. out of this.
But here the next day, people are making photo composites of the weird wives.
With somebody, I won't say who, but somebody sent me a meme of Tiny with Smokey Robinson's hair.
Oh, God.
Look at Shannon Sharp. Why are you talking about these niggas' wives, man? Leave these women alone. What y'all gonna say about me if I pull up with a light-skinned woman? You gonna be mad at me, Toussaint, if I just pull up with a light-skinned woman and be like, Jay, you so loud?
She has a weird face.
That's fucked up.
If she has
What's
a weird
weird
face,
thing?
I'm gonna be expecting this podcast to do numbers. That's the sellout.
That's the sellout. If Alex Herbert show up with a light-skinned chick with a weird face, oh,
you got money now.
You guys read my new piece in the Atlantic?
Yeah, right.
I'm going to Romania for 6 years. I got a MacArthur Genius Grant.
Start publishing all this stuff in reputable outlets.
Fucking people actually
all because of my light skin madame.
Your light skin.
Anytime I get in trouble and somebody blames me for like bullying or something, I'll just be like, but did you see my light skinned madame?
But did you see my light skinned woman?
Forget it.
That's fucked up. What's a weird to me, Tiny has a weird face. First of all, T.I. is fucked up for putting the camera on that woman early in the morning like that.
Oh wow.
Did you see the thing of Tiny?
I didn't.
You didn't? Alex, did you see the thing of T.I.'s wife?
No.
I'm not gonna stop this to show that, but it's rough.
I'm gonna look it up.
It's oof. Oof. Wait a minute. Let's just look at Alex's face. Wait. Hold on.
Yeah. Oh man, I didn't realize you had my screen up. But, oh yeah. Oh yes.
Oh, oh. Steve says start making those cringe interracial relationship TikToks.
There's a dog that kind of reminds me of, but I don't know dog types.
She just like, I was like, you didn't look that bad when you was in a skate. Every man wants a woman. That's all I could think about when he 'cause
Them white jeans doing a number on Tiny. Yeah, I would say so.
Dude, Alex, were you kind of shocked when you saw that picture of her face? You're like, whoa. Every man needs a woman.
Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still looking at pictures too. I'm like, to each their own, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
I mean, they got something special.
Love is love, Jason. How dare you?
Love is love, right?
How dare
Hey,
you?
Can you woo woo woo? Can you woo woo woo?
You look like Quaker Oats. Dude.
They got Quaker Oats memes. They got Smokey Robinson memes. Them niggas got so many memes right now. But when he said you get a weird face, light skinned woman, is Steve Harvey's wife weird faced?
I mean, some of them look fine. She's not that light though.
Okay.
Her eyes are light.
Is Vanessa Williams a weird face, light skinned woman?
No.
Okay. What if I walk around with a woman that look like Vanessa Williams?
Well, I mean, what if you walk around with a woman that looks like what if?
I know. What if? I wish. Somebody said which Vanessa? The one from Melrose Place in the Maxi Pad commercials? Or
That's an L. Williams.
what was it? Not giving you the best that I got. What was her song? Save the best for last.
Save the best for last.
Rick Fox, baby mama. That Vanessa.
Baby mama.
If we ever run into Vanessa Williams, Tucson, can we just yell out, "Hey, ain't you Rick Fox, baby mama?"
That's rough.
Just won't do an interview. Nobody's ever talked to her, and she's never been interviewed anywhere. And now, understand, I'm not talking about one person. What I just told you applies to 7 people. How they all end up with that. That's part of what you get. I came in this business saying I was going to expose. When I talked about Michael Jackson, when I talked about R. Kelly, they canceled me for these things because why would you talk about another black dude? Race is not where the line is drawn. It's God's side and the other side. And we don't care nothing about the other side. Period. All of these big dick deviants is all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter